Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 426. Submitting the script. Ronald finished his sketch, feeling confident. He opened his computer, retrieved the latest save file, and began revising the ending. He detailed the final move, raising the two crane-shaped arms high to either side of the body in a feint, then feinting with the left foot, and finally delivering a crane kick to the opponent's head with the right foot. After saving the file, Ronald was about to print it when a thought struck him. He saved the document again as New Karate Project, deleted the newly written detailed action description, and added back the original ending description. Danny used a crane kick, jumping up with his uninjured right foot and striking Johnny in the head to score. He then landed on his right foot. After a moment of silence, the audience seemed stunned by this unexpected killing move. The referee declared Danny the winner, and then the entire audience suddenly erupted in the loudest and longest cheers of the entire 2 days of competition. The end. Squeak, squeak, the dot matrix printer buzzed, punching thence dots on the ribbon, and the final chapter of the Karate Project script was printed. The next day, Ronald and Nisida went to producer Jerry Weintraub's office to submit the script. The Jewish man's office was a converted house he owned, not far from his Beverly Hills home. Upon entering, Ronald saw a large desk with a young secretary sitting inside. "Hello, we're here to see Mr. Weintraub. I'm Ronald Lee, and this is my agent. We have an appointment to discuss the script." "Oh, let me see." The young secretary seemed a little flustered, frantically searching for a notebook with appointment details on the desk. Piles of magazines, documents, and faxes made the desk look somewhat cluttered. "Oh, found it," the secretary breathed a sigh of relief. "Ronald Lee, please wait a moment, I'll go get Jerry, Mr. Weintraub." Ronald smiled at the red-haired secretary, gesturing for her to go and ask. She seemed a little awkward. The secretary was above average in appearance, but possessed a rare kind of naivete in the workplace. "Susan, who's here?" Jerry Weintraub asked as his secretary. Susan Atkins, the daughter of an old friend, walked into his large office in the corner. "Ronald's here." "Ronald, want a drink?" Weintraub greeted Ronald and Nisida, then waved for Susan to sit down and listen to their conversation. "So early in the morning?" "Well, I'll have a drink too." Ronald reached for a glass of whiskey. The morning sun was lovely, and Weintraub's mood was as bright as the sunshine. "The Karate Kid?" Weintraub saw Ronald's name on the script. "Yes, I think that's simple and clear. It will also pique the audience's curiosity." Ronald took a sip of his whiskey. It tasted good. It seemed to be aged Scotch whiskey, with a woody and grainy aroma. "Very good." Weintraub continued reading. Secretary Susan sat to the side, looking at Weintraub's tall figure and intelligent face with an expression of admiration. To be able to decide the production of a film project, he was truly a very charismatic person. "Very good, I'm very satisfied." After a long while, Weintraub, who had finished reading the script in one go, seemed very excited. "This is exactly the kind of movie I had in mind, humorous, with a story." "Very good, it seems you're satisfied with my script, Mr. Weintraub." Ronald thought that this singer-manager and live performance organizer, who didn't hide his feelings from others at all, was quite a man of character. Of course. After I make an appointment with Mr. Price, the president of Columbia, we'll go see him and try to get the green light in one go. It's a pity he's about to leave his post. He's a very insightful person." Weintraub immediately called Columbia and finalized the time to go to Columbia with Price's secretary. Actually, since Weintraub paid for the entire film's budget, and Columbia was only responsible for distribution, generally speaking, the script wouldn't be rejected without a special reason. "Then it's settled. Come to my house, and we'll go to Columbia together." Weintraub really liked Ronald's script and hugged Ronald tightly. "I wonder who the director is?" Ronald asked tentatively. "Well, I'm planning to hire an Oscar-winning director to direct this film. He's good at directing stories of underdogs achieving success, making him the perfect choice." "Oh? I thought you'd choose me, Mr. Weintraub." Ronald quickly offered his recommendation. Of course, Ronald. You're a very good director, I've seen 2 of your films. But your story is very focused on character development, while your films tend to emphasize the narrative and ensemble cast. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. My first producing film needs to be a hit. We can have more opportunities to collaborate. Besides, that director seems very focused on his own interests, I might not be able to get him. If he declines, we can have a proper talk. Alright, you're the boss. Who are you planning to hire? Seeing that he had put his mind to it, Ronald decided to leave the matter unresolved for the time being. John G. Avildsen, the director of Rocky, isn't Rocky a typical movie about an ordinary person's rise to success? Or perhaps the greatest movie about an ordinary person's rise to success? Ever since I saw that story in the newspaper, I felt that he was the most suitable person to direct it, but this story of Dragon Boys isn't really similar to Rocky in essence, is it? Oh, why do you say that? I feel like the story I asked you to write is a story of a rise to success. Isn't it just a teenage version of Rocky? No, Rocky is actually about a person who, after giving up his career, is looked down upon, but with the encouragement of his lover, he regains his courage and fights for his future and a complete personality. Dragon Boys, on the other hand, is essentially a heroic adventure film. A boy is bullied, encounters a master who teaches him amazing skills, and finally defeats his opponents and wins the heart of his beloved. It's actually a story similar to Star Wars, but Danny is essentially an ordinary person who rose to fame. Don't be like that, Ronald. My reputation in the record industry is well known. I never fail to deliver on my promises. You can rest assured that after this, my company will be on track and will definitely give you the opportunity to direct. I feel I have the right to try, Jerry. Why won't you give me a chance? I can talk in detail about what kind of film I would make if I directed this movie. I think as the screenwriter, I understand the core of the story better, and I know better how it should be made. You're quite a stubborn young man. Well, it can't hurt to hear something. Come to my house early then, I'll hear your presentation at noon, and then go to Price's place in Columbia in the afternoon. Thank you for your generosity. Ronald shook hands with him, left the script, and left with Nisida. Susan, see them out for me. Oh, okay, Ronald, please come with me. The fiery red-haired Susan Awakens quickly stood up and led the way to see them out. What an interesting young man. Jerry Weintraub opened Ronald's Dragon Boys script again and started reading it from the beginning. It's a pity that for your own company's first film to get good distribution, you either need to find a famous director or a famous actor. Otherwise, it will be like the last film I produced, Dinner, which had good box office results but didn't get any preferential treatment from Columbia Pictures. Jerry Weintraub liked the script more and more as he read it, and he appreciated Ronald more and more. He decided to give Ronald at least one chance to direct, perhaps to secure this young director's next film. It seems you really liked this script, Ronald, Nisida asked as she drove Ronald home. Last time, Stallone asked you to write Dragon and Phoenix, and then wanted to drastically change the script. You handed it in without much resistance, but this time you're much more insistent. Of course, Ronald replied. This story is very interesting. I think American audiences have probably never seen this type of movie before. In past martial arts films, like those starring Bruce Lee, the protagonist was a master from the start, and our expectation was how he would defeat those fierce enemies. But this story is different. Danny starts out as the weak one, even being bullied. The audience watches him go from being the underdog, through the guidance of his master Miyagi, gradually becoming stronger through hard work, and then defeating Johnny, whom he couldn't beat before. I think previous movies of this type were like Star Wars, where the protagonist had some kind of superpower. But in this karate movie, the audience sees Danny struggling. This is a story that could happen in the real world, and they will definitely love it. You know what? I think you have a special kind of magic, an ability to sense what kind of stories audiences like to see, Nisida remarked. When the script for Comet Night came out, I didn't really understand what was appealing about the story. It wasn't until it was released that I realized audiences loved everything about it. Some liked the popular theme song, some liked the sci-fi elements, some liked zombie horror movies, and some liked stories about independent girls. It's like you, at that point in time, combined all the popular elements and presented them to everyone. I don't know what others think, but directors with this ability to grasp what audiences want to see often achieve great success, combining popular elements. Ronald thought of another aspect. Does that mean that once the trend ends, no one will want to watch this movie anymore? Maybe, but you've already succeeded, haven't you? The box office has exceeded 17 million, true. Ronald fell silent. His dream was to make a movie that people would remember 20 years from now, and even better, 40 years from now. I have some things to do during the day. There will be another update later. Chapter 427, Stealing Food. This is Ronald's home. I'm currently busy and unable to answer the phone. Please leave a message after the first beep. Ronald set up his newly purchased answering machine, inserted the cassette tape, and recorded his own greeting. Call me. Ronald picked up the new phone and dialed Richard's number, asking him to make a call to test a machine. After the telephone company was broken up due to antitrust issues, users no longer needed to rent the old-fashioned telephones from the company. Various new types of telephones began to be sold in electronic stores everywhere. When Ronald bought the answering machine, he also replaced it with a Panasonic telephone. It was lightweight, and the buttons had a good tactile feel. Beep 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 beep. The ringtone was no longer the harsh electric ring. A crisp electronic tone sounded. Ronald didn't answer. After 2 rings, a beep sounded, and Ronald's pre-recorded greeting began to play. This is Ronald's home. I'm currently busy and unable to answer the phone. Please leave a message after the first beep. This is Richard. Yes, it's me. Good. Ronald said a few words to him and then hung up. Nisida, seeing Ronald had finished playing with his new toy, reminded him, let's go to Jerry Weintraub's house. Don't let it interfere with our business. It's alright, I've been rehearsing what I should say these past few days. Ronald picked up several storyboards he had drawn for key scenes and confidently went to the appointment with Nisida. Arriving at the mansion in Beverly Hills, Ronald rang the doorbell. Hi, are you Ronald? A woman in a tight bikini opened the door. She had long blonde hair, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure, especially her very strong thighs. It's me. Is Jerry home? She opened the door fully, letting Ronald and Nisida in. Jerry was taking a shower. He said you would come, but I didn't expect you to come so early. Ronald could tell that the woman and Jerry Weintraub had a close relationship, and walked in without looking at them. Who's here? Jerry Weintraub's voice came from the bathroom inside. It's Ronald and his agent. The woman entered Jerry's master bedroom and went to tell him near the bathroom door. Jerry, wrapped in a towel, came out of the bathroom and hugged the woman, and the two kissed passionately. Ronald and Nisida, hearing the noise, exchanged a glance, both a little embarrassed. Instead of going into the master bedroom, they retreated to the living room outside. This Hollywood tycoon is a bit tactless when it comes to doing things. Boom, the roar of a Porsche engine came from outside the door. Oh, SHXT, Jerry Weintraub yelled, shoving the bikini-clad woman aside. Quick, where are my pants? The bikini-clad woman wasn't particularly nervous, perhaps used to this kind of theatrical performance in Beverly Hills. Is she your wife? What should I say? Just say you're here to swim. Yes, just say you're Ronald's girlfriend, and you're bored listening to us talk, so go swim in the back pool. Ha ha ha, the woman laughed. Are you that afraid of your wife? Don't joke around, there's no time. Jerry Weintraub quickly put on his clothes, then vigorously dried his hair with a towel while dragging the woman to the pool outside the living room. This was the outdoor swimming pool he had renovated at great expense. Natural stones lined both sides, and the heated pool allowed one to enter directly from the living room doorway, leading to the garden. Ronald, you have to say Wendy, that's her, your girlfriend. Jerry grabbed the clothes the woman had taken off in the master bedroom and threw them onto the carpet by the pool. Wendy, Ronald. Ronald, Wendy. Jerry introduced the two, then coughed twice, dried his thinning hair, rushed into the bathroom, grabbed a bathrobe, and tossed it to Wendy. The bikini-clad woman named Wendy smiled brightly, took the bathrobe, and placed it on the carpet. Then she went into the water and swam out. Jerry, are you there? Weintraub's wife, the famous singer Jane Morgan, called from outside. Oh, are you talking business, Jerry? Jane Morgan saw Ronald and Nisida standing up from the sofa to greet her. I was just passing by and came back to change. I'm going to see Barbara later. Her husband has been coming to Los Angeles quite often since he was elected vice president. I haven't seen her in a long time. Okay, darling. I'm talking to the brilliant director Ronald. You go ahead and do your own thing. Oh, who's that girl? Jane Morgan saw Wendy splashing around in the pool. That's Wendy, my girlfriend. She got bored talking to Mr. Weintraub about the script, So she asked Jerry for permission to go swimming. Does your girlfriend always carry a swimsuit? Jane Morgan saw Wendy resting by the pool, wearing a bright red bikini that barely covered her figure. She then turned to Ronald. Wendy's a model. Her agent tells her to swim every day to stay in shape, Ronald said casually. Wendy, this is Mr. Weintraub's wife, the famous singer Jane Morgan. Hello, Jane. Wendy obediently waved to Jane Morgan. Have fun. Jane Morgan's suspicions lessened somewhat, and she went upstairs to change. Come and tell me your plans for the script, Mr. Weintraub. This is what I'm thinking. I plan to film mainly in Venice, Los Angeles. Ronald spread out several storyboards and began to explain his plans. He had written a script of over 120 pages, with many complex scenes. Ronald planned to use a warm color palette for the exterior scenes, creating a comforting setting for the thin, fatherless boy. Good. Do you have someone in mind to play Master Miyagi? I think we definitely need a Japanese actor, since his English in the script isn't very good, so finding an actor from Japan is an option. Who are you planning to cast for the male lead? I haven't decided yet, Ronald said. Coppola directed 2 teen films. I think any of the male actors from those films could be considered, although Ralph Marzio shared a similar temperament with the male lead in the script and was also a candidate from the original Dream, Nisida, and he had analyzed that Weintraub might need a star to bolster the distribution department's resources, so Weintraub likely already had a plan. Ronald only vaguely mentioned the name The Mischievous Boy. Weintraub seemed a little distracted, asking a few questions, which Ronald answered. Seeing that Weintraub had no further questions, Ronald stepped forward and asked, Jerry, are you satisfied with my ideas? Can I direct this film? Are you blackmailing me? Weintraub's eyebrows shot up sharply, and he asked Ronald in a low but firm voice. Ahem, Nisida tried to smooth things over. Don't interrupt, let Ronald speak for himself. Are you trying to use Wendy's situation to blackmail me into giving you the directing job? Weintraub's eyes were also fixed on Ronald. Don't be afraid to speak the truth. It's normal if you have this thought. Is this what you really want? No, Jerry. I think I'm the best person to direct this film. I have experience directing teen movies and I know how to let them perform. I'm also the screenwriter. You say I haven't directed a drama with a complete story running throughout, but I wrote the script, so I think I certainly know how to make it well. Besides, Ronald glanced at Wendy in the pool and lowered his voice, even if you don't choose me, I will keep this a secret for you. Very well, that's all for today. We'll schedule another time to talk. I'll schedule another time with Frank Price from Columbia later. We'll go to his place another day. Jerry Weintraub breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was under a lot of pressure. Jane Morgan was not only his wife but also his first famous client when his career started. Jane Morgan divorced her ex-husband for him, and because she wasn't Jewish, she suffered greatly at the hands of Weintraub's mother. It took 3 years before she finally accepted this famous singer as her daughter-in-law. If you were to be discovered cheating and cause a falling out with Jane Morgan, Weintraub would not be able to accept it, neither considering their past history nor their relationship. Ronald snapped his fingers at Wendy, signaling her to come out quickly and leave with him. Wendy climbed out of the pool, soaking wet. Ronald and the other 2 men swallowed hard. Wendy knew what was going on, smiled sweetly, then put on a towel bathrobe and went to the dressing room to change. Mr. Weintraub, Mrs. Morgan. Ronald greeted Jane Morgan, who had changed into her party attire upstairs, and offered his arm for Wendy to hang on. He and Nisida then walked out together. So, you like that girl too? Jane Morgan asked, coming down from upstairs and linking her arm with Jerry Weintraub's. How could that be? That's Ronald's woman. He's the screenwriter for my new movie and he's trying to convince me to let him direct. What, are you going to give him that opportunity? Jane Morgan asked her husband with a half-smile. No, it's not that he's not capable enough, but my new film needs a star director. I'm going to ask John G. Iverson, the director of Rocky. Well, to be honest, that girl is really beautiful. If you want to, with him, it's not impossible. Jerry Weintraub tensed up, his scalp tingling. He quickly reviewed his performance, and it seemed he hadn't given himself away. Don't joke around, Jane, I'm serious. If you want to go back to that pretty girl, write me a check for $1 million first, then I won't stop you from macing around at home. Haha, Jane. Jerry knew he was temporarily safe. You look gorgeous. When are you going to see Barbara? She's almost in Los Angeles. This time it's about her son. Oh, I heard little George has started drinking again. Jerry Weintraub hugged Jane Morgan. They didn't have children of their own, only 3 adopted girls. Listen, Jerry. If you really fall in love with another woman, if you have a new love, I won't stop you, but you have to be honest with me. Jerry Weintraub kissed his wife deeply. Playing around in the entertainment industry is one thing, but love is another. Jane Morgan valued their love very much. Where do I leave you? Ronald asked the beautiful Wendy sitting next to him. Just drop me off up ahead, I need to do yoga. Wendy got out of the car with a grin, blowing them a kiss as she left. Phew, Nista sighed in relief. Thank goodness you didn't blackmail Weintraub. I saw your gesture, Ronald said. I didn't try to blackmail him. He doesn't only have me as an option. If I angered him, he could withdraw his funding or replace the screenwriter, which would be a huge loss for me. Not only that, Nista said, Jerry Weintraub has many friends in Hollywood and in politics. Jane Morgan is especially popular with many conservative Republicans. It's best not to use any special methods on him. Chapter 428 The Wisdom of Capra. This is Ronald's home. I'm busy right now and can't answer the phone. Please leave a message after the first beep. It's me, Weintraub. Answer the phone. Jerry Weintraub's voice came through the answering machine at Ronald's house. Since Ronald had shielded him from a gunshot, Weintraub's attitude towards Ronald had become much warmer. He opened up to Ronald about why he had to hire John G. Iverson. Dragon Boys had a total investment of $8 million, all raised by Jerry Weintraub, with Columbia handling distribution. As the actual investor, Weintraub was unwilling to accept a low return on investment. Therefore, Weintraub urgently needed a star involved in the film's production to secure free media coverage and Columbia's cooperation for distribution. In comparison, a star director was much cheaper than a star actor. John G. Iverson hadn't had any notable new work since Rocky, and his agent had only offered him a salary of $500,000. The most sought-after male stars, such as Dustin Hoffman, star of My Fair Lady, commanded a staggering $5.8 million per film. Even rising stars like Tom Cruise typically commanded over $1 million. Weintraub, ambitious yet shrewd, naturally chose the Director Award over the 2 Oscar winners. John G. Iverson had also won Best Director, but the free media coverage was essentially the same. However, Ronald Lee was kind enough to cover up the scandal and didn't try to blackmail him. Weintraub, a street kid from the Bronx, knew that such loyalty deserved a reward. So he quickly contacted Ronald's agent, Nista, agreeing to invest in Ronald's next film, whether it was a self-written script or a script Weintraub had acquired that Ronald liked. He even offered to let Ronald direct the sequel if Dragon Boys was successful. It's me, Jerry. Ronald answered the phone and spoke to Weintraub. Come to my office early tomorrow. I'll introduce you to director John G. Avildsen. He really likes your script, and you two can talk. Then we'll go to Frank Price's office in Columbia. Once he gives the green light, we can start preparing for filming. I have an idea. You'll be involved in the entire production of this film, and I'll give you the title of co-producer. Weintraub meant to give Ronald some extra financial reward. He had already readily paid the full $200,000 for the script. I'll be there on time. The next day, Ronald and Nista went to Weintraub's office again. At the door, they saw a man in his 40s. His medium-length blonde hair was neatly combed, with a few graying strands. He had a straight nose and deep-set eyes. It was clear he must have been a handsome man in his youth. Ronald, hello, I'm John G. Avildsen. The handsome middle-aged man greeted Ronald with a handshake. Hello Mr. Avildsen, I'm a fan of yours. I especially love Rocky, and that scene where Rocky runs up the steps of Philadelphia City Hall with his arms raised. If I'm not mistaken, that was the first time a Steadicam stabilized shot was used in a film, right? Haha, yes, that shot took Stallone half a day to film. Avildsen was very enthusiastic towards Ronald, telling him many stories from his youth. Ronald discovered that the two had quite a history. Avildsen was of Norwegian descent and had also started his directing career by making exploitation films. In his early days, he worked at Cannonball Films before the Minahan brothers acquired the company, specializing in films in Norwegian and Swedish. Although the films were shot in America, they were dubbed in Scandinavian languages, which could lure a large audience. At the time, the films of Swedish director Ingmar Bergman were popular worldwide, and his exploitation films, With their many nude scenes, were quite successful at the box office, making him a top director of exploitation films for a time. Later, he gained the appreciation of Jack Lemmon and directed The Tiger, fulfilling Lemmon's dream of winning an Oscar and gradually being accepted by the Hollywood mainstream. After that came the successful Rocky. The two chatted for a while, then their red-haired secretary, Susan Awakens, arrived late and invited them in. "Hi, Susan, it's nice to meet you," Ronald greeted her with a smile. A secretary who was still a little shy in front of people was rare in Hollywood. Ronald nodded to her in goodwill. "Hello, Ronald," Susan led the way. "Hi, honey, won't you come with me for a drink tonight?" Avildsen flirted with Susan half-jokingly. "Mr. Avildsen," Susan smiled and continued leading the way. "John, Ronald, it's great to see you both. I had some good news for you." "What is it, Jerry?" "You know, Ronald, your movie title, The Karate Kid, happens to be the same as a DC Comics teen superhero. I contacted DC, and they were very kind enough to grant us permission to use the name, so we don't have to change it." "That's great. But I really didn't mean to plagiarize them. I came up with the name myself." Ronald quickly clarified that he hadn't intentionally copied them. "Of course, I wouldn't have known if Susan hadn't done her research and told me. DC has so many comic book heroes, there are so many unknown ones we don't even know. So, John, do you have any actors in mind?" "I haven't started thinking about it yet." "Do you have any candidates?" "I have an idea. You guys can help me think of some." Weintraub began to explain his plan. "I think for the role of the master, we should ask Akira Kurosawa's go-to actor, Toshiro Mifune. He's played so many Japanese swordsmen and is very well known in America." "Great idea. We need to get him to fly to Los Angeles for an audition." "I can't wait to work with him." Avildsen winked at Ronald and immediately agreed to Weintraub's request. "I also have an idea for the lead role in his opponents at the Cobra Kai dojo. How about we cast the sons or nephews of some famous actors? On one hand, they don't need much acting skill, and on the other hand, we can get some free publicity. These stars are very eager to promote their kids, aren't they?" Ronald hadn't expected Weintraub to have such a wild idea. He had written a script and knew that the lead role of Danny wouldn't be easy to play. The emotional shifts and nuances from a weak boy to someone who works hard, overcomes himself and his enemies, required a truly outstanding actor to portray. "Jerry, how about we consider casting a professional actor for Danny? I think the ones Capullo picked in Outdoor Boys were pretty good." "Oh yeah? What do you think, John?" Weintraub asked Avildsen. "I think we should let them all try. If the son of a star does a good job auditioning, that would definitely be a better choice." "I think you're right. What about the female lead? What do you think?" "Well, I don't have a fixed idea." "What do you think?" Avildsen seemed to have no idea of his own. "I need a really pretty girl so that Danny and Johnny's love for her will be convincing." "I think you're right. Let's audition according to that template." "Do you have any recommendations, Ronald?" "That depends on everyone's feelings. It's not up to me. I think it's good if most viewers think she's the best of the best among the girls next door." Ronald had also learned to agree with Weintraub. This guy's ego was really too big. "I think you're right. Once Price gives the green light, we'll send invitations to all the major talent agencies. Let's head to Columbia right away, lock up our briefcases, and get the job done." Weintraub waved his hand, and everyone stood up and walked out. Outside the office, Ronald saw his secretary, Susan, getting up to see him off. "Sweetie, are you really not considering going out with me tonight for a romantic date?" Avildsen, reverting to his handsome self, teased her again, making Susan blush. "Let's get in the car first, Susan. You and I will ride together. Ronald and John can go in the other car." "Ronald, do you know why I didn't comment on the casting in front of Weintraub?" Avildsen got into the car and sat in the back seat with Ronald. He was clearly in a good mood. It had been a long time since he directed a major Hollywood project after Rocky. "I was just about to ask you for advice," Ronald thought to himself. "Isn't this just flattery? I really like your script. It's a story of an underdog's rise to success, and I know that only a talented person could write that, but I've been in Hollywood a bit longer than you. Do you know why I haven't made more big-budget films? Rocky was actually a small-budget film. Maybe the producers didn't recognize your talent, Mr. Avildsen. Call me John. I never understood it either, until one day I had the chance to meet Frank Capra, the three-time Oscar-winning director. You know Clark Gable's One Night Stand. I saw him in a classic film appreciation class at NYU. I know his name. Oh, you're from NYU too, looks like we're alumni, Avildsen said. Where were we? By the way, I asked Frank Capra, how do you manage to get along with those studio executives? Why are you able to get so many opportunities to direct classic blockbusters? Avildsen then looked at Ronald. Well, why? Ronald was intrigued. Dealing with studio executives had always been a painful experience for him. Those people understood neither art nor business, they were experts at maintaining their high-ranking positions and mastering office politics. It's very simple, he thought, making them believe your ideas came from their own minds. Wisdom, Ronald mused. This was the wisdom of successful directors under the old studio system, still relevant today. Wasn't that exactly it? If he had known this secret back then, he might already be directing multi-million-dollar productions. Meanwhile, in another Mercedes, Weintraub inquired about Susan. How have you been working here these past few days? Your father and I are good friends, feel free to tell me anything. I feel I've learned a lot from you and met many interesting people. In short, I feel incredibly lucky to be working in the film industry. Oh, who do you find more interesting? Ronald, he's very polite, but I think Mr. Avildsen is more humorous, Susan replied. Oh, haha, it seems you prefer older horses, Weintraub continued. Do you like horseback riding? Let's go riding my horses this weekend. I bought them for a lot of money, but I never have time to ride them. Sure, I love horses, and I love the smell of grass on the riding stables. Chapter 429 Price's Last Stand. Hello, Mr. Price, it's nice to see you again. Ronald was the third person, after Weintraub and Avildsen, to shake hands with Frank Price, the president of Columbia Pictures. Back when he and Michael Ovitz, president of CAA, came to promote the script for My Brother's Protector, Frank Price had just taken office as president of Columbia, full of ambition. Now he was much more subdued, because he had effectively resigned from the position. Come in, Ronald. Price was in good spirits, patting Ronald on the shoulder. He still held a fondness for this young man who had secured Jane Fonda for him, helped stabilize internal conflicts at Columbia, and resisted a hostile takeover attempt by a Las Vegas tycoon. When Weintraub asked him for screenwriter recommendations, Ronald immediately came to mind. In just a few years, Ronald had become a director and had even made 2 successful films. If he weren't leaving Columbia, he might have considered signing him to direct a film for him. But things are unpredictable, and there might be other opportunities in the future. Frank Price was widely regarded as the only president among the 7 major studios who could truly appreciate scripts and judge the quality of films. He had read Ronald's script for Dragon Boys submitted to Weintraub. It was more fluent than the script from a few years ago and showed great potential for box office success. However, all of this was largely irrelevant to him. Price invited several people to sit on the sofa in his office and instructed his secretary to make coffee. He could keep this office and his secretary's benefits for a few more months. Frank, when Barbara came to Los Angeles last time, Jane went to accompany her. Why didn't I see your wife, Catherine? Weintraub brought up the wives' gathering in the tone of an old friend. Catherine went to Roy's graduation ceremony, Price explained. Catherine Crawford was his wife, formerly a television actress, and Roy was their 3rd child, who had just graduated from high school. Honestly, that boring Faye Vincent is utterly ignorant. Most of your profits last year came from that the extraterrestrial share you secured, right? Yes, a 5% profit share, more than all of Columbia's other films combined. Frank Price gave a wry smile. Faye Vincent was the former chairman of Columbia, who spearheaded Coca-Cola's acquisition of the company. This entertainment tycoon, a lawyer by training, also became Coca-Cola's executive vice president. Every listed company's president and CEO has conflicts, but it's rare to see someone like Faye Vincent, who so desperately tries to ostracize and eliminate you simply because of differing strategic ideas. So, get our project green-logged as soon as possible. While you're still in this position, don't joke around. Your script and directing team are excellent. I'm not letting you through because of your connections. Price and his old friend laughed and joked for a while. Then he took out a thick Mont-Blanc pen from his drawer and signed his name on the filming consent form. All right, as long as you have the funding, we can start filming. If there's anything you need my help with, let me know as soon as possible. I won't be working here anymore. Price's signature meant that Dragon Boy had received the green light for a filming. Tell me, where are you going next? Weintraub was very interested in his whereabouts. "I'll start my own production company and then retire with a golden parachute." Weintraub looked skeptical, but he still happily took the signed filming consent form and looked at it again and again. With a beep, the intercom rang. Price answered his secretary in front of everyone. "Mr. Price, Mr. Aykroyd, and Mr. Reitman have arrived. Please let them in." Frank Price straightened his posture, smiled, and asked his old friend to leave first. He still had to meet with the next film crew that came to discuss matters. After saying goodbye to Price, Ronald also left the office. He suddenly noticed that Nisita was chatting with a man in a suit with the CAA logo. "Rick?" Ronald asked. "Ronald, let me introduce you. This is Dan Aykroyd, actor and screenwriter. This is Ivan Reitman, director. This is Ronald Lee. They are all clients of our CAA. They just happened to arrive around the same time as you to see Mr. Price." "Hello, Mr. Aykroyd." "Hello, Mr. Reitman." Ronald greeted them. "Ronald, John Candy told me your name. You're a football fan too, huh? It's a pity he declined my invitation to act in this movie, otherwise we could have a good chat." Dan Aykroyd was a chubby comedian with a warm and friendly laugh. "Sometimes, let's go for some Canadian beer. I also know a few Canadian directors and actors." Ronald, reminded by Nisita that Aykroyd was Canadian, extended a warm invitation. "Why not? We're all with the same agency anyway. Gentlemen, please follow me. Mr. Price is waiting for you," the secretary reminded him. "See you later." Weintraub and Avildsen, seeing that Ronald's agent had other commitments, said goodbye to Ronald and prepared to leave. They still had many casting and location scouting matters to discuss. Weintraub was a boss who loved to get involved in every detail of film production. He wanted to know everything. "Hey, Susan, let's leave this young man Ronald aside. You should go on your date with me." Avildsen saw Weintraub's secretary, Susan, and started flirting with her again. "John, we still need to talk about casting. You know, a lot of veteran Hollywood stars have called me after hearing I'm investing in a teen movie." Weintraub put his arm around Avildsen's shoulder, separating him from his secretary, Susan. "Of course, who are they?" Avildsen asked. "Steve McQueen's widow." The two walked out arm in arm, with Susan, a slightly plump woman with red hair, following behind. Inside the CEO's office, Frank Price was engaged in a heated debate with another agent from CAA. "That's too high a price." Price shook his head. $5 million for the director's fee. How much would I have to cover in total costs? And your film also needs a main star." He looked at director Ivan Reitman. "What do you think the production budget for this film should be?" 25 to 30 million. It was Ivan Reitman's first time directing such a big production, and he had no idea how much a special effects film like this would cost, nor had he discussed it with his agent beforehand. But at the last minute, Reitman had no choice but to multiply the budget of his previous film by 4 and give a random number, since his agent could still negotiate. "Have you chosen your male lead? Is it Dan?" Price pointed to screenwriter Dan Aykroyd, who had come in with him. "I'm only suitable for this role, something like the Cowardly Lion. The main character is a scarecrow. And we think we need a famous star to play the role." Aykroyd used a character from The Wizard of Oz to describe the character in the film. "I understand, I get it. Comedies generally don't do well at the box office. Since you're asking for a production budget of over 25 million, we need to find a big-name star. Anyone have a name in mind?" Frank Price didn't think the price was too high. He was just stating his requirements to ensure box office success. "We can go to Bill Murray." Director Ivan Reitman hadn't expected that his casually mentioned budget wouldn't be challenged. He immediately thought of Bill Murray, another CAA client and one of the hottest comedy stars right now. CAA's agent was overjoyed and told Reitman he'd done the right thing. Bill's deadpan comedian style is certainly suitable, but he always decides whether to act in a film very late. Last time he came to me to promote his Risk It All project, Frank Price felt a little uneasy. He didn't want any more setbacks in the last few projects he had finalized before leaving the company. "I can help persuade him, Mr. Price," the CAA agent quickly agreed. A budget of 25 to 30 million, plus the lead actors being chosen from CAA's clients, such favorable terms excited him, and he immediately offered to take on the entire project. Then it's settled. "If you can sign Bill Murray, or a male star of similar renown, I agree to give your project the green light. Now let's talk about the profit-sharing terms." On behalf of CAA, I propose 30% of the box office profits as the maximum total profit share for CAA's involvement in this film, including for the actors and director. You must be joking. I can't possibly agree to that, Frank Price laughed. This was an outrageous demand. I think this profit-sharing percentage is quite reasonable. The script, director, lead actors, and even the earliest ideas were all handled and facilitated by CAA. That's impossible. That price is robbery. Frank Price stopped signing. Mr. Price, this is the lowest percentage I can negotiate for you within the scope of my authorization. If you don't agree to this profit-sharing ratio, then I'll have to call Mr. Michael Ovitz and have him negotiate the price with you. I'm not deliberately asking for a high price. You know that if Mr. Ovitz gets involved, the final price might not be this. All right, Frank Price finally yielded. No production company executive wanted to face the aggressive CAA president. He signed the document and said, "Sometimes, I really don't know who's running this film company, me or Ovitz." One last question, Mr. Price. Screenwriter and actor Dan Aykroyd was very pleased to see Frank Price sign the agreement so readily. Everyone said that Frank Price was the only studio executive who knew the quality of a script, and it certainly lived up to that reputation. Please go ahead. Price always had a special fondness for screenwriters. The title of my script is the same as the title of a children's program on Universal Television in the 1970s. I wonder if you could help contact Universal Television to resolve this? I know you were president of Universal Television at that time. Ghostbusters. Frank Price glanced at the script cover. Yes, if this name doesn't work, we'll have to call it Ghostbusters, Ghost Fighters, or Ghost Exterminators. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of this. Frank Price waved his hand, indicating it was a minor matter. Dan Aykroyd and director Ivan Reitman got up to leave. They met Ronald waiting at the door, and the two, in high spirits, invited Ronald to a party to celebrate. "Sorry, you don't have an appointment, you can't go in." Price's secretary stopped a short, well-dressed man behind them who was trying to barge into the CEO's office. "Move aside, I'm the lawyer representing CEO Faye Vincent. My name is Dick Gallup," the secretary insisted, checking Price's name on the intercom before letting him in. "Hello, Dick." Frank Price gestured for his secretary to leave and close the door. "Frank, are you trying to rush to approve film projects at the last minute?" Lawyer Dick stormed to the desk, looking at the two projects Frank Price had just greenlit. "Say what you will, I approve them based on their box office potential," Price said, sitting down. "You must be joking? A horror comedy with special effects? A budget of $25 to $30 million, I can forgive your rudeness, Dick. But I'm still the president of Columbia Pictures, and I know what a blockbuster film is. The fusion of comedy and horror is the major trend for the next year or two. You must be crazy." Dick Gallup, at his wit's end, stormed out of the office, found the conference room, and dialed Faye Vincent, Executive Vice President of Coca-Cola and CEO of Coca-Cola Columbia Studios. "Mr. Vincent, Price has gone mad, he's lost control." Chapter 430. Knowing is easy, doing is hard. Dan Aykroyd was a humorous man in real life, and Ronald enjoyed eating and drinking with him at parties. His parties were healthy, lacking the usual Hollywood glitz and glamour, more like chatting and drinking beer with old friends. Perhaps because Dan Aykroyd was Canadian, or perhaps because his good friend John Belushi tragically died from drug abuse, this kind of party suited Ronald's taste perfectly. Ronald and Aykroyd got along very well, and they agreed to invite John Candy, Michael J. Fox, Cameron, and other Canadians who had made it in Hollywood to get together sometime. Comedians generally fall into two categories. One type, like Bill Murray, is very serious and uninteresting in real life. Comedy is simply their job. They often need to copy jokes from others and then rack their brains to calculate the rhythm and audience reaction to make the jokes work best. The other type, like Aykroyd, is witty and humorous in real life. They are humorous in their daily lives and even laugh at their own frustrations. They had a lot of fun together, and were more relaxed during performances. After resting at home for a few days, Night of the Comet was still a fixture in theaters. Several weeks had passed, and the box office per theater was still quite high. Atlantic's distribution capacity was insufficient to expand the number of screenings, but it could still maintain its position in over 300 theaters. The box office was also increasing by more than $1 million every week. On the other hand, Superman 3, which Warner Brothers had high hopes for, saw its box office plummet from its second week. Black comedian Richard Pryor invested in the film, securing the role of the main villain Gus, replacing Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor. However, his colorful and cheesy speaking style clashed with the atmosphere of the Superman series, unlike the slapstick humor typical of black stand-up comedy. Audiences were calling the film terrible, and reviews and box office figures were plummeting at lightning speed. This news reached Pinewood Studios in London, making Helen Slater, who was playing Supergirl there, quite nervous. Ronald made several transatlantic phone calls with her to dispel her worries. The intensive and high-intensity filming had even made Helen a little nervous, and she began to have doubts about the Superman series' box office failure. That day, Ronald received a call from Weintraub. The actor he had hoped would play Master Miyagi had flown from Japan to Hollywood and asked Ronald if he wanted to meet him. This was certainly not within the scope of a screenwriter and co-producer's business. However, the actor who came was too famous. With the constant recommendations of Spielberg, Coppola, and George Lucas, Hollywood had greatly admired the Japanese director Akira Kurosawa. And the person Weintraub invited to audition was none other than Toshiro Mifune, Kurosawa's longtime leading man, known as the greatest samurai on the Japanese screen. Toshiro Mifune and his translator arrived at Weintraub's mansion. In his huge living room, Mifune respectfully bowed slightly to Weintraub and Avildsen and sat on the leather sofa. "You don't mind if I have a cigar, do you?" Toshiro Mifune asked in Japanese, with a young Japanese man beside him translating into English. Weintraub solicitously lit a slender Japanese cigar, which Mifune began to smoke. "Kurosawa-kun, please introduce our hosts," Mifune said to the translator. His gaze fixed on the young Ronald. He looked nothing like Weintraub. He couldn't possibly be his son. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Weintraub, the film's producer, whom you already know. This is the director, Avildsen, who was the director of the boxing film Rocky." "Yes, Avildsen-san," Mifune nodded. "This is the screenwriter, Ronald," the translator, Kurosawa-san, introduced Ronald. "Huh. Such a young screenwriter? That's truly surprising. He reminds me of your father, Kurosawa-kun, Mr. Mifune said. "You're very young," which surprised him. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Mifune. I really like his Yoshiko, it's my favorite of his works." Ronald, upon hearing the translator's words, also revealed that he was a fan of Toshiro Mifune. "Kurosawa-kun, thanks to you this time." After hearing the translator's words, Mifune asked the translator to convey his goodwill towards Ronald. This young translator was none other than Hisao Kurosawa, the eldest son of the great Japanese director Akira Kurosawa. He ran a small production company in America, monopolizing all of his father Akira Kurosawa's business dealings there. He also helped Toho, Shunsaku, and other Japanese film studios expand their business there. Ronald carefully looked at Mifune, listening to him. Weintraub and Avildsen discussed Dragon Boys through the translator. Toshiro Mifune was wearing a light-colored suit. His hair, which had lost a lot of gray, was neatly combed. But age had caught up with him. The long journey had revealed deep bags under his eyes and a few faint age spots on his face. This Japanese star, born in Qingdao, Shandong in 1920, was already over 60. Ronald noticed he had yawned several times while discussing the plot with Avildsen. He seemed to be running low on energy. Ronald got up to pour himself a cup of coffee, and as he passed Weintraub, he whispered his discovery in his ear. Weintraub, jolted from his excitement at meeting his idol, quickly got up and told Mifune and Kurosawa to go to the hotel to rest first, and they could discuss it further later. Seeing that Ronald had reminded them, Mifune smiled at him, expressing his goodwill. "Kurosawa-kun, please convey my thanks to Ronald-san. I'm a fan of yours, Mifune-chan. I've seen every film you and Kurosawa Akira collaborated on that I could find in America." Ronald actually really liked Kurosawa's sword films. They had a cool, austere quality, crisp narratives, and superb atmosphere. "Oh, I wonder which one you like the most." Mifune, waiting for the car at the living room door, chatted with Ronald through Kurosawa Hisao. "My favorite is the scene in Tsubuki Sanjuro where you and Nakade Tetsuya duel. I've always wondered how you rehearsed that final move. It felt like you and Mr. Nakade were really fighting. The emotions were so powerful." Mifune nodded after listening to Kurosawa Hisao's translation. "I have to thank director Kurosawa. If he hadn't said he'd use real swords if it wasn't done well, Nakade-kun and I wouldn't have been so scared, and we filmed it in one take." "Ha ha ha, so you didn't rehearse that scene?" Ronald was surprised, but it also explained why their emotions were so intense. If they had rehearsed more, the emotional reactions would have been much weaker. It was also a coincidence. The prop that was operating the mechanism malfunctioned, opening the switch too wide, causing too much blood to spurt from Tetsuya Nakade's body too quickly. Everyone thought I had actually slashed him, and the script supervisor even screamed. You can still hear it when you look at the film. I was a little worried too, so you can see my tension in that shot. I was single-mindedly thinking that I absolutely couldn't make a mistake, otherwise I would have wasted Tetsuya Nakade's good intentions. The car's here, Mifune-kun, Hisao Kurosawa reminded him from the side. Ronald helped open the car door and helped Mifune into the car. He now understood why Kubrick had called him to ask about some scene shooting methods. The final duel scene of Tsubaki Sanjuro was very crisp and clean, but Ronald still had a question. Generally speaking, there are two ways to shoot fight scenes. One is like the lightsaber duel in Star Wars, where the two actors swing their weapons in one direction, so that neither of them is in danger of getting hurt. The second method is the Western method. Both sides swing their weapons at each other. If the protagonist is unarmed, strike his torso, feeding him the move so he can block with his hands. The advantage of this method is that it's less rigid and more realistic than the first method. However, both methods have a drawback. They require feeding the actors. If the camera focuses on the duelists in a close-up, it becomes clear that the actors don't actually feel the danger of a real fight, making it difficult to portray the emotions of that split-second decision. To capture the fear, relief, and resentment of that final moment in a duel, Akira Kurosawa even threatened the actors with real swords if they didn't do well, truly going to any lengths for filmmaking. However, the coincidental over-opening of the water pipes, for example, actually triggered a genuine reaction from both sides. To achieve this quality in the final duel scene of Dragon Boys, it must be carefully designed, aiming for a successful take on the first try. A second take would lack the powerful, natural reaction felt in the first. But that's probably not something I should be thinking about. Ronald shook his head, his professional habit kicking in again, constantly thinking about scene design. Avildsen had directed the boxing scenes in Rocky to great acclaim, so he must have his own methods. Ronald, John, I think casting Mifune as Miyagi is a brilliant choice. A samurai from a Kurosawa film teaching Danny karate, American audiences would be ecstatic. Weintraub returned to the living room and pulled Ronald and Avildsen aside to discuss it. Weintraub insisted on playing Mifune Toshiro, but both Ronald and Avildsen could see that Mifune was too old for action scenes. Miyagi had many scenes teaching Danny, and having a man in his 60s practice karate seemed too cruel. Mifune is certainly the epitome of the Japanese samurai image, but his action scenes probably won't turn out satisfactorily, Avildsen immediately objected. Besides, his slow, theatrical speech is out of step with the dialogue requirements of films since the New Wave. Huh? Ronald glanced at Avildsen, thinking, didn't you tell me not to directly convince producers of my ideas, but to make them feel like it's my own? That's Toshiro Mifune. Just seeing him on screen makes audiences happy. Weintraub was clearly a fan of Japanese films, and he greatly admired the sword-fighting films of directors like Akira Kurosawa. Not many Americans have actually seen any of Kurosawa's films. I think most audiences only know Kurosawa's name through Coppola, Lucas, and Spielberg, Avildsen added. What do you think, Ronald? Weintraub didn't disagree with Avildsen's assessment, but the allure of Toshiro Mifune appearing in his first film as a producer was too great. It was like a dream come true. I've been thinking about something, Mr. Weintraub. In our script, Mr. Miyagi is portrayed as a Japanese American who works as an apartment repairman, loves bonsai, and has terrible English grammar. But he can communicate with people without any problems. Ronald raised a question from another angle. You're right, and then, Weintraub asked. So, Miyagi is actually someone who can't speak English with correct grammar. Isn't that a bit different from someone who can't speak English at all? Yes, Weintraub thought for a moment and agreed. That makes me think of another issue. Mr. Mifune can't speak English. When he delivers his lines, does that make him seem like a genuine Japanese person, rather than a Japanese American with completely wrong English grammar who can still communicate with ordinary people? And in our film, we need a master who can explain moves to Danny and impart life experience. If such a person can't speak English, it won't be convincing to the audience. Weintraub seemed to have discovered a blind spot and turned to ask Ronald and Avildsen. You know what? Mr. Weintraub, I think you're absolutely right. Master Miyagi is more like Master Yoda from Star Wars. Inverted sentences don't prevent him from imparting wisdom to Skywalker, Ronald chimed in. Very well, John, we'll still arrange an audition for Mr. Mifune tomorrow, but in my opinion, his chances are slim. Weintraub finished his coffee with a hint of regret. Chapter 431 Star Wars Victory Party. Toshiro Mifune unfortunately failed the audition. Weintraub explained the language and action scenes to him, forcing Mifune to abandon his dream of starring in a Hollywood film and return to Japan. Dragon Boy had to continue searching for his mentor, Miyagi, while Ronald temporarily put the film's preparations on hold. He received an invitation from Spielberg and George Lucas to attend the celebration party for the successful completion of the Star Wars trilogy at Lucas's Skywalker Ranch. Skywalker Ranch is located in Marin County, near the San Francisco Bay Area. It's a vast ranch spanning 4,700 acres, situated in a place called Lucas Valley. Of course, Lucas Valley was named by a local landowner in the early 20th century and has no connection to George Lucas. Due to opposition from local residents, Lucas's plan to build his dream film Mecca was strongly thwarted. After arriving at the airport, the driver even took Ronald on a tour of the surrounding area, showing protest signs against Lucas's plan to build a film production center. Hollywood moguls, go back, we don't welcome Skywalkers, Starfleet is the best. Entering Skywalker Ranch through the main gate, Ronald saw vast expanses of grassland, with only one house completed, Lucas's first residence, the place where his wife Martha had an affair with a Renaissance glassmaker. George and Martha Lucas had already announced their divorce in front of their colleagues at Industrial Light and Magic. Martha would return to Los Angeles with their adopted daughter, and the two would share custody. The driver relentlessly gossiped about the creator of Star Wars, revealing that Martha Lucas might receive a lump sum of $50 million to $100 million in cash from George, along with hefty monthly child support payments for their daughter. California's law on the equal division of marital property had dealt a heavy blow to George Lucas. He had spent almost all his cash on the divorce proceedings, forcing a slowdown in the construction of his Industrial Light and Magic studio. George, congratulations on the successful completion of your trilogy. Ronald entered the hall and saw George Lucas standing there greeting the guests. However, a trace of sadness lingered between his brows. Ronald, please make yourself at home. George Lucas recognized Ronald, the young man he had met at the Oscar banquet when he won the award for Best Original Song. He told him to let himself chat with the guests. Ronald nodded and left, searching for acquaintances in the crowd. At the Oscar banquet that year, when he won the award for Best Original Song, George and Martha were still a loving couple. Little did he know that by the time Return of the Jedi was released, they would be like strangers. The guests seemed to be praising each other for how great the final film of the trilogy, Return of the Jedi, was. In fact, their eyes were all probing for what was arguably the most high-profile divorce in Hollywood history. Ronald felt a little bored. Two loving couples, due to various circumstances, had broken up. He didn't want to get involved in such gossip. So he began to walk slowly down the hall, leaving behind this exchange of rumors. Ronald, over here, a young man wearing glasses called out to Ronald. Chris, hi, long time no see, how are you? Ronald recognized him as Chris Columbus, a screenwriter at Spielberg's Amberlin Studios. He quickly greeted him warmly. I'm fine. My script is currently filming in Hollywood. I'll be preparing my next script soon, Columbus replied excitedly. That one. Ronald couldn't quite remember what script Columbus was writing when he was at Amberlin. Yes, it's the one I was writing when we met, Gremlins, which is now being directed by Joe Dent. I'm so excited to see my script being made into a movie, it's a wonderful feeling. Oh, sorry, I've gone on and on. Ronald, you write and direct all your movies, so you must understand this feeling even better, you could say that. What's the movie about? It's about a little sprite called Gremlins, who used to live in Chinatown, but was later given to his grandchildren as a toy. Chris Columbus talked non-stop about his script. Sorry, I've gone on and on again. The female lead in this movie is Phoebe Katz from your fast-paced Richmond High School. Oh, really? She's a great actress. Yes, I've seen her on set. She's a natural-born actress. Columbus was still in the early stages of filmmaking and was full of passion for everything. So, will you be directing your new film? Ronald asked Columbus as they walked. Mr. Spielberg said I need more training, so I'll still be the screenwriter for the second film. I can try directing once I have more experience, Columbus said, adjusting his glasses. Ronald frowned slightly. What preparation and experience does directing require? If you don't become a director, you'll never learn the necessary experience. Why don't you start with low-budget exploitation films? There's a good chance of making a film worth a few $100,000 these days. Someone with your talent, writing for Spielberg, shouldn't have trouble finding someone willing to take the risk on you. Steven said, I need more practice. Besides, I signed a 3-film screenwriting contract with Amblin. After I finish the scripts and gain more experience on set, I'll take the directorial risk. That makes sense. Ronald disliked this Jewish business practice. They always tried to take advantage of you until they'd gotten their last piece of your underwear. Once your weaknesses were exposed, they would exploit them to attack you relentlessly. Even if Spielberg was an artist with a childlike heart, he was still Jewish. Columbus, as an excellent screenwriter, may have contributed more to Amblin than as a director. And then there's Kathleen Kennedy, Spielberg's former assistant manager, an Irish woman, who wasn't exactly easy to deal with either. Good luck to Chris Columbus. Ronald, come here. Ronald looked up and saw Elena, Francis Coppola's wife. He greeted Columbus and went into a nearby room to chat with Elena. Ronald, Francis told me about your new film. I watched it, and it's excellent, thank you, Elena. Ronald realized he had unknowingly walked to the library. The ceiling was covered with colorful Renaissance-style stained glass, forming a dome, through which sunlight filtered softly. Is this it? Ronald asked. Yes, that's the library, Elena smiled. This was the place where Martha and the glassmaker had spent so much time together and developed feelings for each other. What's going on between them? Is there no way out? Ronald looked at Elena. Luckily, she was a close friend of George Lucas, so he felt comfortable gossiping. Too late. George chose a bad director for the last part of the trilogy, so he had to fly to London himself to interfere with the filming. He left Martha and the child alone in a luxury hotel in London. The lack of companionship was probably the main reason Martha finally made up her mind. Ronald, don't be so busy with work that you forget about the people around you. Eleanor was also an excellent documentary director. She looked at Ronald like a nephew, very fond of him. Boom, suddenly, the voices in the hall stopped. The crowd began to part, and a woman walked over. Like Moses parting the Red Sea, the guests automatically parted to both sides. Martha, come here, Elena beckoned to the woman. Elena, the woman was none other than George Lucas's ex-wife, Martha. Hi, hello, Martha. Ronald hugged her and greeted her. At the awards ceremony's after-party years ago, Martha had been very friendly to him. These people avoid me like the plague, Martha complained to Elena. There's nothing I can do. George said he doesn't want us old friends to associate with you too much, especially not at the same event, Elena said. But my social circle is exactly the same as George's, Martha said angrily. Ronald didn't know what to say, and silently handed her a glass of champagne. Martha took it and downed it in one gulp. He's a block of ice. I used to be a career woman, but ever since he made Star Wars, I've become a housewife waiting for her husband every day. You and him, no, we're over. I've already hired a divorce lawyer. Rodriguez loves me very much, and we'll have our own baby. Ronald, listening nearby, felt incredibly awkward and wanted to leave but couldn't find a suitable excuse. Fortunately, Elena noticed his embarrassment. Ronald, Martha and I need to have a women's talk. You can go over there, no problem. Ronald quickly fled the library. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 The Star's Child. Martha Lucas remained seated. Ronald, along with the numerous guests, continued the party in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Ronald also met Coppola. He and Lucas were old acquaintances and chatted incessantly. Ronald knew them all and overheard a lot of news from the sidelines. Spielberg was filming the prequel to Indiana Jones, The Raiders of the Lost Ark, in Sri Lanka and China. However, lead actor Harrison Ford had fallen from an elephant, and Lucas was scheduled to fly there soon to assess the situation. If the injury was serious and Harrison couldn't continue filming, a stunt double might have to be used to film the remaining scenes. Coppola, along with Matt Dillon, Diane Lane, and his nephew Nicolas Cage, Starred in Rumblefish last year alongside The Outcasts, which is set to release in August. He's very much looking forward to the film's commercial success. Lucas stated he'll take a break. Star Wars has exhausted him, and he won't be rebooting the space opera anytime soon. He'll focus his energy and time on producing and further strengthening Industrial Light and Magic's technological reserves. Of course, winning the war with his neighbors comes first. The next day, Ronald boarded a plane back to Los Angeles, accompanied by Chris Columbus. The two chatted the entire way, with Columbus expressing great envy for Lucas's mansion, especially the various toys for his children. Ronald wholeheartedly agreed. He now has some spare cash, and once he starts a family, he can afford a house in New York or Los Angeles. Then he can bring his Aunt and Donna along. How wonderful. Back in his apartment, Ronald immediately boiled water to make tea. He pressed play on his answering machine. The flashing dim red light indicated several messages had been left while he was at Skywalker Ranch. Beep. Ronald, this is Jerry Weintraub. I found the right person for Danny. Come to my office tomorrow if you're free, Avilson, and I would like to hear your opinion. Call me back when you hear me. Beep. Ronald also wanted to see who would ultimately play Danny in his script. He took out his phone book, ready to call Weintraub back. Ronnie, this is Helen. I'm about to film a flying scene and I'm a little scared, so I called you. Are you home? Not home? Okay, I just wanted to hear your voice. Wish me luck. Hearing Helen's voice, Ronald smiled. He checked the time. It was late at night in London. He didn't call immediately, figuring Helen should be resting after filming. He picked up the phone and called Richard, asking his colleague in London to send Helen an extra bouquet of flowers, indicating he'd heard his message and adding a note praising her courage. The next morning, Ronald arrived early at Weintraub's office. Weintraub was talking to his secretary, Susan. Did you enjoy riding last time? Whenever I'm on horseback, I relax and let all the pressure go. Mr. Weintraub. You have your own stable and horses, so of course you can say that. I don't ride often, but I still really like the smell of grass. Call me Jerry, Weintraub said softly. Good morning, Jerry. Good morning, Susan. Ronald greeted them from afar. You're just in time. I was just about to show you the audition photo of the person I booked. Susan. Weintraub held out to Susan, took an audition photo, and handed it to Ronald. The photo showed a blonde young boy with ordinary boyish haircuts, a fluffy mushroom cut that fell across his face, and a very ordinary appearance. The audition photo didn't have the actor's name on the front, as is customary. Who is he? Ronald flipped the photo over. There was no actor's resume on the back either. This didn't conform to the audition process. This boy seemed a bit unusual. Remember the star strategy I told you about? Guess who called me? Ronald shook his head, indicating he couldn't guess. It was Clint Eastwood. This is his youngest son, Kyle. Oh, Ronald picked up the photo again and looked at it closely. There was indeed a resemblance to his father, the famous Western cowboy actor. How was his audition? Ronald asked. His father is Clint, and Kyle has inherited good acting potential. As long as we train him, he will definitely be able to handle the role of Danny. Ronald didn't speak, waiting for Susan to take out Kyle Eastwood's audition video and put it in the VCR to watch. What happened to your eye? Susan temporarily played the role of the female lead, Ali, and read a line to Kyle. It's nothing, just an accident, it's nothing serious. Kyle Eastwood also took the script and read his lines. Was it Johnny who hit you? It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. It's nothing, you don't have to worry about it. Come on, I should thank you. I'm sorry, I broke your tape recorder yesterday. Tape recorder? What about your eye? Cut. Weintraub stopped the audition on the VCR. How do you feel? Weintraub asked Ronald. Ronald didn't speak. This Kyle, his acting isn't very good. Danny is a poor child raised by a single mother, while Ali is the only daughter of a wealthy middle-class family in the area. There's a significant class difference between them. In Ronald's script, in this dialogue, Ali has clearly developed feelings for Danny, and her words subtly suggest creating opportunities for him to ask her out. However, Danny is quite bothered by the fact that he was beaten up by Ali's ex-boyfriend Johnny yesterday after asking her out, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. He doesn't want to date Ali out of pity. He also wants to project a strong image and win Ali's heart. This Kyle, whose father is a nationally renowned movie star, comes from a wealthy family and has never experienced being looked down upon. Therefore, The emotions he portrays in this audition scene don't match the emotions Danny should have. From this perspective, Kyle doesn't seem to have much acting skill, nor the ability to truly delve into the character's inner world. Of course, he's just a teenager, so expecting acting skills is unrealistic. However, Kyle lacks the background and mindset of Danny's character, which suggests he's not suited to playing the role naturally. But Weintraub seems to value him highly. What does director Avildsen think? Ronald began to dodge the question. Ask him yourself when he arrives, Weintraub said. Actually, this film is mainly about the story, action scenes, and Master Miyagi's humorous lines. The male lead's acting isn't that important. You're the screenwriter, you should know that, right? No, he's very important. Suddenly, Avildsen's voice came from the doorway. He had just walked in and overheard Weintraub's words. The two most important characters in this film are Danny and Master Miyagi. They complement each other. If one actor is slightly weaker, the other won't get the right response, and it will also weaken their performance. Ronald nodded secretly. This script, compared to his previous two exploitation films, incorporated many more character development elements. The backgrounds and identities of the two actors were gradually revealed, one overt and one covert. Danny was the overt one. The audience knew his family background, his feelings for Ali, and his desire to learn karate to become stronger after being beaten up. Master Miyagi, on the other hand, was the covert one. He appeared as an apartment repairman speaking broken English, and then his character was peeled back layer by layer, like an onion. Every time Danny interacted with him, he revealed a part of the character's personality and backstory. If Danny's performance wasn't strong enough, it would weaken the intensity of these interactions, and Miyagi's character wouldn't stand up. It would cause the entire film to collapse. Hey, Susan. When are you going to agree to go on a date with me? Do you think I'm too old? Actually, I'm in pretty good shape. I used to box with Sylvester Stallone every day a few years ago. Avildsen flirted with Susan again, half-jokingly. You think so too, Ronald? Weintraub asked Ronald. The two were arguing about the casting again. Ronald thought for a moment, then instead of answering directly, asked, I haven't seen Kyle on set yet. Do you think he's the kind of person who would hold a grudge just because he wasn't cast? Him? Of course not, he's Clint Eastwood's son. Weintraub laughed. That was a bit of an overreaction. When I was writing Danny, I envisioned a kid with chips on his shoulders. Only someone like that would be so obsessed with practicing karate, instead of giving up and never dating Ali again. Putting chips on one's shoulder is an American idiom describing someone who holds grudges and resentments, planning revenge later. Mark Twain used it to describe the protagonist Tom Sawyer's behavior in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Chips on one's shoulder. Weintraub stroked his chin, lost in thought. But Kyle was Clint's son when he was 38. That playboy dotes on his son. He probably doesn't really understand what setbacks or being bullied are. And he's only 15, Mr. Weintraub, it's Mr. Clint Eastwood on the phone. Susan came over to remind Weintraub. Okay, I'm coming. Jared got up and went to answer the phone with Susan. I'm telling you, Ronnie, you didn't see Kyle's audition yesterday. It was a disaster. Avildsen didn't mince words with Ronald, directly pointing out that Kyle wasn't suitable for Danny's role. I'm telling you, John, that might be a bit inappropriate, but isn't it a bit strange that you're always flirting with Susan? I think Weintraub seems to really like her. Ronald knew that Avildsen was single, a Hollywood director, and a playboy. You're overthinking it, Ronald. The first rule of hunting for women is to make sure the other person has a steady boyfriend. Susan was clearly a shy girl, and how could she possibly be Weintraub's type? You've met Jerry's girlfriend, haven't you? Yes, I have. Ronald recalled the blonde beauty Weintraub had cheated on him with at home that day, a woman with an excellent figure and looks, while Susan was just an average-looking girl, and a little overweight. Sorry, maybe I'm overthinking it, John. Ronald, when Clint gets back, let's talk to him together. See if we can change his son Kyle's role, making him Johnny's classmate, a student at the Rattlesnake Karate Dojo. A short while later, Weintraub returned. Ronald looked at Susan following behind. She certainly didn't seem like the type Weintraub would cheat on. Thank you, Susan. Ronald thanked her, took the 2 cups of coffee she brought, and handed one to Avildsen. What? You want my son Kyle to play the villain? A few hours later, Clint Eastwood arrived at the office and, after hearing Weintraub's explanation of why Kyle wasn't suitable for the role of Danny, and then suggesting he play a supporting role, flew into a rage. This tough guy on screen clearly had a cowboy-like temper in real life. However, his composure remained, even when angry. His voice wasn't loud, but rather a slow, whispered tone. Kyle is my son. If he wants to make movies, he should play the lead. If you think I'm here to beg you for an insignificant role, you're sorely mistaken, Clint. I didn't mean that. It's just that Kyle isn't suited for this kind of character. Danny comes from a poor family, and you always give Kyle the best of everything. Do you really think I care about a drive-in movie? A child-pleasing exploitative film? But you, and Columbia, should know how to respect me, Clint threatened in his distinctively soft voice. I'll remember all of this. From now on, no Coca-Cola, Columbia's parent company, product will appear in my movies. Chapter 433 The Singer's Posture. Hearing Clint Eastwood's words, Ronald felt a strange sense of wow, that's impressive. A big star could threaten a producer so openly, having reached a certain status in Hollywood and become a box office guarantee for a certain genre, he could do whatever he wanted. HMPH, Weintraub, the producer who had handled concerts for superstars like Elvis Presley and Frank Sinatra, didn't take this level of threat seriously at all. I think we should find a professional actor for Danny. Susan, go and draft a list of well-known young male actors from recent years. We'll go through them one by one. John, now you can take your time choosing. You can review everyone. Susan, call Steve McQueen's widow and ask her son to audition for those villainous supporting roles in Cobra Dojo. Weintraub quickly arranged the next round of auditions. He had completely changed his mindset. These celebrity offspring could only play supporting roles, while main roles still needed to be professionally selected based on the specific character. This way, they could leverage the celebrity's fame to attract media attention without disrupting the story's development. Ronald returned home and took a hot shower. Everything about the film was going smoothly, and he could start thinking about his next directorial project. Drying his hair, Ronald considered calling Nisida to schedule a time to discuss the new film. He had helped sift through offers from various companies, selecting several teen movies, including some mid-budget productions from major studios. The answering machine's red light came on again, indicating someone had left a message. Ronald pressed play. Beep. Ronald, this is Marlene Jahan. Do you remember me? The paperwork you wrote for me as a stunt double in Flashdance got me a formal acting contract. I'm playing a supporting role in Ghetto Justice, and I wanted to call to thank you. Oh, and your friend Diane Lane is here too. Filming slow here, everyone's a bit bored. If you're free, why don't you come visit the set? Yeah, that's all. Ronald scratched his head. Ghetto Justice had already started filming, right? It sounded like it wasn't going very smoothly. Diane's been working hard, so he'd go visit the set and see how her new film was going. Didn't you forget to tell me yesterday to have Ronald call to confirm the visit time? Diane Lane, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, was sitting while her hairstylist did her hair. Next to her was Marlene Jahan, playing a supporting role as a bar dancer in the film. If you care about him so much, why don't you just call him? Marlene, being American, couldn't understand Diane's mentality. Is it that American custom that girls can't call boys? Diane waved her hand, and the hairdresser left knowingly. No, you don't understand. Ronald is a very special person. Unlike others. Like Michael Parr, Marlene laughed. Parr, the actor playing the male lead in the film, had recently become infatuated with Diane, sending her flowers every day. Parr was also American, and Marlene thought he was quite handsome. Ugh, vomit. Diane made a vomiting gesture. That guy is so annoying, always making a whirring sound with his folding knife. Ha ha ha. Marlene and she laughed together. This former chef, who rose to power through women, was actually a very shallow person. Hair, makeup, focus, and then a long wait for the lighting to be completed. Diane sat in the lounge listening to music, still using the Sony Walkman that Ronald had given her. Today was the first day of filming the concert scenes. Director Walter Hill wanted the lead actors to focus on rehearsing their blocking and lip-syncing. He decided to use a special lighting method to create an unparalleled explosive effect for the concert sequence. In addition to the special lighting arrangements, he also brought in a fashion designer to create a sexy rock singer outfit for Diane's character, Ellen Ann. Of course, neither of these things were in place yet. The main purpose was for Diane, Michael Parr, and Willem Dafoe to rehearse. This kind of live musical performance hadn't been filmed for many years since the golden age of musicals. He preferred to spend more time letting the actors familiarize themselves with the stage blocking rather than adjusting on the fly. Most of the technical staff who knew how to film musicals had also retired, and the new team needed rehearsals to gel. "Diane, come here, we can start rehearsing," director Walter Hill said, taking out a microphone and inviting Diane to the stage in front of the studio to begin rehearsals. Seated in a corner of the stage was the film's music director, Jim Steinman. He and his band, having pre-recorded a single, loaded the tape into the recorder. A burst of energetic drumming erupted, followed by keyboard sounds, and finally a solo electric guitar. Came the backing vocals. "Now," director Walter Hill gestured, and Diane walked up from the side of the stage. "Lying in your bed, on a Saturday night, you're sweating, not even hot. But your brain has received the message. It's sending it out to every nerve and every muscle in your body." A deep, passionate female voice began singing the film's opening theme. Diane, clutching an old-fashioned stage microphone, frowned, feigning lip-syncing. "Very good, looks like you've memorized the lyrics," the director said with satisfaction, gesturing for Jim Steinman to turn off the recording. Just as Walter Hill was about to continue coaching Diane, Michael Parr, the male lead, ran up from the other side of the stage, twirling his butterfly knife in one hand and holding a large bouquet of flowers in the other. "Diane, you sang very well today." Diane rolled her eyes at him, then took the bouquet and casually tossed it into the nearby trash can. PFFT, Marlene Jahan couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, bro, don't waste this bouquet, move your ass to the audience," director Walter Hill snapped at Parr, both angry and exasperated. "Okay," Michael Parr replied dejectedly. He wasn't actually afraid of the director, his lover was the film's executive producer, and as long as he didn't go too far, the director couldn't do anything to him. "Oh, here we go again," Willem Dafoe, playing the villainous supporting character, covered his face. He also had a scene here, where after the song, he would rush up from the audience, kidnap Diane's character, Alan N., and carry her away on his shoulder. Parr, who played the male lead Cody, wasn't supposed to have any scenes today. But on set, he was likable in Heat, having already flirted with several actresses. Only the lead actress, Diane, remained indifferent to him, which only fueled his interest, leading him to make his advances daily. This behavior, in turn, made the actresses he was pursuing jealous of Diane, and then their other admirers were also unhappy, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere on set, with everyone openly and secretly vying for attention. "Hey, Walter, did we disturb you?" Ronald and his agent, Richard, saw that the rehearsal had ended and walked in from outside, carrying a small bouquet of flowers, which they handed to Diane. "Have a good shoot," Ronald hugged Diane. Today she was still wearing a t-shirt and jeans, not at all like a rock star. "What, hasn't your costume arrived yet? When are you going to dress like a rock singer?" Ronald teased Diane. "The designer had me try it on. He said the dress needed some adjustments, but I look very good in it," Diane said with a smile, quietly pulling Ronald's arm. "Oh, there's already a bouquet here." Ronald noticed the large flowers in the trash can, much bigger than the ones he had given. "I love the ones you gave me," Diane chuckled, turning to take the flowers Ronald had given her into the lounge. "Should I order another one for you? Like the ones you gave Helen?" her agent, Richard, suggested from the side. HMPH, Diane put the bouquet away. She had overheard Ronald giving flowers to Helen, and a wave of annoyance rose within her. Diane retreated into the lounge, closed the door, tossed the bouquet onto the table, and began packing her makeup bag. Lipstick, powder compact, mirror, Walkman. She tossed each item into the bag. Seeing the Walkman, Diane slammed the bag onto the table again, slamming her fist on it twice in frustration. A wave of resentment washed over her, and Diane buried her head in her arms, slumping against the table for a while. Then she stood up, tidied her hair, and the stubbornness of a New York taxi driver's daughter once more filled Diane's chest. Diane, on the sets of Outdoor Rascals, The Rivals, and now Ghetto Justice, was always surrounded by outstanding male actors, a queen everyone wanted but couldn't have. "Time to wake up," Diane said, looking at her youthful face in the mirror. Then she ran onto the stage and told director Walter Hill, "We can start another take." Walter Hill was discussing musical film shooting techniques with Ronald. He knew Ronald's films had similar musical scenes, and Ronald had even written the script for a musical like Grease too. The two were discussing how to operate the camera. Hearing Diane's command, Director Hill was slightly surprised, then snapped his fingers at music director Jim Steinman. "You have so many dreams, you don't know where to put them, so you'd better release some of them. You have a feeling your body is starting to rust. You'd better get it moving, get it working." Diane pretended to sing into the microphone, and a slightly hoarse female voice burst forth powerfully from the speakers. Ronald was astonished by the singing. It sounded like someone was singing live. The voice had a three-dimensional quality and a penetrating quality, making him feel as if he were actually there. He couldn't help but look at Diane, trying to figure out if she was really singing live. When he did reshoots for The Amazing Stains with her before, she didn't seem to sing very well. Ronald looked more closely and confirmed it wasn't Diane singing live. Although her brows were furrowed and her hands gripped the old-fashioned floor-standing microphone tightly, her core and abdomen were relaxed. She wasn't using her diaphragm to sing, so she definitely couldn't produce such a powerful voice. "What did you think?" Walter Hill asked Ronald after Diane finished lip-syncing. "It was a really good song." Ronald glanced at the music director, Jim Steinman, who smiled at him. "I was asking about Diane's performance," Director Hill said. Ronald thought for a moment, then decided to be direct. He also hoped Diane could improve her acting skills and become more convincing in her roles. "I think it's very good, but there's still some room for improvement. Her singing posture isn't quite up to par with Sissy Spacek, who won the Oscar for Best Actress a couple of years ago." "How much do you know about singing?" Diane retorted, hearing Ronald's words. Then, Diane quickly walked over to the music director, grabbed a guitar from behind him, and handed it to Ronald. "You think you know a lot about how singers should perform? Come on, demonstrate for me." Ronald looked at the angry Diane and felt a pang of regret. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. His tone might have been harsh, hurting her pride. "I don't really know much. I see you know quite a lot. If there's anything wrong, just say it." Ronald's heart skipped a beat. He knew Diane had a problem with him. He reluctantly took the guitar, slung the strap over his shoulder, and strummed the strings casually, all in perfect tune. Then Ronald covered the strings to stop the sound, followed by a strum, and began to sing the guitar piece originally taught to him by John Fogerty, "Who'll Stop the Rain? As long as I can remember, it's been raining. Mysterious clouds pour down on the ground, perplexing. Good people throughout the ages have been trying to find the sun. I still wonder, who can stop this rain?" Bravo! Music director Jim Steinman was the first to applaud. This piece was indeed 7 or 8/10 as good as Fogerty's. Bravo! Director Hill, Willem Dafoe, who played the villain, and Marlon Jahan, among others, all applauded. Diane's angry glare at Ronald softened, a slight smile appearing on her lips. "Actually, your performance was already very good. I'm just pointing out a small detail from a singer's perspective," Ronald continued, seeing Diane had regained her composure. "Have you seen Sissy Spacek's The Miner's Daughter? She sang live in the movie. You can find it and watch it. When she sings, her voice is relaxed, but her lower abdomen is very tense. This is a common characteristic of professional singers, diaphragmatic breathing, using the diaphragm for power. Is that so?" Diane began to study and imitate. "Yes, a little lower." Ronald observed Diane's posture and offered a few words. "Anything else? Any other suggestions?" Diane looked up at Ronald, her eyes sparkling. "Anything else? Let me think. Sissy plays a country singer, and you play a rock singer. Rock needs to have a bit of anger in it, not the relaxed feel of country." Ronald racked his brains for a suggestion. Seeing Diane still touching her stomach, seemingly unable to find the right spot, Diane looked up at Ronald, as if seeking help. "It's here." Ronald took Diane's hand and gently placed it on her lower abdomen. Slap! Diane slapped Ronald's arm hard. "Ouch!" Ronald cried out softly, touching his arm and asking, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Didn't you say it should be a bit angry?" Diane slapped Ronald's arm a few more times. Yes, that's it." Ronald sensed Diane had found her footing and quickly dodged. Her father, Bert, was of some acting style, but his forceful hitting was indeed very effective in conveying anger. HMPH. Diane walked back to the center of the stage, gesturing for Jim Steinman to play the recording again. As the intro began, Diane turned to Ronald. "Will you come see me tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll put on my costume and officially film this scene." Sure, I'll come." Ronald rubbed his arm. It seemed this was a crucial scene for Diane, and she was still a little insecure. He should come and cheer her on. Chapter 434 The Grandeur of a Large-Scale Production. This is the smaller studio, and the one next to it is the bigger one, used for filming the night view of Chicago's South Side. A fat, burly man led Ronald on a tour of the studios for Ghetto Justice. The man speaking was Joel Silver, the producer of Ghetto Justice, who was very enthusiastic towards Ronald. Hearing that Ronald had come to visit the set today, he rushed over from his office and pulled Ronald aside to show him the film's studios. The studio Joel Silver was referring to was the one where Diane's concert was filmed. It was decorated like an old-fashioned auditorium from the 1950s, somewhat like the one Ronald went to see for Democracy's 25th anniversary concert. Except for a stage and the fact that there were no seats, only standing room, the setup was completely familiar. Turning to the back of the stage, Ronald was surprised to find that the entire backstage area had been recreated. This stage is decorated so realistically. Ronald touched a few switches, which were used to turn on and off the lights on the ceiling. These old-fashioned auditoriums usually allowed lighting technicians to climb to the top loft and use spotlights to illuminate the stars. It cost me $1 million. I copied it exactly from the original blueprints, Joel Silver said proudly. Ronald Lee's new film, Night of the Comet, had already grossed $20 million, a box office of nearly 20 times the production cost. This made him realize that this young man was likely to become the next target of independent producers vying for his attention. Joel Silver proudly showed Ronald the meticulous decorations throughout the set. No director dislikes the high-quality recreations that come with a large investment. Ronald had made 2 small-budget films under $3 million, so he must have longed for the amenities of these big productions. How many scenes are we going to shoot here? Ronald touched the old-fashioned microphone on the stage, the one he had touched during rehearsals. The crew had accurately recreated 50 years of stage technology. These microphones couldn't even be detached from their stands and held in one's hand. There are 2 scenes in total. The opening concert features the female singer being kidnapped, and the ending shows Ellen Ann, now free, singing a song again. 2 scenes. Ronald touched the microphone, mentally estimating how much it would cost to rebuild it. The set design for those 2 scenes alone would be enough for him to make an exploitation film. Please come this way, Joel Silver led Ronald to the large soundstage. To facilitate filming, the crew spared no expense, renting 2 soundstages simultaneously. What's this? Ronald looked at the light-colored canvas covering Universal's largest soundstage in Hollywood. This is a tent. We specially ordered this canvas tent to cover the entire soundstage for night scenes. How much did this cost? $200,000. Oh, Ronald fell silent. Please come in, watch out for the ground. Joel Silver led the way, turning on the soundstage lights. Oh my, what's this? Ronald exclaimed like a movie fan visiting Universal Studios. The dim lighting in the studio actually came from lampposts that looked like streetlights. After his eyes adjusted, Ronald realized that the set in this large studio seemed to be the base of an elevated highway. This is a replica we copied from South Chicago. It's an elevated bridge where several interstate highways converge in South Chicago. Holy SHXT, even Ronald, who had seen many big-budget productions, was stunned by this scale. Several of the elevated bridge's pillars were painted cement-colored, and some of the steel pillars were made to look rusty, very realistic. Why don't you shoot on location? Ronald couldn't understand. 2 reasons. First, the South Chicago area isn't very safe. It would be dangerous for our crew to shoot there for an extended period of time. Seeing that Joel Silver didn't speak, Ronald turned to ask, and the second one? Well, because I can. Well, Ronald didn't know what to say again. In the film industry, money really can buy anything, as long as your movie makes money. Then, the male lead, Cody, will stand here and shoot at the motorcycle thugs next to the overpass pillar, blowing one motorcycle to pieces with a single shotgun blast. Joel Silver explained to Ronald, describing the scene they were planning to film. Isn't that a bit cartoonish? Exactly, Ronald, exactly. Actually, director Walter Hill and I are going to make a cartoonish movie. At the beginning, we'll add 2 lines of white text on a black screen. Another time, another place. Joel Silver gestured to show what the subtitles would look like. Like the beginning of Star Wars, a long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, Ronald asked. Haha, very true. Joel Silver and Ronald walked around, touring the set. The entire film set had the atmosphere of an old-fashioned neighborhood from the 1950s. It seemed they wanted to portray a semi-fictional cartoon story. So, What do you think of this movie? Joel Silver led Ronald around for a while, finally returning to the small studio. His assistant made 2 cups of coffee, and they sat down below the stage to chat. I don't know. I have no experience with big-budget productions like this. Everything is new to me. Haha, I know you're a capable director. Don't worry, I just want to hear your opinion. Let's talk freely. Any inspiration would be great. In that case, Ronald said, seeing how open Joel Silver was, I have a question. Why didn't the male lead, Cody, end up with Ellen Ann? Why did they arrange for him to wander the world while the female lead, Anne, ended up with her agent boyfriend? Ronald voiced his biggest question. From the casting, Diane was the obvious choice for the female lead. Although she wasn't yet a radiant, blossoming woman, her youthful image was quite appealing. Audiences would naturally want her turned up with a handsome actor who played Cody, rather than a deliberately chosen, thin, bespectacled agent who exuded a money-grubbing aura. Director Walter Hill even cast comedian Rick Moranis to play the agent's current boyfriend. No audience would like that kind of man, let alone him being with a female lead. Good question, ha, Joel Silver replied. Because Walter and I have discussed it many times. This movie doesn't rely on plot, but on atmosphere. Today's teenage audiences might not like this kind of old-fashioned ending anymore. Maybe a decadent hero will appeal to them more. Hey, turn on the lights, look at Ronald. Joel Silver waved for his assistant to turn on the lights in the small studio. Several neon lights on the stage backdrop lit up. Then a spotlight shone on the stage. Ronald sat below, feeling that the whole place was very dark. With only the stage being lit. Boom 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 boom, a drum beat began. It was the drummer from the band brought by music director Jim Steinman, caught up in the atmosphere, starting to play the drums. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, several very bright lights in front of the stage flashed a few times, illuminating the entire audience. Ronald felt his pupils shrink. Wow, this effect is amazing, just like a real rock concert. The lighting and the rhythm of the songs were perfectly synchronized, creating a truly immersive atmosphere for the audience. If you come tomorrow, our $1 million lighting technician will make the atmosphere even better. Joel Silver extended an invitation. I'll definitely come. Hearing that the lighting technician was also hired for $1 million, Ronald decided he absolutely had to come and see for himself. Not only that, Diane will also be wearing the most fashionable clothes tomorrow, the work of $1 million designer. Okay, you're making me even more interested. Another $1 million job. This movie is truly extravagant. This kind of story probably doesn't have any expensive special effects. All $30 million went to the dance, makeup, art direction, and costumes. Then it settled. You can wander around here some more. Joel Silver thought the effect was great. Ronald Lee must be very impressed with his fundraising ability and his full support for the director. He patted Ronald on the shoulder and left the studio. Hey Ronald, that song you sang, Who Can Stop This Rain, was it John Fogerty who taught you? Music director Jim Steinman, seeing the producer had left, immediately came over to ask Ronald. Yes, I ran into him at a cowboy bar in San Francisco. He was cursing his manager for cheating him out of money. Ronald recounted his encounter with the CCR band's lead singer. You might not believe it, but although our musical styles are polar opposites, I really love his simple style. So when you played the acoustic guitar and produced 3 rhythms, I immediately recognized him from the Tiger's Paw Prince. Ronald and Jim Steinman began chatting. Steinman was a man obsessed with musical technique. He had flowing long hair and would talk incessantly about people he liked, but wouldn't utter a single word about those he disliked. Ronald didn't know much about Jim Steinman's music. After his self-introduction, he learned that both of Steinman's hit songs, Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart at #1 on the American Billboard charts, and Air Supply's Making Love Out of Nothing at All at #2, were written and composed by Steinman. Gradually, Jim Steinman's team gathered around, listening to their boss's rare comments about a prominent figure in the music scene. Jim Steinman's musical style was described as the Wagnerian of rock, with various instruments and melodies layered and elaborately developed. John Fogerty, whom Ronald had met, was the opposite, often called the troubadour of rock, with a guitar and extremely simple melodies and lyrics. But both were very unique songwriters in the contemporary music scene. Their songs were often impossible for others to imitate or replicate, and even the most popular singers had to humble themselves to write songs for them. I don't understand something. Why did Diane's lip-syncing of the theme song have a stereo effect when you only have one speaker? Ronald seized the opportunity to ask. That's a wall of sound technology. A beautiful singer brought by Steinman answered Ronald's question. A wall of sound, let me explain, Steinman said to Ronald. This is Laurie Sargent. She's the real singer of Nowhere Fast, which Diane lip-synced. A wall of sound is a recording technique where we have the singer and musician sing in a basement with a lot of echo, and then the sound is transmitted to the recording studio above through brass pipes. This gives the singer's voice a special effect, as if it's standing out from the background. Many early records you've heard use this technique, a wall of sound. You made us record over 70 times before it was good enough. My voice is almost cracked, Laurie Sargent complained. There's no other way. The wall of sound technique requires repeated recordings, making sure you completely wear down your individual vocal and instrumental interpretations before you can achieve the desired effect. Ronald chatted with a band for a while longer. It was their first time participating in a film shoot, and they were interested in everything. Laurie Sargent suddenly asked, "Are you the director? Can you tell me why the story of this movie is so strange?" Ronald scratched his head. "Actually, I don't know either. Maybe director Walter Hill has other plans. He said the focus of this movie isn't the story, but the atmosphere, and your music is part of that atmosphere. I estimate that if the movie is a big hit, your band and lead singer will become famous." "Really? We'll become famous too," another blonde female singer suddenly interjected. "This is Holly Sherwood," Steinman introduced. "They are two of my regular backing vocalists. I've done backing vocals for Bonnie Tyler, Meat Loaf, and others. I brought them here this time to help them fulfill their dream of releasing an album." Holly Sherwood will sing the end credits song, a cover of Bruce Springsteen's Streets of Fire. "Then you'll definitely be famous. It's common for movies to have a hit song attached to them these days. If the box office is successful, your record will be too," Ronald said, picking out songs the ladies liked. "I doubt it. The story is already weird enough, and they even changed Cody's partner to a woman," Laurie Sargent suddenly said. "What woman?" Ronald asked, confused. The script originally said Cody's partner was a wrestler named McCoy, but the producers saw an actress auditioning for another role and changed Cody's partner to a woman. Ronald clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected that. Besides the ending, the director and producers didn't respect the script either, making changes on the fly, even altering the gender of the second protagonist. This made Cody's character a bit unclear. Did Cody not end up with Alanine because he felt unworthy of her, or because he fell in love with his partner? This arrangement wasn't ideal. "Ronald, if it were you, how would you write this story?" Holly Sherwood asked, leaning back in her chair. "Me? I might introduce a martial arts master like Bruce Lee to help Cody defeat the bad guys." Uncle, ha ha ha, everyone laughed. "Huh?" Ronald suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he'd heard this story somewhere before. Was it a similar movie he'd seen in a past life, or some old Hollywood film he'd watched in this one? Filled with questions, Ronald returned home. If it was a movie he'd seen in his past life, he should dream about it, right? Diane was an actress he knew. And he'd guessed the plot offhand. Could Diane's movie have been a big hit? Ronald took a hot shower and then did some Jane Fonda exercises. He went to bed early, hoping to dream about something. A burst of noise came over him, and Ronald vaguely heard many boys talking loudly. Why is it so noisy? The video rental store is about to show a video. Why are they still talking so loudly? The author's neighborhood was under lockdown today, so he bought some food to stock up just in case, hence the late arrival. Chapter 435 Capcom. It's my turn. Get out of the way. What do you mean, it's your turn? I still have coins. Watch out or I'll beat you up. Ronald vaguely saw two boys fighting over an arcade machine. The older boy threatened the first boy with his fist. A coin was inserted into the arcade machine's coin slot. Doo-doo, a crisp sound indicated that the boy had started another game. A large logo appeared on the arcade screen, Capcom. Below it was the game name, Final Fight. A villain called, and the subtitle said he had kidnapped a pop star. Twins, shall we? The younger boy said, inserting a coin as well. Another doo-doo, and the arcade screen showed 3 character portraits, the character selection screen. You choose the one in red, I'll choose the one in white. Okay, it seemed the character in white was easier to play, and the two even made their choices. A character wearing a white t-shirt and jeans had Cody written on the left side of a health bar. The other character was dressed in red, with Guy written on the left side of his health bar. The arcade screen went dark and then lit up again, revealing two main characters, one in white and one in red, on the left. Huh? What game is this? It looks really fun. On the arcade in Ronald's dream, a street scene appeared, with many gasoline barrels separating the two sides in the middle. On the left were the two main characters. A very large villain was on the right side of the screen, holding a beautiful woman in red, laughing triumphantly. Ha, ha 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 ha, a rough laugh came from the arcade speakers. Wow, it even has voice acting, although it wasn't perfect. Ronald felt that the game was quite advanced to have such voice acting in an arcade. Yay! Uncle, the two main characters shouted in unison, each unleashing their special moves. A whirlwind kick blew up the gasoline barrels blocking the way, and then the two chased after the villain holding the beautiful woman. Several henchmen were stunned by the protagonist's attack, and then, the boy used some special move to throw the villains to the ground, killing them instantly. This game is so much fun, Ronald exclaimed excitedly. Wasn't this Cody the protagonist from Ghetto Justice? And that guy in the red shirt, he seemed to be the Chinese-American character he'd casually mentioned. The last one, the big guy no one chose. Ronald guessed that this was probably the original McCoy character from the script, but the director had replaced him with a woman. After the villains were dealt with, the two protagonists entered the subway and chased the villains to the final warehouse. The villain who had stolen the woman in red came out and broke down the warehouse door. Wait, I'll take this dagger, the boy controlling Cody in the white shirt asked the other to leave him a dagger. Why, you don't understand, the guy in the white shirt can hold the dagger, but the guy in the red shirt throws it. Oh, Ronald's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the butterfly knife that the male protagonist, Michael Parr, always used? It seems this game is definitely an adaptation of Street Rage, the recreation is so good. The two boys quickly defeated the villain. However, the woman in red didn't appear. After a few lines of text, the two moved to the right side of the screen and entered the next level. There are more levels. Ronald felt this dream was worthwhile, he hadn't expected arcade games to be so interesting. The two protagonists exited the subway and went straight to a ring. On the ring, a villain wearing Japanese-style armor wielded two katanas. His attack power was astonishing, and he quickly killed both of the boys' lives. Wow, this game is really difficult, Ronald exclaimed in his dream. After a blur, it seemed Ronald was in another arcade. The two boys had grown quite a bit. There's a new game here called Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, I'll teach you how to play. The two boys seemed to have become friends, cooperating to play this kind of level-based game. Okay, the other boy inserted 2 coins. Ronald noticed that this game console had 3 slots, allowing 3 people to play together. Getting more and more advanced. The two boys started choosing characters. This time, besides the man in the white shirt and a burly wrestler, there was a black man in green clothes and a yellow baseball cap, and a woman. Looks like this game is also based on Ghetto Justice, Ronald thought. It was the same old standoff with enemies. This time, the boys chose the 2 men in green and white clothes, and used the same move again, smashing a gas can. Press the joystick forward twice, and you can run, one of the boys explained. Ronald watched as they ran, kicking the bad guys to death and also smashing a gas can. A shotgun appeared on the ground. You can pick it up and shoot, the boy instructed, walking over and picking up the shotgun, aiming at a bad guy riding a motorcycle and firing. Boom, the motorcycle was smashed to pieces. There really is a similar scene, Ronald recalled producer Joel Silver's description of Cody's camera work, the scene where a motorcycle is blown up with a shotgun. The two continued on, reaching the end of the first level, where a dinosaur was chained to the ground. A villain punched the dinosaur twice, turning it from green to a ferocious yellow, and it began to tear at the protagonist. Shoot, one boy shouted. Okay, the other boy fired a few shots at the dinosaur, turning it back to green. This dinosaur is interesting, but it's not from Gangs of Fury, Ronald thought. The two boys progressed through several levels, only to be killed by a butcher wielding 2 large machetes at the end of the second level. Having run out of coins, they had to leave dejectedly. On the arcade screen, Ronald saw the Capcom logo again. This company makes really fun games, I want to buy their stock, a sudden urge struck Ronald, waking him from his dream. Phew, Ronald wiped his sweat. It was still a long time before dawn. He quickly turned on his desk lamp, took out a notebook, and wrote down the name Capcom, intending to ask his accountant, Lawrence, later. I've checked every listed company, and I can't find this company. Are you sure it's Capcom? Is the spelling correct, Lawrence? After receiving Ronald's call, consulted with stockbrokers for a long time before calling to report back to Ronald. Maybe it's not an American company? I see there are quite a few companies in Japan making arcade games. Japanese companies? There's a game console company called Nintendo. Their home console just entered the American market, and I heard it's much more fun than Atari. Is that so? Can you help me see if I can buy their stock? Ronald thought that although he couldn't find Capcom, he could still look into Japanese game companies. Richard, I heard a Japanese game console has been released. How about it? Can you help me buy too? Ronald called his broker again. You mean Nintendo? I'll write it down for you. CAA is planning to buy a batch as gifts for their clients' kids. So, is that console fun? It's like those arcade games like Donkey Kong and Galaga, nothing new. You know, Atari ZT the extraterrestrial was terrible, it shrunk the American home console market. Luckily, this Nintendo console lets you play the old arcade games, so kids still like it. Huh? Really? Ronald hadn't expected the Spielberg movie adaptations to be so bad, affecting console sales. Absolutely awful. I heard they paid a fortune for the license, but it's shoddy work, and they produced more game cartridges than Atari consoles have in stock. I heard they're going to throw them in the desert to destroy them. Okay, Ronald quickly called his accountant, Lawrence. Lawrence, don't buy Nintendo stock yet. I heard the console market has collapsed. I was just about to call you too. My stockbroker found out that Nintendo is listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, but he strongly advised against it. The console market is currently in a state of collapse. The two discussed investment arrangements for a while, and Ronald was about to hang up. By the way, Ronald, do you remember the donation you made to Vincent Chin, the victim of racial discrimination? Ronald remembered a young Chinese-American man in Detroit who was mistaken for Japanese and beaten to death with baseball bats by two white men. I remember. Is his case going to trial? Yes, our Citizens for Justice, a group of Chinese-American lawyers, is preparing to push for a charge of malicious violence based on racial discrimination against the two defendants. Because the Detroit District Attorney is only willing to charge it with second-degree murder. So we need more donations to put pressure on the prosecution at the federal level and in the media. Okay, donate another $1,000 to the Citizens for Justice in my name. Ronald felt that this tragedy of a Chinese-American man did not receive a fair trial. If a Chinese-American had killed a white man, it would definitely be at least first-degree murder. Let's do what we can to honor my Chinese heritage from my past life. Okay, thank you, Ronald, Lawrence said repeatedly on the other end of the phone. Having come from New York's Chinatown, he was still trying his best to help those facing such injustice against Chinese people. Chapter 436 The $1 Million Costume Designer. Hey, watch out, two stagehands, one spraying water onto the blades of a large electric fan with a hose, the other turning the fan up to its maximum, spreading the water mist evenly across the ground. A thin layer of mist sprayed from the front of the large fan, quickly covering the concrete with a layer of black water stains. The water droplets were sprayed very evenly, and there wasn't much standing water, but it reflected the neon lights. The neon sign at the entrance of the concert venue read "Welcome Allen and Home," and the colorful neon lights reflected off the black water stains on the ground, blending with the colors of the neon lights themselves, transforming the dim street into a very lively atmosphere. Ronald recognized this technique of using the reflection of light from the water stains on the ground as an invention of Capella and old-time buddies. In the low-light background, the brightly colored neon lights were used to outline the atmosphere of the film's opening, quickly drawing the audience into the emotions the director wanted them to experience. This is a very advanced technique, requiring a combination of lighting, cinematography, and even post-production sound effects to achieve the effect of instantly drawing the audience into the atmosphere. I never expected to see it again in the Ghetto Justice studio. The director is very skilled at creating this kind of atmosphere. After the two factory workers finished watering, Ronald crossed the street and entered the stage set. The stage was also dimly lit, and the assistant director was directing hundreds of extras, instructing them to perform various clapping, wave, and shouting actions according to his instructions. Hey, Ronald, over here. Director Walter Hill was setting up cameras behind the stage. This scene required at least 6 cameras to film simultaneously. He saw Ronald and waved. Ronald noticed a fence separating the audience from the back of the stage, so he quickly ran a few steps, used his hands to push himself over, and and then walked towards the director and the producer beside him. "Wow, your suit is very nice," said a burly man next to the director, with white hair combed back, giving him a very fashionable look. Ronald looked at the man, a little puzzled. It's rare for people to comment on someone else's clothing so readily. The man's suit fits him perfectly. Could he be a costume designer? "Let me introduce you. This is George, the costume designer the production team hired at a high salary. He designed and provided both of Diane's stage costumes. George, this is Ronald, currently America's most promising young director. You should also provide costumes for his films in the future, not just those." George looked at Ronald, "but very few people wear suits as well as you. Wearing formal attire requires a straight posture and good physique. Those who are overly servile or arrogant cannot wear suits with the same elegance as you." Ronald chuckled. He was indeed a costume designer. His words were very professional. "Perhaps it's because my tailoring is excellent. I feel it fits perfectly. A good bespoke suit has this advantage: whether you're walking, sitting, or running, the jacket fits you perfectly, avoiding the awkward situation where the shoulder pads stick out when you raise your arm. No, I'm serious. Your tailor is indeed quite skilled, but his craftsmanship leans towards the American style. The waist doesn't quite fit your figure better. Someone with your build should wear Italian-style tailoring to truly showcase your sexiness." Ronald hadn't expected George to be so enthusiastic. "Okay, what's the name of your suit shop? I'll go buy 2 suits. I'll send you 2 formal suits, as long as you agree to wear mine to the next Oscars and Golden Globes." "You'll be attending the Oscars, right?" George said, getting excited, and handed Ronald a business card. "Just give me a call then, and say I ordered it." "That's fine," producer Joel Silver chimed in. "George is very talented. His menswear brand has just entered the American market, and I've been wearing his brand all along. Thank you. I feel like today is my lucky day. By the way, what's the name of your menswear brand?" "It's named after me. I've already opened several stores and a factory in Los Angeles, handling all kinds of orders for suits and other menswear. Don't worry, your suits will be handled very well." "A Giorgio Armani suit, haha, sounds very nice." Ronald smiled, glanced at the business card, and then put it in his pocket. Giorgio Armani personally designed and completed Diane's 2 stage costumes. It's said that Diane herself made some design requests. Today, the costumes were finally finished and delivered to the dressing room. George was also going to come and see the effect on set. "Okay, when the time comes, you guys sway to this rhythm." The assistant director below the stage finished rehearsing with the extras and dismissed them to rest. They would regroup when the actual filming started. The lighting crew began to set up the lighting under the direction of the director of photography. Ronald noticed a tall, bespectacled man directing the lighting on set, replacing the director of photography. This was unusual on a film set. Producer Joel Silver, known for Mark Brickman, boasted to Ronald, "I spent $1 million to get him to do the lighting for 2 concert scenes." Ronald couldn't remember how many times he'd heard the word million in the past few days. Costume designer Armani also commanded $1 million salary, and now this lighting professional was asking for $1 million too. The budget was truly enormous. Everything was done to the highest standards. Lighting technician Mark Brickman had done live concert lighting for rock singer Bruce Springsteen. He was adept at using light to create emotion. As the film's opening scene, Diane's entrance was highly anticipated. "You can go down there and see, it's breathtaking." Producer Joel nudged Ronald's arm, gesturing for him to go to the audience area. Ronald climbed off the stage again and went behind the last camera. One problem with multi-camera shooting is that the camera might accidentally capture other camera positions, leading to continuity errors. Therefore, skilled cinematographers adept at multi-camera shooting are adept at cleverly concealing the cameras. Ronald walked behind a camera disguised as lighting equipment. The dozen or so extras at the front of the stage were rehearsing their actions for interacting with Diane, who played Ellen Ann. The extras raised their hands high, stretching towards the stage as if worshipping their idol. A double for Diane was mimicking Diane clapping, shaking hands, and saying a few words. "Huh?" Ronald suddenly noticed a very interesting spectacle from this perspective. The star on stage was focused by spotlights shining down from the ceiling. Surrounded by dark red ambient lighting in a red atmosphere created by colorful neon lights. The lighting technician was also directing his assistants to release smoke. In the hazy atmosphere, from the dimly lit audience, the star appeared ethereal, enveloped in a cloud of mist. Most interestingly, The raised hands of the audience members weren't illuminated. However, against a bright stage backdrop, a clever combination of lights created a silhouette effect. The audience resembled worshippers adoring their idol, with a star at the center of the light. Ronald could imagine the incredibly stunning lighting effect during the actual filming, with all eyes following the lighting setup to converge on Diane. Diane would rise like a shining star, surrounded by a fervent audience. That million was well spent, Ronald thought. No wonder they did live lighting for some of the hottest rock bands. This stage effect was something a typical film lighting technician could never achieve. Ronald jumped back onto the stage, trying to figure out the lighting setup, but he quickly gave up. It was an incredibly complex system, with spotlights on stage, neon lights in the background, and numerous ambient lights in the gaps. The lighting assistant released smoke in various locations, filling the entire stage with it. A few small windows above allowed sunlight to filter through, creating a hazy, heavenly glow. Ronald knew he couldn't master the lighting in a short time. He could only memorize the lights technician's name, hoping to hire him for similar scenes in the future. Ronald, his agent, Richard, called out, entering the dimly lit studio and struggling to find him. "Here, Richard," Ronald waved. Richard stared for a moment, then walked to the front of the stage and handed Ronald a large bag. "The Nintendo game console you wanted?" Several people on stage, including Giorgio Armani, gathered around to look at Ronald's little toy. Ronald opened it to find 2 cardboard boxes with a picture of a gray plastic box and 2 controllers. It looked like a VCR. Below was the name of the game console, Nintendo NES. "Thanks. I'll give one to my cousin, and the other one for Helen to play with when she gets back," Ronald said, thanking Richard. "What's this?" Armani looked at the gray machine, finding its design quite interesting. "It's a game console that can be connected to TV. I heard it's more fun than Atari." "Who's Helen? Is she your girlfriend?" "Yes, she's currently filming Supergirl at Pinewood Studios in London. She's the lead actress." "Oh, when she gets back, you must let her come to my studio. My brand also has women's clothing." George suddenly became interested. Supergirl sounded like a spin-off of Superman. The thought of the two of them wearing Armani at the Oscars would greatly enhance his marketing. At least, with a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and being celebrities, the broadcasters would surely give them several close-ups. Whoosh, a small gap in the backstage curtain was closed. Diane, dressed in a very sexy and beautiful costume, was preparing to surprise Ronald with her entrance scene. She had been waiting for quite some time behind the curtain at the backstage entrance. But the joy Ronald had shown earlier was completely shattered by the happy smile that appeared on his face when he talked about Helen. And with Giorgio Armani saying he'd design clothes for Helen, her outfit wouldn't be unique anymore. In that case, let this unrequited love end without a trace, Diane thought bitterly, a mix of anger and frustration. She kicked the wall near the entrance. Then she took the song Nowhere Fast from Marlene Jahan, which she needed to lip-sync, and reviewed her lines. "No matter what, I have to sing this song perfectly." For reasons she couldn't quite explain, she wanted to leave Ronald with a perfect impression, to truly showcase her charm as a mature and beautiful woman. Sam, Ronald was talking to George about menswear when a tall man in the audience suddenly clutched his stomach and crouched down. The assistant director rushed over to check on him. He was experiencing sudden abdominal pain and quickly called his driver and assistant, who took him to the hospital. "Find another extra," Director Walter Hill instructed the assistant director. "He's the one who says his lines." "Huh?" Walter Hill looked around among the extras. This extra with lines was the one playing the female singer Anne's die-hard fan, the one who yelled "I love you, Ellen," at the stage. The camera would give him a close-up shot, so they had to find a handsome guy to play the role. The other male extras below were all wearing t-shirts and were average-looking. "Ronald, how about you do a cameo?" After looking around for a while, Walter Hill found Ronald. He was wearing a bespoke suit, and his face was photogenic. It was just a line, and he didn't need great acting skills. "Me? Sure, what should I say?" Ronald realized that the big scene was suddenly missing an extra, and if he was suitable, he should fill in. "I love you, Ellen." Director Walter Hill explained the scene to Ronald, then turned to his assistant. "You stand next to him and remind him when he has his lines." All the extras returned, and after several lighting tests, Director Walter Hill walked to the large camera crane facing the stage and sat down next to the director of photography. "Ready. Ghetto Justice, Scene X, Take X, First Take, everything ready," The first assistant director called out in a drawn-out tone, and people at each camera were clapping their clapperboards. The simultaneous shooting of multiple cameras required coordination, so it took a little longer. Recording, ready, camera 1, full speed, camera 2, full speed, action. Now, please welcome the one and only Ellen N. Returning to her hometown, the host outside the studio called out the name of the female singer Ellen N through the loudspeaker. AWW, all the extras cheered and jumped for joy, raising their hands and dancing non-stop. Ronald, guided by the assistant director's gestures, began waving his hands. Their hands were captured as silhouettes by the cameras behind them. A spotlight shone on the drummer of the band brought by music director Jim Steinman. A beam of white light followed him, and the man in a white suit began playing the first rhythm of the drums. Neon lights behind the stage began to flicker, forming meaningless symbols and letters. The spotlight shifted to the left, and a second spotlight shone on the keyboardist, who began playing the first melody. Following the drummer's rhythm, the keyboardist, also in a white suit, began to move up and down. Then came the guitarist. A third spotlight illuminated him, and he ran a few steps on stage before playing the first chord. The three spotlights illuminated the three band members, and the exciting, high-energy intro to Nowhere Fast began. Ronald and the extras beside him, guided by the spotlight, began to cheer and applaud the three musicians. Everyone knew that the most exciting moment was about to arrive. The band's soul, the female rock star Ellen N., was about to take the stage. The drummer gave the drum kit a rhythm, striking all the drums from left to right, and finally hitting the cymbals. The spotlight shone in the direction of his drumsticks. Ronald, like the audience, was completely immersed in the moment. He seemed to have forgotten that this was a movie shoot. His whole body was buzzing with excitement, his heart pounding powerfully in his chest with the drum beats. His eyes were fixed on the stage entrance, as if he were truly anticipating the performance of America's greatest female singer. "Awoo!" The audience's shouts rose several decibels, and all the spotlights shone on the stage entrance. In the milky white light, a long-haired woman, dressed in a black and red performance outfit, held a microphone in one hand and raised the other high, slowly running towards the center of the stage. The audience screamed "Alan! Alan!" like crazy. Ronald's heart pounded faster and faster. He almost didn't recognize her. It was Diane Lane. Her long, flowing hair shimmered with a metallic sheen under the spotlight. Long eyelashes and deep eyeshadow made the girl, no, this woman, incredibly sexy and beautiful. Diane had clearly made a request to Giorgio Armani. She was wearing the same bright red trousers she'd worn at the 54 Club in New York, and during the filming of the ending of The Amazing Stains, beneath the red cropped trousers were red high heels, gleaming mysteriously under the lights. She wore a low-cut black dress that slit just past her thighs, revealing the red trousers underneath. The asymmetrical neckline revealed a red strapless bra. She wore long black gloves on both arms and two fingerless black leather gloves on her hands. This red and black color combination made Ronald's mouth drop open. Yesterday, Diane seemed like the girl next door. Today, she had transformed into an incredibly sexy and beautiful pop star. Diane ran from the stage entrance towards the center of the stage, the spotlight following her intently, as if to make her the queen of the day. Reaching the microphone in the center of the stage, Diane stopped, one hand gripping the microphone, the other raised high to the sky, radiating a superstar aura, ready to sing. Ronald stood there, stunned, as if he had forgotten everything. He suddenly understood the meaning behind Diane and his cousin's frequent conversations about him. He also understood the coincidence of Diane always appearing in the same places as him. Hey, Ronald's assistant stammered. This was supposed to be Ronald's turn to speak. The camera on stage zoomed in, finding Ronald in his suit. Your turn, the assistant nudged Ronald. Oh, Ronald finally remembered he had a line. He cupped his hands around his mouth, and blurted out, I love you, Diane. Cut. Director Walter Hill, sitting on a large camera crane, had already panned from behind to in front of Diane, preparing to shoot a close-up. Hearing Ronald mispronounce his line, he was quite annoyed at wasting the first, emotionally charged shot. He quickly called for a stop. This video looks like a music video. It's quite good. The author has uploaded it to Bilibili, a Chinese video sharing website, under the account name Moscow Level 8 Fitter Guosha. Those interested can check it out. Chapter 437 Safe Journey. It would be a shame if such a long take, with its large scale, were interrupted by a small problem. Fortunately, the long take had only just begun, and the footage shot earlier wasn't unusable. All they needed to do was cut to a shot of an audience member shouting "I love you, Ellen." Ronald's heart was still pounding. The intense drum beats and the enthusiastic audience could indeed stir people's emotions. Ronald looked at Diane, who appeared before him today in a completely new light. The little girl who used to play with Donna in the New York apartment and sit next to him at the Oscars had transformed into a graceful, captivating butterfly. On stage, Diane, holding the microphone, seemed still immersed in her role, her expression slightly angry, her brow furrowed, her abdomen straining. Wearing Giorgio Armani's stage outfit, she had the air of a rock star. "Shoot," Diane snapped, "I was in perfect form just now." She was also a little annoyed by Ronald's words. She had already decided to put her girlish obsession with dating her friend's brother behind her back, but who knew? "My mistake, I'm sorry. I suddenly forgot the character's name." Ronald apologized to director Walter Hill. "HMPH, I'm going to take a break." Diane glared at Ronald upon hearing this and turned to leave. "Diane," Ronald called after her, then looked at her, unsure what to say for a moment. "Sorry, it was my mistake. Your acting is terrible," Diane blurted out, then went back to the dressing room with Marlene Jahan. Seeing that Diane didn't react, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little regretful. He turned to director Walter Hill. "How about we find someone else? I'm really not very good at acting. Find someone else." Director Walter Hill turned to the assistant director and assigned the task. This kind of cameo role was a piece of cake for him. Ronald led Richard behind the camera, facing the auditorium doors, so as not to obstruct the filming. Maybe there was in the past, but probably not now, Ronald thought calmly for a moment. He figured Diane might have had some feelings for him before. He had helped her a few times, like helping her escape from a lying jerk at Jane Fonda's party, helping her get away from her mother, and later avoiding the embarrassment at the Oscars. That was probably the common American girl's desire to date her friend's brother. He could talk to her privately sometime and move on from that. Ronald thought, but Diane has really changed a lot. Back at Club 54, she was a chubby little girl. Now she seems to have grown into a beautiful woman. White American girls develop very quickly. They can grow like dough in just a few months. Brooke Shields, for example, had already gained weight when he saw her in the Israeli desert last time. Hey, Ronald thought, why am I thinking about Brooke again? He pulled his thoughts back. We have another offer today. A car manufacturer wants you to shoot an ad for their latest model, Richard said to Ronald. I remember my advertising agency contract isn't with CAA, is it? Well, they're a Swedish car manufacturer, so they got your contact information through our London office. Why did they choose me for an ad? They heard it was because of your chewing gum ad, which aired in Sweden and caught their attention. That's why they looked for your name. Why would chewing gum be related to cars? They think your clean and crisp style is a good fit for their brand of cars. What brand is it? Saab, Richard replied. Never heard of it. Anyway, if you're interested, I can have them talk to you, but this will be considered my business. Richard still only had one client, making him the most self-reliant of the agents. No problem, Ronald patted Richard on the shoulder. Quiet. Please be quiet. The assistant director started shouting into the microphone again, demanding everyone be quiet. The next take was about to begin. Ronald shut his mouth, watching the filming on stage. Several cameras were positioned separately, each targeting its designed shot. At the director's command, the band began the intro again. Awoo! The audience cheered again, and Diane, filled with anticipation, ran onto the stage once more. Lying in your bed, on a Saturday night, you're sweating, not even hot. But your brain has received the message. It's sending it out to every nerve and every muscle in your body. The lyrics of the opening song, Nowhere Fast, are quite interesting, telling the story of a young girl and a girl with a vague, unspoken crush. On a sweltering summer afternoon, although the temperature wasn't high, people felt as if they were being scorched by the sun. Hormones surged through everyone's bodies, involuntarily driving them to sweat profusely. The two didn't know what dreams they could achieve, what they could do, but the passion of the young boy and girl compelled them to do something. So they got into the boy's father's car and slammed on the gas. They wandered aimlessly through the city, seemingly heading somewhere, but in reality, they just wanted to escape their dull past and find some meaning in their lives. Godspeed, 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 speed us away. Diane's lip-syncing reached the climax of the chorus. Even from a distance, Ronald could feel Diane's pent-up anger, filling her entire body, radiating outwards like rays of light, transmitting its heat to the audience in all directions. Diane is truly a little genius at acting, Ronald thought, feeling the radiant heat even from a distance. The audience in the front rows, without any prompting from their assistants, were genuinely going wild. "Oh my, I'm starting to really believe there's a rock star named Ellen Ann in this world," Richard whispered in Ronald's ear, the shout so loud he couldn't hear anything clearly. "Godspeed, Godspeed," Diane repeated the lyric over and over. Ronald knew it was a very old-fashioned way of saying have a safe journey. Ronald had only heard Aunt Karen mention it a few times. "Godspeed, speed us away." Diane began to dance wildly on stage, head bobbing, as the jib camera focused on her, filming close-ups. "Godspeed," Ronald silently wished Diane all the best in her acting career. Bang! The back door of the auditorium was pushed open, and Willem Dafoe, playing the villain, entered wearing only a leather jacket and no shirt, along with several henchmen. Cut. Director Walter Hill called for a stop. He was satisfied this time. The cameras from all directions had captured excellent shots. Walter Hill looked at the cinematographer, hoping for confirmation of a successful shot from the jib camera. "Diane's face is mostly obscured by that microphone. We have to do it again." The cinematographer shook his head. No one in the crew knew how to film a classic musical anymore. Everyone was figuring it out as they went. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Another take. Ronald went to the dressing room to say goodbye to Diane, gently knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Diane's impatient voice rang out. "It's me, Ronald." "Oh?" Diane asked her assistant to open the door. She was touching up her makeup and drinking water with a straw. The bright lights and temperature made it very difficult for her to lip sync on stage, even though she was fully covered up. "I'm here to say goodbye. My acting wasn't good enough, so the director replaced me. I have to go now." "It's okay, you can go. Say hello to Aunt Karen for me, and to Donna too. She's on vacation and has time to visit Los Angeles." "I will." Ronald wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Should he directly ask Diane if she had feelings for him? Since Diane had already moved past that stage, it was better not to bring it up, right? "Then, I'll go now," Ronald asked. "Okay," Diane waved to Ronald, "so, Godspeed." "Yay, thanks." Ronald turned to leave. "I'll be filming here for a long time." "Will you come to visit the set again?" Diane suddenly asked. "Of course, if Donna comes, I'll come with her to see you." Diane asked the makeup artist to stop for a moment, then opened her arms and hugged Ronald. Ronald held Diane in his arms. Her Giorgio Armani costume accentuated her figure perfectly. Ronald couldn't help but kiss Diane on the cheek. Diane kissed Ronald back on the cheek. "Goodbye, I'm looking forward to seeing your new movie." Chapter 438 Saab Fighter. Saab is a car brand from Sweden, a Nordic country. Originally, the company was a defense supplier for Sweden, manufacturing fighter jets for the Swedish Air Force. In 1969, Saab's automotive division merged with another Swedish automaker, Scandinavian Automobile, to form Saab. In 1978, thanks to the best-selling Saab 900, it successfully became one of the top car manufacturers in Europe. People from this Nordic country are known for their punctuality, commitment, and preference for simple design. This is how Ronald met Saab's two marketing managers in the CAA office. Speaking with a slight Nordic accent, they had planned all the key points for their meeting with Ronald beforehand. Mr. Ronald Lee, you might wonder why we want you to shoot an advertisement for the new Saab 900, the male manager asked directly. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect my name to be known by friends in faraway Sweden. It's a great honor, actually. You were recommended by our distributor in the US. He sent us the chewing gum commercial you filmed before. The male manager stood up, took a folder from his briefcase, and laid it flat on the table. "Oh, yes," Ronald saw a printed image of Elizabeth's shoe in a leotard, jumping off the uneven bars. "That's the commercial that piqued our interest in you. We don't like the creative ideas of those Madison Street advertising agencies in New York. They overcomplicate simple things." Ronald raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Seeing her colleague's rigid, argumentative tone, the female manager quickly changed the subject. "Ronald, on our first day in America, we saw your new film Night of the Comet in the cinema. It gave us a lot of confidence. Your filming of Regina riding a motorcycle and driving a car was so poetic, yet powerful. That's exactly the style we need. You can definitely make a great TV commercial for us." You mean the scene of Regina speeding down empty streets? That's definitely Ronald's vision, very beautiful and stunning, Richard said, praising Ronald after the Saab team revealed their reason for hiring him. The female manager liked the Regina driving scene and nodded in agreement. Ronald patted Richard on the shoulder, signaling him not to be too confident. What kind of car commercial are you looking for? I know you don't like the American-style advertising approach. What are your thoughts? Ronald asked. Our idea is very simple. This new model is the Saab 900 Turbo, equipped with a new turbocharged engine. We want to showcase this sense of power, and we want to use another flagship product of the Saab group to complement the surging power of this new car. Excuse my ignorance, but what is the other product of the Saab group? The two Saab managers exchanged a smile and produced another image. It's our Saab 37-engine jet fighter from Saab Defense. Ronald took the image. It showed a very beautiful fighter jet, with air intakes on both sides of the cockpit and a delta-shaped tail. Particularly interesting was the pair of smaller wings above the air intakes on either side of the cockpit. These are canards, a unique feature of the Swedish Air Force's Saab fighter jets, the male manager enthusiastically explained to Ronald. With these little wings, the Saab can climb faster, reach supersonic speeds more quickly, and take off and land rapidly on short runways, just like American Navy aircraft. Comparing a Saab car to a jet fighter, Ronald was taken aback. How could he compare them? Fighter jets are so fast that even cameras struggle to capture them, and without reference points in the sky, the engine's power is invisible. A car, on the other hand, can demonstrate its powerful horsepower from various angles. So what are your ideas? From what angles do you want to compare the two? That's what you need to consider, Ronald. We have great confidence in you. We're sure to find a satisfactory solution. It seems they have high hopes for you, Richard said to Ronald, who was sitting on the sofa, after seeing off the two Saab managers. Ronald had already begun studying the materials they had brought. Oh? How so? They ignored all those advertising agencies in London and New York and finally came to you to realize their creative vision. Isn't that the biggest compliment they could give you? And they even promised to give you a brand new Saab 900 Turbo with turbocharging and fuel injection if you sign the contract. That won't do, Ronald said, handing Richard several photos of new Saab models. You see, there are many ways to film the powerful horsepower of a car parked on the ground. But how do you portray a jet fighter? Ronald took a photo of a Saab 37 and quickly swiped it from left to right. Whoosh, it flew by, the camera capturing less than a second of footage. That's what you should be thinking about, Ronald, Richard echoed the manager's words. So this money won't be easy to earn, Ronald thought for a moment. You have to find out if Hollywood has ever made a movie or a military documentary about it. And then find out where you can see real jet fighters flying. Leave it to me. Richard was delighted. This was the first business he'd brought Ronald. The next afternoon, Richard arrived at Ronald's apartment with a large stack of videotapes. These two are recently filmed jet fighter movies, and these are some documentaries about the Air Force and Navy, including some older propeller-driven fighter combat footage. Richard divided the videotapes into 3 piles. I think you might be able to refer to them. So, these are the only 2 movies about jet fighters. Ronald frowned. It seemed jet fighters were harder to film than old-fashioned propeller plane aerial combat, which Hollywood had overdone. That's right. One is Firefox, directed and starring Clint Eastwood. The whole movie cost $21 million, with $20 million spent on the aerial combat special effects. Oh, Ronald grabbed Firefox and put it in the VCR. The TV showed various shots of Eastwood showing off. Then he got into a strange fighter jet, a Soviet-made aircraft that could only be started in Russian. He was piloting it, dogfighting Russian pilots who came to intercept him. Is that all? Ronald was watching the Firefox trailer. In the few minutes of footage, there were only 2 short clips of jet fighter dogfights. Yes, the box office was bad, so Warner Brothers isn't releasing it on VHS? Then came the final countdown. Ronald switched to the next videotape. This one also only had a few minutes of trailer, and it was even more exaggerated. The story was about the USS Nimitz nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which, during a routine mission in 1981, traveled through a wormhole to 1941, the day before the attack on Pearl Harbor. A total of 5,000 naval personnel, along with many jet fighters, also traveled with the carrier. The commander saw this as a good opportunity to give the Japanese a good beating at Pearl Harbor, so he ordered the fighters, equipped with the latest radar, to take off and shoot down the Japanese Zero fighters with air-to-air missiles. Soon, the trailer finished playing. Ronald noticed that there were quite a few stars in the movie, including Martin Sheen and Kirk Douglas. "I feel like this is actually film." Ronald saw some jet fighters taking off and landing on the aircraft carrier in the trailer. The color grading of these shots was noticeably different from the rest of the film. They weren't from the same batch, or even the same brand or model of film. "Yes," I asked Martin's agent, and he said this footage was provided by the Navy. "It turns out it was a newsreel shot by the Navy." Interesting. Ronald held the remote control, repeatedly moving forward and backward between the shots of planes taking off and landing on the carrier. Then he would rewind and watch them again. "Here are some more. Do you want to take a look?" Richard asked, picking up the other videotapes. "No, I think these shots have given me enough inspiration," Ronald murmured. He pressed the pause button, then picked up his drawing board and pencil and began sketching, comparing the footage on the television. "So, this is the storyboard effect I envisioned." Another day passed, and Ronald met with the two SOB managers again. He handed them his completed pencil sketch storyboard. Then, picking up a pen, he explained his concept to them on another, larger, open sketch. "I understand your idea. I think it's a brilliant idea, to compare the turbojet engine of a jet aircraft with a turbocharged engine in a SOB car. You want to highlight the powerful performance of both engines, giving consumers a strong impression that an aircraft manufacturer making cars must have excellent power." The two managers nodded slightly. Ronald's summary hit the nail on the head. "However, the difficulty in filming jet engines lies in their speed. I've looked at all the footage of jet fighters I could find, and unless we set up a camera on another aircraft nearby, it's difficult to capture more than a second of footage of a fighter jet. So, I moved the comparison from the air to the ground." "The ground?" the female manager asked. "Yes," Ronald pointed to one of the sketches. "I towed a Saab 900 turbo car onto the runway of a Saab 37 Thor fighter jet. With both on the ground, we can easily and gradually show their speed and power. Imagine, a car competing with a jet fighter on the runway, and both of them belong to Saab." "Wonderful." The two managers were very satisfied with Ronald's approach to realizing the idea. "We'll report your design to headquarters now. If headquarters is also satisfied, we'll invite you to Saab headquarters in Sweden and the Swedish Air Force to inspect the filming locations. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 439 Stockholm. The Twilight Zone, Vic Morrow's posthumous film, grossed $6 million in its opening weekend. Morrow's ex-wife and two daughters declined to comment on John Landis's attendance at the premiere. Los Angeles prosecutors stated that the director must also be held accountable for his actions and will charge Landis with second-degree murder and manslaughter. Newspapers are filled with reports about the film, which resulted in a fatal accident. The Twilight Zone, the posthumous film of Ronald's friend and Jennifer Jason Leigh's father, has finally been released nationwide. Director John Landis, burdened with a criminal case, attended the premiere. Landis may have been forced to attend the premiere despite knowing he would be asked many difficult questions by the press, simply to promote his film. Criminal defense requires expensive lawyers, and subsequent civil damages will demand exorbitant sums. Landis is bracing himself for the worst, hoping The Twilight Zone will be a box office success so he can find work, earn money to pay off his debts, and avoid bankruptcy. Over its opening weekend, the film grossed $6.6 million across 1,200 theaters, a disappointing figure that likely disappointed Landis. Coherence Night remained stubbornly in 12th place, contributing around $1 million weekly to the Atlantic cinema. A few spots above it was Flashdance, an even more persistent contender than its predecessor. This week, the film returned to the top 10, settling in 9th place, with a cumulative gross exceeding $51 million. The reason for this rebound is that Flashdance is also embroiled in a lawsuit. Tom Headley, the creator of the original story, paid Maureen Mould, a Toronto welder stripper who was the inspiration for the film, $2,300 for the adaptation rights before selling the script to Paramount. Now, with North American box office exceeding $50 million and audiences showing strong support, the film appears poised to continue its run for another 10 weeks. Encouraged by her lawyer, Maureen Mould has sued Paramount, hoping to receive more adaptation rights. What seemed like a terrible movie back then, Flashdance, is now one of the year's biggest box office hits. Paramount has very strong evidence to refute the plaintiff's claims. Maureen Mould's contract for the adaptation rights was very well structured, and Mould had her lawyers present when the contract was signed, giving them a very high chance of winning. However, the cunning president, Eisner, allowed the lawsuit to continue, signaling his lawyers to show weakness and letting the media give extensive coverage to the case, which surprisingly had a remarkable effect, and the box office rebounded. Ronald put down the newspaper. Movies had been dethroned from their position as the primary entertainment form in American life for many years. Nowadays, movies rely heavily on marketing to persuade audiences who previously didn't go to the cinema to actually see them. "A coffee, please," Ronald said to the flight attendant. The business class service was satisfactory. Saab paid for Ronald's United Airlines flight to New York, where the plane made a stopover before heading to Arlanda Airport in Stockholm, Sweden. First time traveling abroad? Ronald asked Richard next to him. "Yay, thank you for upgrading my cabin." Richard should have been in economy class, but Ronald upgraded him. Otherwise, after the long flight to Sweden, Richard wouldn't be able to handle his daily chores. "No problem," Ronald said, putting on his eye mask and drifting off to sleep. The plane arrived at Arlanda Airport in Stockholm. The two waited in the arrival hall of Terminal 4 for the lady who had come to the U.S. for business negotiations before. "Here, Ronald," she eagerly took Ronald's small bag and got into the Saab 9000 luxury car, which carried VIPs. The group went to the Grand Hotel Stockholm to check in. In the Nordic summer, the days are very long, more than 16 hours. The Grand Hotel is located in the city center, a very impressive old building. Saab had booked Ronald a room overlooking the Nordic River in the center of Stockholm. Opening the window revealed the two bridges over the Nordic River and various old buildings. "You rest first. Once you've adjusted to the time difference, we'll go to the Air Force Base to check out Saab's fighter jets and scout the location." Saab's marketing manager was very thoughtful in her arrangements. "If it's convenient, I can go now." Ronald had a great advantage. He could sleep soundly on airplanes, regardless of noise or turbulence. He would often close his eyes as soon as he boarded and open them again when they arrived. "Oh, okay, I'll contact the base." The manager was naturally delighted with Ronald's dedication. Leaving Richard at the hotel to catch up on sleep, Ronald drove through Stockholm's old town to Bakaby Airport in the northern suburbs. This was Stockholm's oldest airport, used exclusively by the Air Force until it was opened to civilian aviation 10 years ago. However, the other side of the airport still served as a training base for the Swedish Air Force. After passing several guard posts, Ronald received a pass, which he hung around his neck, and the car drove into the Air Force base. Upon getting out of the car, the first thing Ronald saw were two enormous hangars. The letters Saab were written in large letters on the hangar doors. This is where the Saab 37 Viggen jet fighter is parked. Viggen means thunderbolt in Swedish. In Norse mythology, it's the thunderbolt struck by Thor's hammer, the female manager explained to Ronald. "When can I see it in the air for training?" The manager consulted with a senior Saab executive who had accompanied her. After checking with the Air Force and Saab personnel, a routine training session was scheduled for half an hour later. The hangar door slowly opened a crack, and a fully armed Swedish Air Force pilot, wearing sunglasses and a white scarf around his neck, nodded and greeted them before entering the hangar. He carefully climbed onto the cockpit via a steel ladder. Ronald was granted permission to stand beside the hangar and watch the fighter jet unload. As the hangar door opened wider, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the cockpit. A ray of sunlight shone through the cockpit glass onto the pilot's visor. Ronald's mind clicked. This was an excellent scene design. He quickly sketched out the scene in his mind using shorthand symbols that no one present could understand. The fighter pilot closed the cockpit canopy, some ground crew pulled open the aircraft's chocks, and the plane slowly moved forward. The pitot tube at the front of the fighter jet, like a needle, pierced through the hangar door first. The massive machine, gleaming with a gray light, filled Ronald with immense awe for this modern killing machine. Looking at the pylons under the fuselage, it was clear that missiles could be mounted to attack enemy targets. Modern warfare had evolved to the point where the push of a button could shoot down an enemy aircraft, no longer the dogfights with machine guns depicted in old movies. The fighter jet moved very slowly as it emerged from the hangar. But this very slow progress left a deep impression on Ronald. This killing machine, before soaring into the sky, also lay prostrate on the ground, moving slowly like a tortoise. The plane slowly moved onto the runway. Ronald and Saab's manager went to the side of the runway to watch the takeoff. A single turbojet engine opened its exhaust nozzle at the tail of the aircraft. A ball of orange-red flame shot out from the exhaust. Today, the pilots were to perform short takeoff and landing training. Suddenly, the flame intensified, and the length of the flame increased dramatically. The pilot pulled the brakes, and the nose of the aircraft jerked forward briefly before slowly moving forward again. The engine noise amplified several times over, a deafening roar filling the air. Ronald found his eardrums were being compressed, and he had to speak very loudly to be heard. The female manager brought 2 earmuffs and gave one to Ronald. After putting it on, the noise was significantly reduced. Ronald stopped talking, took out his notebook and pen, and began writing down his impressions. With a boom, the fighter jet suddenly seemed to be pushed, accelerating rapidly. The short takeoff maneuver was breathtaking for Ronald, who was watching from close range. The plane first pitched up, then the nose landing gear slowly rose, maintaining this pitched-up posture. After a second, the fighter jet struggled again, completely breaking free from the pull of gravity, and slowly ascended. Then the pilot sharply pulled the nose up, performed a maneuver, and flew rapidly into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Ronald felt the lingering echo of sound waves, the engine's roar, and the hot air blown up by the exhaust, as if bounced back by the outer walls. This very slow, deliberate movement, this preparation, contrasted sharply with a rapid ascent after takeoff, giving Ronald a very strong sense of contrast. Intend, Ronald said to Saab's manager. What did you say? The manager asked, removing his earmuffs. Ronald hurriedly removed his earmuffs. I have a new idea. I know how to represent Saab's powerful performance. What is it? I think the most powerful moment an ordinary person feels from a jet fighter isn't when it launches a missile from the sky, but during takeoff or landing. This way, I can represent the powerful performance of the Saab fighter jet in the Saab car in parallel, and then have them meet on the runway. Ronald gestured to the female manager. Sounds very good, the manager said, finding Ronald's new idea even more appealing. The two walked back to the hangar, preparing to get in their car and return to the hotel. What's in that hangar? Ronald looked at another hangar not far away, separated from this one by barbed wire. That's a classified project, the female manager replied with a smile. I don't know what it is either. Chapter 440 The Careless Master. Ronald's filming plan was quickly approved by Saab's top management, who were very satisfied and allocated extra funds to allow Ronald to find a lighting expert from London to achieve the best possible effect. After securing access to the hangars, warehouses, and runways at Balkaby Airport, Ronald moved to the airport and began instructing the technicians on set construction from the hangar. The lighting expert who arrived from London was David Watkin, a typical Briton in his 50s with a large nose and macy hair. Watkin had just finished filming a movie in Canada as a cinematographer. His main reason for coming to Stockholm was to travel, earn some extra money to buy his favorite classical music records, and incidentally help a familiar young director from Hollywood with some minor issues. Ronald gave Watkin his hotel suite in Stockholm city center and moved to a small hotel near the airport, which pleased Watkin, who spent the whole day exploring the centuries-old lower town, taking many photos. Only then did he come to the hangar to help with the lighting issues. Mr. Watkins, I want a spotlight effect, to focus all attention on the Thor fighter jet. Like the spotlight shining on the main character on stage, Ronald was designing the scene for the advertisement based on Diane's lighting approach from Street Rage. Watkins nodded repeatedly, then tilted his head to look at the location of the fighter jet. He held out his palm and gestured twice. My camera will be positioned here, I want a. Ronald then stood at the hangar entrance and explained the shot he needed. No, David Watkins put a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. I'll light the scene according to your requirements, but don't tell me how you're going to shoot it. That's your business, huh? Ronald's eyebrows twitched slightly. Why was this director of photography acting so unpredictably? He didn't know where to position the camera or how to arrange the lighting. He had seen this old man on the set of Endless Love, but hadn't had any interaction with him, only knowing that he was highly skilled. I don't even need to be here while you're filming. In my experience, as long as the lighting is set up, you won't need me 95% of the time. Place your cameras wherever you want, as many cameras as you like. Okay, Ronald decided to trust Nisada's long-distance call from Los Angeles. David Watkins was the best cinematographer he could find within his budget. If it weren't for being in Stockholm and the relatively small workload, it would have been impossible to hire this master cinematographer for endless love. The spotlights are very simple, David Watkins said, having found local Swedish technicians who quickly arranged the lighting according to his ideas. A small, warm-toned light illuminated the cockpit glass of the fighter jet, while a cool-toned spotlight was placed on a bracket in the ceiling, creating a mysterious and hazy effect in the smoke typical of British cinematographers. Ronald retreated to his position where he planned to place the cameras. In the hazy smoke, the Razor fighter jet lay there quietly, like a warhammer, awaiting the pilot's call. Snap! David Watkins signaled for the spotlight to be turned off, leaving only a small lamp on the set, making the fighter jet even more mysterious and serene. Snap! The spotlight came back on, this time revealing about 2/3 of the aircraft, like the goddess of victory, while her wings remained in shadow, leaving much to the imagination. Very good, put the camera here. Ronald directed the camera crew to begin setup, while the actor playing the pilot, dressed in his flight suit and sunglasses, came to show Ronald his work. Alright, I'll go to the hangar next door to continue the lighting. If you need anything, handle it yourself. If you can't handle it, have someone call me, David Watkins said, walking out of the hangar. Ronald didn't mind Watkins' nonchalant attitude, truly skilled people always have their quirks. This lighting setup was indeed excellent, perfectly realizing his intentions. Action! Once everyone was ready, Ronald called for action. The camera, shooting in slow motion, emitted a louder engine noise than usual, but fortunately, this advertisement didn't require simultaneous sound recording, so it didn't interfere with filming. Whoosh! The spotlight beam seemed to find its way, spreading across the Thor fighter jet like milk poured onto buttered bread. A pilot-dressed man emerged from the darkness of the wing, taking firm steps towards the boarding stairs and climbing into the cockpit. Cut! Not only Ronald, but all the technicians present, and the Saab marketing manager, applauded enthusiastically. This shot was full of the beauty of metallic machinery. If the fighter jet division needed to promote their aircraft, this clip would definitely be effective. After filming a few more shots inside the hangar, Ronald moved the camera outside, facing the door. This time, a real pilot boarded and slowly drove the Thor fighter jet out of the hangar. Action! Ronald gave the command over the radio. The assistant inside the hangar repeated the command, and then a staff member pressed a button, causing the two hangar doors to slowly open. The Thor fighter jet, like a giant iron bird, stood there silently. The pilot slowly closed the canopy. Light slowly streamed in from outside, gradually illuminating the aircraft. A yellow light suddenly flashed, illuminating the fighter jet's tires in the darkness. The pilot started the engines, and the plane began to slowly taxi out of the hangar. Next, Ronald moved to the side of the hangar door. The fighter pilot slowly taxied the plane out of the hangar, the pitot tube piercing the boundary between the hangar and the vast outside world, then the nose cone, and finally the cockpit. As the pilot turned, he slowly closed the canopy, a yellow beam of light leaving a highlight on it. Cut! The team completed filming the fighter jet from the hangar site and then moved to a small warehouse next door to film the Saab 900 turbo car. David Watkins had already arranged the lighting inside. He held up a square, transparent box and said to Ronald, "I've already decided on the shot at the entrance. Have them hang this on the shelf at the back." Ronald looked at the crew's laborers, who took the box, carefully hung it high up at the back, and then plugged it in. A soft light shone from the box. Inside were 196 small lights in a 14x14 matrix, illuminating the ground brightly. The completely dark warehouse was now brightly lit. Ronald was amazed. Generally, lighting for night scenes is much more complicated than for daytime scenes. The lights need to be hidden, and artificial light decays significantly. Even a few meters away from the actors, the lighting changes drastically, requiring a complete relighting. But this magical box from David Watkins made the lighting very even, with no visible difference. Ronald walked around with the light meter, surprised to find that the readings were almost identical everywhere. "How did you do that?" "It's all thanks to the Wendy lamp," David Watkins chuckled. "It's my patented invention. Even night scenes can be solved with just one light. You shoot first, I'll go set up the car scene over there." "Oh, wow, that's amazing." Ronald felt he'd truly seen something new today. British film technology certainly had its unique aspects. The props placed the milky white letters Saab on the two doors of the warehouse set. The actor in the pilot's uniform walked in from the back, and the door with the Saab lettering slowly opened. Cut! Then came a man in a trench coat, who also repeated the pilot's actions. The two walked the same way, at the same angle, and finally stopped in front of the door. After filming this scene, Ronald rushed to the location where they were filming the Saab 900. David Watkins had already finished setting up the lighting and was waiting for him. The car is much smaller, so I only put one spotlight on top for you, no special highlight lights. Ronald watched Watkins demonstrate the effect of the spotlight switch, which was very similar to the effect of two lights on a fighter jet. Watkins's principle was probably that if it wasn't necessary, don't add lights, one light is best. Okay, everyone get ready. Ronald had everyone prepare to film. This shot was almost identical to the fighter jet footage. A driver in a trench coat and sunglasses slowly walked towards the car and opened the door. Cut. After the cameraman switched off the light, the camera, filmed in slow motion, took longer than usual to come to a stop. Whoo, hiss, everyone heard a soft snore. David, Ronald gently shook David Watkins, who was dozing in the corner. Are you done filming? David asked quickly after waking up. Yes, how did you fall asleep? Filming is so boring, what else can I do but sleep? It's the only thing that keeps you from getting more and more sleepy on set. Aren't you sleepy on set? But if you're passionate about film, you won't lack energy on set, right? Passionate? I need to work on that. I'm not passionate about filmmaking at all. Classical music suits me better. Okay, we have one last shot, can you take a look? Ronald snapped his fingers. A coffee for Mr. Watkins? What kind would you like? No sugar, no milk. David Watkins, carrying the coffee, followed Ronald swaying to the airport runway. I need to shoot a shot where the audience sees the Saab fighter jet taking off from above a Saab car, then you'll need a low-angle shot and a telephoto lens, David Watkins said without hesitation. It's up to you. I'll coordinate with the airport and the pilots. We probably only have one shot. Ronald nodded to Watkins, then went to discuss the takeoff details with Saab's manager. After a long wait, Saab finally confirmed the takeoff time. David Watkins led the film crew to set up a camera platform at the end of the runway. An Aries camera was equipped with an extra-large telephoto lens. Safety is not an issue. Do you think the footage will capture the Thor fighter jet to the desired effect? Of course. Come and check. David Watkins stood up, letting Ronald check through the viewfinder. In the distance in the viewfinder, a Saab 900 Turbo was parked. As much space as possible was left above the car to accommodate the Thor fighter jet taking off. The afternoon sun caused the hot air from the ground to rise, creating an air distortion effect in the telephoto lens. The car, distorted by the lens formed by the hot air, appeared as a mirage. Ronald felt hot just looking at the lens. That's the effect we wanted. Ronald pulled out his walkie-talkie. All departments, take note, shooting. On camera, the Saab 900 Turbo slowly emerged from the horizon, the roar growing louder and louder, deafening. Suddenly, a massive nose appeared on the horizon, a Saab Razor fighter jet, emerging from behind the car. The telephoto lens's perfectly timed distortion made it appear as if the fighter jet was right behind the car, as if the person filming on the runway was shooting. With a deafening roar, the pilot revved the engines, and the Razor jet took off. On camera, the fighter jet's two wheels seemed to barely touch the roof of the Saab car before it pulled away. Cut. Ronald pulled out a megaphone and shouted several times before everyone heard the command. I heard you make exploitation films in Hollywood, but today your shots were all so beautiful, like an auteur film, full of artistic energy. David Watkins asked Ronald quietly after everyone applauded the completion of the shoot. This is an advertisement, after all. It doesn't tell a story, it only focuses on aesthetics. I recently watched a movie that only emphasized aesthetics and not a story, and that's how I came up with this approach. Sometimes, audiences don't really need a story, they just need a feeling. Their imaginations will automatically fill in the gaps in what I'm trying to express. Very good. If you have the opportunity to make a movie like this in the future, you can contact my agent. What? You think my directing future is bright? Ronald asked smugly. No. Movies that don't tell a story are usually terrible big-budget productions. They pay very readily. Chapter 441. Nothing in the world can compare to it. Why don't you add classical music to this ad? I feel there's a Baroque beauty in your footage. I recommend Albinoni's Adagio in G minor. It would be perfect. David Watkins spent a few more days in Stockholm with his partner, touring the city before heading to Ronald's post-production studio to watch his editing. Could you find me a copy of Adagio in G minor? Ronald had finished most of the film editing and was now adding music and narration to the ad. Soon, a staff member brought out Albinone's Adagio in G minor. Ronald played it, and a very melancholic melody filled his headphones. Ronald felt a chill. The music was incredibly somber. Perhaps it would be better suited for a funeral industry ad. David Watkins claimed his appreciation for classical music was number one, and his filmmaking skills second. It seems people often have unrealistic expectations of themselves in certain areas. How is it? Doesn't it fit perfectly? Not bad, but let's stick to the original plan. Saab wants a very powerful advertisement, and I need something with a strong rhythm. Ronald had the sound engineer switch back to the original track. Ding 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 ding, ding, ding ding. A powerful piano melody filled the air, accompanied by slow motion shots filmed in slow motion. Ronald began carefully adjusting the editing of each frame. This theme song was specially composed for the advertisement by a composer. The melody has a recurring, progressive rhythm. Ronald kept switching between the Saab 900 car and the Saab 4 fighter jet, creating parallel edits to showcase the beauty and powerful performance of the fighter jet in the car, trying to keep the visuals close to the rhythm of the music. This was a new approach Ronald had come up with. A 1-minute-plus advertisement simply doesn't have time to tell a complete story. Only by having the visuals dance to the music can the audience's attention be firmly drawn, creating anticipation for what will happen in the next shot. Ronald learned this method while shooting music videos. Because music videos have lyrics, the singer's lip movements on screen must match the lyrics in the audio track. Ronald found that footage processed in this way could grab attention quickly. Two pilots stood at the entrance of a warehouse marked Saab. Knock 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 knock, the warehouse door slowly opened, and Ronald cut to the front of the fighter jet in the car. Light from outside shone through the gaps in the door, illuminating the Saab logo. Another theme melody played. The plane and car slowly drove out of the warehouse in slow motion and began to turn. Next, Ronald edited the footage onto the runway. Because the audience's imagination could fill in the gaps in the footage, they could imagine the fighter jet and car turning and driving onto the runway to compete. From £7.5 million to about £7,500, a voiceover with a British accent began to cut in. The fighter jet's engine engaged afterburner, flames erupted, heating the air around the ground, and a blurry image gradually obscured the jet. The scene then cut to the front of the car, where powerful headlights suddenly blazed on, illuminating the viewer's eyes. A common characteristic of Saab's two flagship products, powerful performance, was thus imprinted in the viewer's mind. Nothing on earth comes close, the narration interjected at just the right moment. As the fighter jet appeared on the horizon, taking off just short of the Saab car's roof. Wow! After the sample footage was edited, the managers at Saab were very excited, with several young men even applauding. Such a direct expression of emotion is uncommon in this relatively introverted nation. The final shot of the fighter jet leaping over the car and then soaring past a camera lens pleased the manager of Saab's fighter jet division, who excitedly shook Ronald's hand, saying, "Isn't this Swedish beauty awesome?" He even suggested including this segment in Saab's aircraft manufacturing division's promotional video. The entire Saab company unanimously approved Ronald's edited 1.5-minute and 40-second versions of the advertisement. Ronald, relieved, was driven back to the Stockholm Grand Hotel. Ronald and Richard enjoyed fine wine and food together. Ronald declined the pickled herring, instead opting for meatballs and a cardamom roll called fika. Then came fresh blueberries and blueberry wine. "Your plane ticket is ready. You're going to London first thing tomorrow morning. The arrangements there are the same as last time. Our colleagues at the CAA London office will take you to Pinewood Studios." Richard handed Ronald his ticket and his colleagues' contact information. Ronald took the ticket. He would fly to London tomorrow to visit Helen on set. "My colleague will apply for a pass tomorrow. After picking you up, you won't need to go through any more procedures. You can go straight to Pinewood Studios." "Thank you," Ronald said happily. He wondered how Helen was doing after the intense months of filming. At the largest soundstage in Pinewood Studios on the outskirts of London, Helen Slater, playing Supergirl, and Maureen Tiffany, playing her classmate Lucy Lane, were filming school scenes today. The two had become friends at school and often spent time together. Meanwhile, Faye Dunaway, playing the witch Selena, discovered that high school student Linda Lee was the Kryptonian visitor she was searching for. With only 10 minutes left before the scheduled start time, the film's leading lady, Faye Dunaway, hadn't arrived yet. Even if she came now, there would be rehearsals and blocking, and filming wouldn't begin for at least half an hour. Helen and Maureen Tiffany had no choice but to return to the dressing room to wait and chat. Dunaway's been like this lately, always late, dragging out the morning scenes into the afternoon, Helen said. Through the slow pace of filming, Helen had gradually grown to love the role of Supergirl, and the unprofessional behavior of the leading supporting actress was making her a little annoyed. Not only was Faye Dunaway late, but her concentration was also starting to wane. During rehearsals, she would often fail to respond to her carefully practiced lines, making Helen, a newcomer to film, anxious that it would affect her performance. "Just ignore her, treat her like a puppet," said Maureen Tiffany, an old acquaintance of Ronald's who played the lead in Fame. Tiffany and Helen got along well, becoming friends both on and off screen. Tiffany was much older and more experienced than Helen, and she was always the one to comfort her in these situations. "Faye Dunaway has a big problem. I heard the director considered replacing her, but couldn't find a replacement of similar caliber in a short time, so he's keeping her on. I never imagined that an actress earning the highest salary on set would become so unprofessional," Helen began to complain. She didn't want to, Maureen Tiffany pointed out to Helen's naive idea. "She's addicted to drugs now, and can't get out, huh?" Helen's blue eyes widened. "I'm so dense, she really is." In the classroom set built in the studio, director Schwark sat in a chair, his eyes focused on infinity, seemingly unfocused to others. "Go and urge Fee's assistant again, see when she can get herself ready." The director checked his watch, another half hour had passed, and there was still no news from Dunaway. Today's scene was Dunaway's character, Selena, who would have her first direct encounter with Supergirl, so Helen's scenes couldn't be filmed first. Sigh. In Dunaway's room, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Her husband, Terry O'Neill, hadn't come to the hotel today, and she felt terrible all over. "Fee? How are you feeling?" The assistant opened the door and asked tentatively. "Terry? Terry, you're here? You're not Terry. Where's Terry? Get him here." Faye Dunaway, seeing it wasn't her second husband, howled and pounced on him, grabbing her assistant's clothes and begging. "Ah!" The assistant was startled and quickly jumped out of Dunaway's grasp, running away without looking back. Hearing the assistant's whispers in the studio, director Schwark reluctantly announced the cancellation of today's filming. Sigh. Cancelled again. "I think if this continues, the director might cut the witch's scenes." Maureen Tiffany, hearing the news in the dressing room, sighed. Filming was likely to go over time, and she was stuck in London, wondering if her agent could find her more offers. Helen was a little confused. Faye Dunaway was taking the highest salary of all the actors in the crew. If word got out about this unprofessional behavior, she'd have a bad reputation, and the chances of getting good roles would be slim. The two friends took advantage of the break to go shopping in town and then have a meal. After all, the Supergirl image required muscles and a good figure, so there was no need to diet. This period was arguably the healthiest time in Helen's life since she started preparing to become an actress at a performing arts high school. Just as Helen was about to return to the hotel to change, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the studio. "Ronnie? What are you doing here? I thought you were busy with that movie script in Los Angeles." Overjoyed, Helen, wearing her school uniform with a green jacket and gray skirt, rushed over excitedly. Ronald picked Helen up and hugged her tightly. "I missed you. Nothing in the world can compare to you." Chapter 442. You When You Were Young. British parliamentary election. The Conservative Party, led by Mrs. Margaret, has achieved its most decisive electoral victory since the Labour Party's victory in 1945, winning a majority of 397 seats, leading the opposition Labour Party and the Liberal Alliance by 144 seats. The deliberately turned-up television volume drowned out all other sounds in the hotel room. Helen's face and neck flushed pink, her breathing reached its peak, and finally, she collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Ronald handed her a glass of water and then turned down the television volume. The walls of the Pinewood Studios hotel weren't well soundproofed. If it continued like this, Maureen Tiffany, who was staying next door, would complain. "Thank you." Helen took the water and drank it. She lifted her head slightly, rested it on the pillow, and rubbed her face vigorously. "Does my face look much fatter?" "No, I think it's just right." Ronald also pinched her face. "I think I'm too fat. I need to lose weight after filming Supergirl." "No need, you've signed contracts for 2 sequels, Ronald comforted her. Helen had indeed gained a lot of weight. White girls in America generally experience a rapid weight gain before the age of 20. Moreover, She had been working out intensely for 4 months to prepare for the role of Supergirl. Her weight had reached 120 pounds, and Ronald could feel how much heavier she was than before when he picked her up. "Oh, Ronnie. You're really dishonest. I know Superman 3 didn't do well at the box office." Helen Slater frowned, pushed Ronald away, and turned to sleep on her side. "Is it that bad? I thought even if the Superman series was disliked by the audience, it wouldn't stop them from watching Supergirl." "Right, yeah, but the filming was really terrible. Faye Dunaway was always late and out of sorts. Christopher Reeve refused to do a cameo, so we had to put up a poster of him in Supergirl's dorm room." Helen turned back to me. "I've never been on another set, but this one doesn't feel right to me. A lot of people want to get off as soon as possible." "Don't worry," Ronald said silently, gently stroking Helen's arm to calm her down. "You never seem to be fat." Helen noticed another blind spot. "Were you like this when you were little?" Actually, I don't remember much about my childhood. You know, that car accident." "Really? I can't imagine what you were like as a child." "I was always very thin, like a tomboy, running around the yard with my brother every day." "You? A tomboy?" Ronald was skeptical. He looked at Helen's long, dyed blonde hair, her rounded wrists, her fair skin, and her large, blue, double-lidded eyes. She was very feminine. "You don't know, do you? Before I was 10, I always had short, boyish hair, very wild." "Why? Did your parents make you have short hair?" "If we had a beautiful daughter like you someday, I would definitely dress her up beautifully." "Well, back then my parents weren't divorced yet. They wouldn't let my brother and me cry, get angry, or be unhappy. Basically, none of those emotions were allowed in the house." Ronald was amazed by Gerald's way of raising children. His Aunt Karen, on the other hand, was very permissive with Donna. She would cry when she was unhappy and laugh when she was happy. "Isn't that how girls are?" "I don't know. They probably thought that only happiness was good. Crying, something girls do, was forbidden. They wouldn't let me cry at home. Maybe that's why I became a bit of a tomboy." "So what do you do when you get angry?" Ronald felt that Helen was always very elegant in his interactions with her, and it seemed like she really had never gotten angry. "I have my own way," Helen smiled. "What way?" "Hitting the punching bag. Do you think I'm like you?" "You idiot." Helen cheered up again. "It seems your parents' divorce has affected you a lot," Ronald asked Helen, noticing her improved mood. "Yes, they were very close when I was little, until I was 8 or 9, they loved each other very much. But after I started high school, Gerald gradually became busy. I only remember that he gained attention because he broadcast Nixon's hearings, and he rarely had time to come home. Then came the arguments, and finally the divorce. I tried everything to get them back together, but they would argue every time they met." Ronald hugged Helen tighter. "I don't have high hopes for marriage. Anyway, even people who love each other will eventually hate each other and separate." "Of course we won't do that." Ronald kissed Helen's lips. It turned out that Helen had always been somewhat averse to intimacy. No wonder she wasn't clingy or controlling when they were apart. "Was it because of this that you said those things last time?" Ronald finally remembered what Helen had said to him during his last visit to London. "If you fell in love with someone else, you must tell them honestly." Helen nodded. "Of course not, sweetheart. I'm thinking of you all the time." Ronald then stroked Helen's arm. "That's good." Helen leaned closer. "So how are you doing here? Is there, anything good to eat?" I mean, there's not much good food in Britain." Helen turned to look at Ronald. "Are you jealous?" "Ronnie," she giggled. "You send flowers every week. Does anyone on the set not know?" They smiled at each other, and Ronald lowered his head to kiss Helen. A long kiss. Helen's breathing quickened. She raised her hand to block Ronald, indicating that she wanted to enjoy the feeling of being close to him and just chat. "So you don't have any memories of your childhood?" "Just some fragments, and some photos," Ronald replied. "Oh, and this watch, it's the only thing my father left me." Ronald raised his wrist, showing Helen his watch. A large dial, with large numbers, and it even had a luminous finish. The leather strap was quite old, and the metal dial had many scratches. "Hey, this looks like a pilot's watch," Helen exclaimed. "Was your father a pilot?" "No, he was a retired Marine, in the same unit as my uncle. He married my mother and her sister, Aunt Karen." "This watch looks quite old. You should get a new one for everyday wear. This one might have some history." "You're right, sigh. I'm still too fat." Helen worried about her figure again, touching her thighs and waist. "It's okay, I think your figure is the healthiest. Besides, your acting is good, no one will notice your figure," Ronald comforted her, touching his own body as well. "What do you know about acting?" In London, Helen acted alongside renowned actors like Peter O'Toole, Faye Dunaway, and Mia Farrow, and she increasingly looked down on Ronald's acting in those exploitative films. "Why do people keep saying I don't know how to act lately?" Ronald thought to himself. After spending a day with Helen, Faye Dunaway finally saw her husband Terry, and her mental state finally stabilized, allowing filming to resume at a normal pace. Ronald also said goodbye to Helen and flew back to Los Angeles. At the arrivals area of Los Angeles Airport, Ronald saw a familiar figure waiting for him, his agent in New York, Eddie. "Eddie," Ronald happily hugged him. "What are you doing in Los Angeles?" "I came to see my client." "I remember your advertising contract was signed with me," Eddie said sternly. Ronald knew that Eddie knew about his Saab advertising shoot, so he pulled him into a coffee shop. "This advertising business was brought to me personally by Richard, and it's a foreign company," Eddie laughed. "I'm not here to interrogate you, Ronald. On the contrary, I'm happy to know you've started shooting advertising again. I found you a job this time, and you can't refuse." "Oh? Which company asked me to shoot the advertisement?" Ronald asked. "It's your old buddy, Burger King, Eddie. I can agree to anything else, but not this. I heard that the little girl in the Burger King commercial, Sarah Michelle Gellar, was sued by McDonald's and banned from eating at McDonald's for life. When I'm busy, I rely on McDonald's burgers," Ronald said half-jokingly. When he first started struggling in Los Angeles, he survived on McDonald's coupons and Big Macs. "That's impossible. I won't introduce you to controversial business. Burger King has already achieved its goal. They don't need to smear McDonald's anymore. This is a new advertising idea. In fact, Burger King only paid half the advertising fee." "How could that be? It's a joint advertisement between Pepsi and Burger King." Chapter 443: A romantic encounter and a final handshake. Pepsi and Burger King have finally decided to team up. From now on, all beverages served at Burger King will be Pepsi products. The two second-largest brands in terms of market share are joining forces to challenge the leaders in their respective fields. Such strategic collaborations by large corporations must be widely publicized on television to boost the KPIs of marketing managers and contribute to year-end performance reviews. Although it's unclear what impact such advertising will have on sales for either company, Ronald was still noticed by both companies and invited to film this engagement commercial because of his Burger King ad. Since it's a collaboration, the advertising costs are split between the two companies, meaning Ronald can only offer suggestions to the actor representing Burger King, while the actor representing Pepsi has their own plans. "Which actress do you plan to cast?" asked McGuire, the creative director of the advertising agency and an old friend of Ronald's, who is also in charge of half of the commercial's production. "Lee Thompson would be better, because it's a last-minute project." Ronald wanted to use an actress he had worked with before. Lee Thompson's acting was more natural and fluid, and Elizabeth Shue was already attending Wellesley College. "Lee Thompson doesn't do these kinds of ads anymore," said Eddie, who used to be her agent. "Her prospects in the film industry are pretty good now. Jaws 3D is about to be released, and she's also landed a role in Step by Step with Tom Cruise. She won't be doing ads for fast food and carbonated drinks anymore." Then, how about contacting Elizabeth Shue? Ronald preferred to work with familiar faces. Shue, who had starred in several Burger King commercials, would be easy to bring in without any rehearsals. Elizabeth Shue readily agreed to star in the new ad. She needed to earn money to cover her various social expenses at university. Starring in this kind of ad would not only earn her money but also make her a socialite on campus. "So, should we have a romantic encounter or a lasting relationship?" Creative director McGuire, still dressed in a men's suit, pressed the male director of Pepsi's advertising services company. "Although this isn't the first time our two clients have collaborated, I still prefer Meet Cuties, since this is an ad targeting the teenage market." "I disagree," Ronald said, glancing at a magazine. "You said it yourself, this isn't the first time either company has worked together. There are plenty of consumers in the audience. They'll laugh when they hear about two brands they've worked with before having a Meet Cuties ad." The creative directors of these two multinational corporations were simply vying for dominance in this collaborative project. Their disagreement was simple: the ad was anthropomorphized, featuring a young man in a Pepsi uniform and a young woman in a Burger King uniform, each representing a brand and depicting a romantic love story, symbolizing the strategic partnership between the two large companies. So, should they film their meet cuties or they're together at last? These are terms from romantic comedies. A meet cuties refers to the first meeting between the male and female protagonists. They must be placed in a scene that is either funny or awkward, where they instantly recognize a certain quality in each other and resonate with one another. And ultimately, holding hands is the ending of romantic comedies, where the male and female protagonists either get married, live together, or eventually date. This is what American audiences love most. They lived happily ever after. What do you think, Ronald? McGuire, having reached no conclusion with the other person, asked Ronald. The creative director hired by Pepsi also looked over. How about you both compromise and make it a public announcement to your friends about your relationship? It's not like this is your first time working together, you just lacked a strategic agreement. This ad is mainly about announcing to the world that the two of you finally got together, isn't it? The two directors exchanged opinions and agreed with Ronald's idea. A few days later, Elizabeth Shue arrived at the Los Angeles studio. After putting on her Burger King uniform and hat, she met Ronald. Hi, Lisa. How's college life at Wellesley College? Ronald was happy to see her. I transferred to Harvard. Oh yeah? Congratulations. Should I say congratulations? Ronald was a little surprised to hear that the young woman had gone to one of the top 3 universities in the United States. She seemed to be a very intelligent girl. I accept your congratulations. Although Wellesley College and Harvard have a transfer agreement, it still requires an application and multiple rounds of interviews. Besides, my experience shooting commercials gave me a significant advantage in my application. Thank you, Ronald, you deserve it. Has the actor from Pepsi arrived? His name is Andrew. Ronald, busy, turned to his assistant. Here he comes, here he comes. A tall, handsome American man arrived on set, with slightly long hair and a somewhat baby-faced appearance. It was Andrew McCarthy, the actor from the Pepsi commercial. He was a little different from the typical American handsome man. He didn't look like an athlete or a social butterfly, but rather somewhat nerdy, yet his demeanor clearly indicated he was from a wealthy family, with an academic air cultivated in a pre-college school. Hello, Ronald. Rob Lowe often talks about you to me. He says you're a great director. Andrew McCarthy extended his hand to Ronald. Hello, Andrew. Ronald shook his hand. You'll be standing here, taking your positions. Andrew McCarthy had just finished filming another movie, Ready, with Rob Lowe, who played the second brother Soda in The Outsiders. Ronald had heard some things about the movie from Eddie. Ready was a sex comedy. Andrew McCarthy played Jonathan, and Rob Lowe played Skip, 2 college roommates. Jonathan was constantly bullied and teased by Skip. Skip even made Jonathan do all sorts of outrageous things to join the most popular fraternity at college. His condition was that Jonathan had to pick up a beautiful woman and lose his virginity. In the end, Jonathan went to a bar and, by a twist of fate, picked up Skip's mother and started a May-December romance with her. This kind of teenage sex comedy is a type of exploitation film, but what makes this movie different is that Orion had a budget of $5 million, and Skip's mother was played by the beautiful British actress Jacqueline Castle. Castle had played the sexy and beautiful Duchess Andre in Murder on the Orient Express, and Ronald subconsciously felt a little jealous of McCarthy, who had a sex scene with her. The set in the studio was a set built for the film Mother and Daughter, which perfectly suited Ronald's requirements. A small wooden house in the style of the South, with white walls and a small staircase leading to the front door. After the busy lighting and blocking, Ronald began to watch the camera, having watched the last rehearsal. Action. Ronald began the first take. We have something to tell you. Elizabeth Shue sat with Andrew McCarthy on the wooden steps, and after saying a sentence, she looked at McCarthy with affection. She's improved, Ronald thought to himself. During the actual filming, Elizabeth showed excellent delivery of lines and a natural emotion. Her acting was noticeably improved compared to when she filmed the Burger King Christmas commercial. The camera began to move to the left, then slowly approached the 2 young people. We can't keep this a secret any longer, Tisk. That line, so emotionless? Ronald felt that Elizabeth's performance completely overshadowed McCarthy's. If the difference was too great, it would look awkward on television. Fortunately, it was a TV commercial, and the scene was at night, so viewers wouldn't scrutinize the actor's facial expressions too closely. Ronald didn't need to interrupt and reshoot. So now everyone else should know, Andrew McCarthy said this line to the camera. The close-up was decent. McCarthy showed a hint of shyness in front of the beautiful Elizabeth, which greatly pleased Ronald. He squatted beside the camera, watching their performance without moving. Burger King has switched to Pepsi. Elizabeth Sue finally revealed their secret to the world, her expression conveying the feeling of a young girl wanting to tell all her friends about a relationship with a handsome guy. His acting has really improved a lot since he went to college, Ronald thought to himself. So, they ended up together, Elizabeth asked McCarthy. Andrew McCarthy paused for a second, then said roughly, they ended up together. This pause was well executed, perhaps from his acting training classes, but his expression still looked very awkward, not at all like a couple in love seeing their sweetheart. Giggle, Elizabeth chuckled at the deliberately mature pause. Cut, Ronald called a halt to filming. This unexpected improvisation was surprisingly good. At least neither of them had anticipated the other's reaction, so their own reactions were very natural. Ronald filmed a few more takes, but finally chose the first one in the editing room. Although McCarthy's performance may not be the best of the takes, it's full of emotion and his reactions are natural. His improvisation was quite unexpected, and Elizabeth's reaction was also very timely. Okay, you're the director. Maguire and Pepsi's creative director both nodded in agreement. A super close-up shot was added of a Pepsi cup filled with ice water and a Burger King burger model spinning and bumping into each other. Finally, they finished with a Burger King theme song. Ronald, having edited all the footage, took out 2 copied master tapes and handed them to the 2 creative directors for approval. Why is Burger King using Pepsi? Ronald asked Maguire, who was lagging behind. Didn't you know? Pepsi launched a full-scale offensive and defensive war against Coca-Cola. Not only did they have a strategic partnership with Burger King, but they're also spending a fortune to hire the hottest pop singer right now to shoot commercials. Who is it, MJ? Have you seen his moonwalk? After it aired on TV, girls all over the country were screaming for him. Maguire, unusually, showed a fangirl smile. How come Pepsi suddenly has so much money? They've always used this strategy. For the same price, Pepsi has a larger volume than Coca-Cola, and they were happy to spend money on big stars for their commercials. That's why they've achieved the second largest market share after Coca-Cola. Maybe they discovered Coca-Cola's weakness. Maguire gave Ronald a very simple marketing lesson. Lower prices, more advertising, yet sales are still lower than Coca-Cola. Ronald reached a succinct conclusion. Back in his apartment, he dialed his accountant, Lawrence. Hey Lawrence, what do you think of Coca-Cola stock? Should I buy more with my recent income? Chapter 444 Cut. The Saab 900 Turbo, a gift from Saab, had already been delivered to Ronald by the dealership. He drove the bright red car for a spin on the Los Angeles beach. Comet night was still showing steadily, and Ronald felt his share of the profits would exceed the director's salary. So he used his director's salary and the money he'd spent on commercials to buy Coca-Cola stock. After all, everyone in America drinks Coca-Cola, and compared to Pepsi, the higher profit margin of Coca-Cola seemed like a good investment target, right? Ronald himself didn't know much about investing, and neither did his family. He asked his high school friend Douglas, who simply said that at least he wouldn't lose money, and there would be quarterly dividends. This promise of no losses reassured Ronald, and he bought the stock. From now on, he wouldn't have to earn money by rewriting scripts. He could live comfortably on stock dividends. Hey, handsome, what kind of car is that? On the beach, a beautiful woman in a bright red bikini took off her sunglasses and asked Ronald, who was sitting in the driver's seat. The red body, the front resembling a sports car, and the handsome driver piqued the interest of the beautiful woman. Saab 900, a good Swedish car, TCH, the woman put on her sunglasses and drove off. It looked like a powerful car, but the rear was a 5-door hatchback SUV. Sweden? Can Sweden even produce good cars? Hey, you'll see when the commercials air on TV. Ronald pulled his head back out the window. He started the car and cruised slowly. All red cars, but a Ferrari is more eye-catching. A Ferrari drove up from the opposite direction. After exchanging a few words with a woman, she got into the passenger seat. Beep beep, Ronald honked the horn twice. On the beaches of Los Angeles, surfboards and sports cars were more attractive to women. The car arrived at Venice Beach, where Ronald saw the disabled breakdancing master again, nicknamed Handyman. He was still teaching breakdancing moves at a public skating rink not far from the beach. Ronald found him incredible. The handman, a survivor of polio who had difficulty walking, was surprisingly better at breakdancing than most able-bodied people. After parking his car, Ronald stood beside the skating rink, watching the handman demonstrate for the enthusiasts. He was wearing a hooded tracksuit, had discarded his crutches, and laboriously walked to the center of the Daratsa rink. The handman put on his hood to protect his hair, did a handstand, and balanced himself on his hands on either side of his head. After a second, he spun his arms, and then his legs began to spin like a helicopter. "Oh, wow," Ronald exclaimed in surprise. Was this some new move? Amidst applause and cheers from the onlookers, the handman stopped dancing, reverting to his disabled state, struggling to stand on his two legs. Ronald quickly went over, picked up two stainless steel crutches, handed them to the handman, and then helped him put his arms into the steel rings on the crutches to secure them. "Thank you." The handman was a shy person in real life. He thanked Ronald and then walked step by step to the wall, looking at the Black and Latino people in the area who were imitating his moves, his eyes filled with pride. "My name is Ronald. Do you always breakdance here?" Ronald wanted to get to know this extraordinary person. "Yes, my name is Eddie Rodriguez." The handman shook his hand with difficulty. "I really like this dance, so I come whenever I have time. It seems like there are more and more people dancing now." Yes, in March, a documentary called Wild Style was released, which is about hip-hop music. It has scenes of breakdancing battles, so more and more people are coming to learn this dance. "Eddie, can you demonstrate it for us again?" A few Latino kids gathered around. Of course, Eddie, the handman, went over and explained some of the key points of breakdancing moves to them in detail. This shy man, usually quiet, became unusually talkative when asked for advice. It seemed he genuinely loved breakdancing. Many people here enjoyed it, so he performed there, and taught those who wanted to learn. The Black and Latino children were poor and couldn't afford tuition, so Handman apparently taught these young dance enthusiasts for free. Ronald liked this kind of genuine person. He spent half a day with him on Venice Beach before heading to the CAA office. "Ronald, you've come at the right time. Your friend Minahan has been looking for you for a long time," Richard said, handing him a slip of paper with a phone number. Oh, Ronald took it and saw it was Minahan's office number. He called and learned that Minahan had finished filming his scenes in the Israeli desert for the movie Sahara and invited him to his office. Gagaga, Minahan let out a hoarse laugh as soon as Ronald entered the office. While he was in Israel, whether from overeating or immense pressure, he had gained a lot of weight, and his belt was almost bursting at the seams. "You've come at the perfect time, Ronald. All the shots for Sahara are finished. I think we're going to be a hit. We'll definitely have an Oscar next year." Ronald was immune to Minahan's optimism. "Really? Why did you call me here? I heard you've done commercials for cars and hamburgers, and you even edited 2 movies yourself. Want to win an Oscar? Come see my rough cut, give me some suggestions, and I'll give you editor credit. Then you can go on stage and accept the award." "Let me see it first." Ronald suddenly had the idea to see a sample and agreed. Minahan led him into an editing room. "Bring me the film with synchronized audio and video." The assistant wound the film onto a dense array of guideposts, pressed a switch, and a close-up of Brooke Shields appeared on the monitor. Ronald reached up and touched his lips. The first girl of America was still so beautiful. "Brooke has gone back to New York. She's going to Princeton soon, and our filming and packing schedules are perfect," Minahan said, pointing to Brooke on the screen. "We're going to be lucky. This is Brooke's last film before college, and she'll be a strong contender for the Oscar for Best Actress. A box office hit, critical acclaim. Ha ha ha, my dream is finally coming true. Give it to me." Minahan snatched the control knob from his assistant and started playing the film reel. Brooke Shields sat in the driver's seat of an antique car, wearing large goggles like a race car driver, her white scarf fluttering in the wind. "She's breathtakingly beautiful," Ronald thought to himself. Even dressed as a man, this stunning beauty was dashing. On screen, Brooke drove off the starting line, speeding along the dirt track. She then removed her goggles, tossed aside the leather hat covering her hair, and forcefully flung her wig behind the car, revealing her real, dark blonde hair, shimmering in the desert sun. Brooke shook her head from side to side, vigorously ruffling her hair, the wind blowing it away as it drove further and further into the distance on camera. "Cut, cut, cut," Minahan howled at the editing assistant like a bull in heat. Here, and here, Minahan swung the knob back and forth. Cut them all out, it's all garbage, garbage, garbage. Keep this part, whoa, Ronald exclaimed, standing up in surprise. No, Minahan, is this how you edit movies? Intuition. Intuition is the most important thing in editing. Trust me, you won't go wrong, Minahan continued. Cut this part, cut to a close-up here. Did you write them all down? The poor editing assistant kept writing down the editing points Minahan had written in his notebook. Intuition isn't done like this, Ronald covered his face. Without first watching all the shots, understanding the rhythm of the film, and then using intuition to repeatedly determine the editing points that would resonate with the audience, he just went ahead and cut based on his first impression? Ronald, what do you think? Minahan had already quickly determined the editing points for the first roll of film and then stopped to ask Ronald. I think our working methods are completely different, so I'd better not offer any opinions. Suit yourself, Ronald. Why don't you go out and talk to Yoram first? He has something to discuss with you. I'll work a little longer and then come find you. I'd like to ask you to direct a film for Cannonball. Okay, you go ahead with your work. Ronald nodded and left the editing room, finding Minahan's cousin, Yoram. Ronald, Yoram had gained a little weight. Your Night of the Comet did very well at the box office. Has the Atlantic Division settled your profit sharing with you yet? Not yet. My agreement stipulates that we have to wait until after the film's run to split the profits based on the total box office revenue. I only receive the director's fee. That won't do, Ronald. You need to follow up with them on these things, Yoram said, picking up the phone and dialing the Atlantic Distribution Department. Hey, this is Yoram from Cannonball. When will the money for Night of the Comet be ready? What? No, don't give me that. We're a distributor too. Okay, it's settled then. Your credit is still good with me, don't let me down, Yoram said to Ronald after hanging up the phone. With this kind of distributor, you have to keep pushing them. They won't bring up payment on their own. Oh, Ronald thought to himself that he should also have his agent keep pushing them. I've raised another sum of money from Belgium this time. Minahan and I have discussed it and would like to ask you to direct a film for Cannonball. As long as Minahan has no objections to the subject matter in synopsis, we can start production. Of course, it would be best to use stars from our company so we can pre-sell your film at Cannonball and increase our investment. If that's not possible, we can only make a low-budget film. Who are your male stars? Ronald hadn't expected the Israeli brothers to be so big, already having their own male stars. Chuck Bronson and Chuck Norris, Yoram said, pointing to two posters on the wall. Ronald looked up and recognized both faces. Chuck Bronson was the lead actor in Death Wish 2. An action star with a small mustache who had played Mysterio in Once Upon a Time in the West. The other Chuck was even more familiar. He was the villain in the Roman Colosseum battle scene in Bruce Lee's Way of the Dragon. He was also a black belt in karate. So you guys are still making exploitation films? Ronald knew what was going on as soon as he saw these two. Chuck Norris had no expression in Way of the Dragon, only action scenes. Calling him a star was clearly too much of a stretch. Chuck Bronson was also past his prime, having had no blockbuster films for many years. Hey, exploitation films, you're an expert. Sex, action, explosions, everything. Do you have any ideas? Oh, let me think. Ronald thought for a moment, remembering the handman from earlier. Have you seen the documentary Wild Style? The dance in that documentary, the kind called breakdancing, is super popular now. Even the biggest star, MJ, danced it at the Motown Memorial Concert. Did you see the TV broadcast, Breakdancing? Yoram noted down the name of the dance. I haven't seen it. I'll go borrow a copy or a videotape. Minahan and I will watch it tonight, and we'll discuss it again tomorrow. The next day, Ronald came to Cannonball again. He went straight into the editing room and met Minahan. Cut. This is garbage. This is good. Keep this part. This part. Where's the middle part of this part? Find it quickly. The shot I filmed was very good. Why is it gone? Yesterday you said it was garbage. Cut it out. I'll go find it in the recycling bin. The assistant was sweating profusely. Yesterday is yesterday. Today he's not trash. Aha. Ronald, you're here. Minahan saw Ronald. Last night, Yoram and I watched that documentary and that kid Jackson's dance. I have to say, your interpretation of trends is flawed. This kind of dance performed by Black and Latino people could never be popular in mainstream American society. Didn't you see that their original soul music didn't become mainstream? White rock music is what fits the mainstream white aesthetic, is that so? Then I haven't had any inspiration lately. Do you have any scripts you could show me? No problem, I'm currently collecting scripts all over Hollywood. When we find a suitable one, we definitely have to collaborate on one. I'll produce, you'll direct, and the Oscars for Best Picture and Best Director are our goals. Ha ha ha. Chapter 445 Ovitz's Ambition. This is a wonderful party, Mary. I hope it's a wonderful birthday too. Oh, it's my last birthday. I'm so tired of living. A man dressed as a priest, dressed entirely in black except for a white collar, helped an elderly woman with white hair upstairs. Ronald was at home watching a TV series he had recorded. ABC was airing the 4-episode miniseries The Thorn Birds. Ronald rarely watched TV series, but he was watching this miniseries because Richard Chamberlain was the male lead. He had previously starred in the Ovitz-led series The General, for which he won a Golden Globe and an Emmy Award. Of course, what attracted Ronald even more was the white-haired woman. She was one of the most famous actresses of old Hollywood, perhaps the best actress who had never won an Oscar. Or, from Ronald's point of view, she was the best actress of all. Barbara Stanwyck, a true woman of 1,000 faces, could play a con artist, a bad woman, a victim, a naive girl, a columnist, and all with remarkable skill. Already in her 70s, she was playing a wealthy Australian landowner on television. The two walked up the stairs, about to enter Mary's bedroom. "Kiss me, and then goodbye, Ralph," Barbara Stanwyck, playing Mary, said to Richard Chamberlain, playing Reverend Ralph. "Good night, happy birthday," Ralph said, taking Mary's hand and leaning down to kiss her. "No. Kiss my lips, Ralph, kiss me like we're lovers." Barbara Stanwyck's acting suddenly exploded. The way she expressed a woman's longing for a man's embrace was completely unlike that of a 76-year-old. Ronald was startled. He hadn't read the original novel and didn't know that Reverend Ralph had been exiled to Australia for breaking his vow of celibacy. "But I'm a clergyman," Ralph retorted without batting an eye. "You're not a priest, you're just a cowardly, impotent man. I love you, I've always loved you." "No, you don't love me. I'm just a phantom of your past, a reminder of your youth when you see me. Let me tell you what it feels like to be old. Beneath this foolish shell, I'm still young. I still feel. I still want. I still dream." Barbara Stanwyck's eyes were filled with resentment towards the past. "I still love you." Ronald pressed the pause button on the remote and rewound to watch it again. The performances of these veteran actors were masterful, the emotional progression rhythmic, and she had met a worthy co-star. Stanwyck's climactic performances like this were something he could only watch once in a lifetime. Watching it again, Ronald realized that Barbara Stanwyck's performance wasn't just about the plot, it was also a farewell to her past acting career. With increased experience and wisdom, if it weren't for aging, she would have just reached the peak of her acting career. After watching Stanwyck's performances several times, Ronald noted down his thoughts. He was always being told his acting was bad, so he needed to watch more performances by veteran actors who had honed their skills during Hollywood's golden age. He wasn't really going to act, but rather to inspire the actors. "Hey, who's this actress?" The videotape continued playing. Years later, Reverend Ralph was seducing Maggie, the granddaughter of Mary's brother. This actress had large eyes and an ethereal air, unlike any American girl. The contrast between her inner wildness and outward gentleness was quite intriguing. She wasn't really an Australian girl, was she? Only that wild land could produce such a character. Rachel Ward, Ronald noted her name. "Did you watch the ABC miniseries The Thorn Birds?" Barbara Stanwyck was fantastic in it. The next morning, Ronald went to the CAA office to talk to Nisita about his next film project. Having not seen Nisita for a while, he wanted to boast a bit. Ronald told Nisita and Richard, his two agents, about his discoveries from the previous day. "That was a project facilitated by Mr. Ovitz," Nisita chuckled. Richard Chamberlain was the lead actor in Ovitz's first packaged television project, The General. It was CAA's first attempt at this packaged format, but we can replicate it in film soon. "Oh, which film?" "Come with me." Nisita led Ronald into a large conference room. On the wall are all the Hollywood projects we've been tracking, movies, TV series, talk shows, it's all here. Ronald remembered this large wooden board. It showed the progress of all the big productions. CAA's agents used this space to search, exchange, and track opportunities. At the bottom were the most recently released films. Sylvester Stallone's Dragon and Phoenix, starring John Travolta, opened in over 1,600 theaters in its opening weekend but only grossed $12 million. Jaws 3D, however, opened in 1,300 theaters and grossed over $13 million. Looking at the performance of these films, Ronald chuckled inwardly. They weren't even as good as his own Coherence. If Atlantic Cinema had the marketing and distribution capabilities of a blockbuster, these would all be his losers. Because no film could carry the torch, Coherence moved up 2 places to 12th, above which was Flashdance, continuing its box office streak. Of course, this wasn't the strongest streak. The strongest streak was Disney's color animated film Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which Disney re-released almost every 7 or 8 years, familiarizing younger generations with a Disney princess. It had already raked in over $6 million in its opening weekend. For a color animated film made in 1937, this was truly astonishing. Further up the board were films slated for release next year, already completed or in production. Dune had finally begun filming. After several painful script revisions, David Lynch went to Mexico to shoot this sci-fi blockbuster. Above is John Milius's Red Dawn, a film about the Soviet Union's invasion of America by Cuban airborne troops. Many teenagers become militia, fighting guerrilla warfare until Chinese troops arrive, joining forces with American troops to save the American people. Almost all the young Hollywood actors, including those Ronald had worked with, auditioned. John Milius, the screenwriter of Apocalypse Now, wrote and directed Red Dawn, which was highly regarded by many producers. Above that is Robert Zemeckis' new project, Romancing the Stone, where he chose a commercial film to prove himself before directing his own Back to the Future. Ronald saw Michael Douglas listed in this column. CAA selected this film for him. Above that is Amadeus, and Ronald noticed that the name here didn't have the CAA logo, indicating that this wasn't a CAA client. The director, Milos Forman, is the former Oscar-winning director of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Ronald was surprised to see Meg Tilly's name listed as the female lead. Her husband, Kinnaman, was quite helpful. A note next to Czechoslovakia and Amadeus indicated it was filmed abroad. Many Eastern European socialist countries attracted Hollywood films to shoot there to earn foreign exchange. Milos Forman happened to be of Czech descent. At the top were 2 films, Beverly Hills Cop and Ghostbusters, which Ronald had seen before. "It's Ghostbusters," said Nisida, tapping the film titles on the board. "This is Ghostbusters." This was another package deal facilitated by Mr. Ovitz. If this film is a big hit, CAA will have more studios seeking collaborations, and you'll have more opportunities. Ronald, gentlemen, good day. Ron Mayer, one of the founders of CAA, entered in a Hawaiian shirt. "Could we have the meeting room? Michael is about to meet an important guest here." Of course, Ronald and Nisida filed out. "I wonder which big star Mr. Ovitz is meeting this time," Ronald thought. Richard opened the office door a crack and was peeking in. A very strong figure, personally led by Ovitz, entered the conference room. "It's Stallone," Richard LeWitt said. "Sylvester Stallone? He has a new movie again." Ronald thought of his good friend Cameron's script for First Blood 2. Behind Stallone was another long-haired man, chatting with Stallone along the way. "It's John G. Avildsen." Avildsen? Ronald was a little suspicious. Why were they chatting together again? "What's going on?" Ronald looked at Nisida. "It's normal. Stallone's Dragon Flying didn't do well at the box office, and the critics were scathing. He had doubts about whether he should direct his next Rocky movie, Rocky IV, so he consulted with Avildsen, the director of the first Rocky movie. Nisida and Stallone are both Italian-American. He has his own sources of information. Isn't Avildsen directing my novel, Dragon Boy?" Ronald muttered. "So we should go pay Mr. Weintraub a visit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 446 Casting Stuck. "Darling, I want to be honest with Jane about what's going on between us. I love you. I've never felt this way before, Susan." "No, don't. I don't want to break up your family, Jerry. I'm content just being with you all the time. Here's the arrangement. For Dragon Boys, I'll appoint you as the on-set coordinator. When I'm not on set, you'll tell me everything that happens. I will. This feels like a dream. I never imagined I'd be working for such a brilliant man, especially in the film industry." Jerry Weintraub and his secretary, Susan Atkins, returned to Los Angeles from their weekend getaway to Palm Springs. In the office, they sweetly finalized the work arrangements for Dragon Boys. Mr. Weintraub, Ronald Lee and his agent will be visiting you this morning. Their appointment is almost here. The receptionist, who had previously been Susan's secretary, knocked on the door and came in to announce their arrival. "Please let them in when they arrive." A moment later, Ronald and Nisida, who had just arrived at the office, were welcomed in by the secretary. "Hi, Ronald," Weintraub, in high spirits after a relaxing weekend, embraced Ronald. "Honey, get some coffee." Weintraub turned to Susan Atkins, a red-haired woman, to prepare the coffee, then kissed her on the lips. Ronald noticed all this and chatted with Weintraub for a while about recent developments in the film industry. Susan brought out a tray with 3 cups of coffee. Ronald, Rick, Susan quickly served the 2 guests coffee, followed by sugar cubes and milk for them to mix themselves. Jerry, Susan added a sugar cube to the 3rd cup, stirred it with a spoon, and handed it to Weintraub. "I came today to ask Mr. Weintraub about the progress of the project. I have several young actor friends, and another friend who is an expert in karate and Chinese martial arts, and I'd like to know if there's an opportunity to participate in the production of Dragon Boys." Ronald used a prearranged excuse to make his request and, incidentally, inquire about the progress. "These things, you could have just given me a call," Weintraub said, pleased with Ronald's respect. "I just appointed Susan as the production coordinator. You can contact her directly next time. She'll handle the auditions and your friend's job." "Thank you, Mr. Weintraub." "Thank you, Miss Atkins." Ronald turned to Susan, an ordinary-looking secretary. "So, how's casting going? When can we start filming?" Ronald looked away, continuing to gather information. "We're a bit stuck on the lead role." Weintraub didn't mince words with Ronald, the screenwriter. "Avildsen has his own ideas about Master Miyagi, and in my opinion, that casting is absolutely unacceptable." "Oh, who is it?" Ronald, hearing that Avildsen had already chosen Master Miyagi, wanted to know who it was. "It's that Arnold." Weintraub put down his coffee. "That Japanese-American actor who does the comedic stuff in sitcoms. How can someone like that play a karate master?" "Which Arnold?" Ronald, confused, looked at Nisida, who shook his head as well. "It's Pat Morita, the Japanese-American actor, who plays Arnold in the sitcom Happy Days," Susan Atkins explained, knowing Weintraub was referring to the character's name, not the actor's. Seeing that Ronald still hadn't grasped the idea, Weintraub simply stood up, grabbed a videotape, and put it in the VCR. On the television screen appeared a short Japanese-American actor with a shaved chin, a small mustache, and very articulate speech, introducing himself to the camera. "My name is Pat Morita. I played Arnold in the sitcom Happy Hour. What do you think? Is he suitable to play Master Miyagi?" Ronald thought for a moment. His appearance isn't a big problem, he fits the unassuming description in the script. But his lines are too American. Master Miyagi is a first-generation immigrant, he couldn't possibly have such fluent English, and it doesn't fit the character's personality. I don't know if he can play the role." "That's right, that's the problem." Weintraub was very happy to hear Ronald's support. "He's a sitcom actor. Master Miyagi is humorous, but he's not a clown, is he? I don't know why Avildsen insists on using him. But as long as I'm the producer of this film, I will absolutely not let him play the role." Weintraub got carried away and told Ronald a lot about the preparations for the film. Avildsen had brought his old partners from Rocky, the director of photography and the assistant director, to the crew. The actors for the Cobra Dojo, the villains who fight the protagonist Danny, had also been confirmed. They were all second-generation stars. The most famous among them is Chad McQueen, the son of the late tough guy actor Steve McQueen and his first wife. However, Miyagi's difficult casting process meant that the 2 main characters, Danny and Johnny, the ex-boyfriend of the main villain, Ali, were not yet confirmed. This was because they needed to audition with Miyagi to determine if they had chemistry. To be honest, Ronald didn't understand why Avildsen had chosen Pat Morita. However, experience told him that a director's observations were generally more reliable than a producer's, especially someone like Avildsen, an Oscar-winning director. Perhaps he saw something in Morita that Ronald hadn't, a quality he himself hadn't seen? But he couldn't say this directly to Weintraub. Ronald remembered Avildsen saying that to convince producers, you had to package your ideas as if they were your own. Although Avildsen himself hadn't handled it very well. After chatting for a while, Ronald and Nisida got up to leave. Weintraub and Avildsen had some casting disagreements, but their relationship was still relatively amicable, not to the point of being unable to work together. For a Jewish tycoon like Weintraub, Nisida believed the best strategy was to make him feel that you weren't trying to deceive him. Or, you could pull a bigger trick, fool him, and then make him think you were right and that cooperating with you was the right choice. So this time, Ronald didn't mention replacing him. The two returned to the CAA office somewhat disappointed. This matter needed further consideration. Perhaps there would be a turning point in the casting stalemate later. Ring 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 ring, a phone rang, and Nisida picked it up. Okay, he's in Los Angeles, it's fine. After hanging up, Nisida looked Ronald up and down. When did you become such good friends with Ned Tannen? Who? Ned Tannen. Ronald was also surprised. He remembered this former vice president of Universal, who, during the filming of fast-paced Richmond High School, first made things difficult for him, then fought for him in office politics, and finally remained neutral in the vote, forcing him to resign. No? I haven't seen him in a long time. Anyway, he called to invite you to visit his new office. Saying he wants to talk to you about the new film and get your opinion. What does he want with me? Ronald asked, puzzled. Is there some personnel change at Universal? The next day, Ronald and Nisida arrived at Universal Studios as agreed. After leaving his position as vice president of Universal, Ned Tannen started his own production company, and his offices were still inside Universal Studios, in a row of bungalows. These were the same simple offices Ronald had used when he filmed Fast Pace. Ned Tannen was very welcoming to Ronald, showing him around. Ronald already knew the reason for Tannen's sudden enthusiasm. Yesterday, Universal announced its new president in charge of the film division, Frank Price, the former president of Columbia Pictures. Although he lost the battle with the Coca-Cola clique and was ousted from Columbia Pictures, Frank Price's competence was well known in the industry. He was the only production company executive who personally read scripts and could offer practical feedback. Sidney Sinberg, who secretly negotiated with Spielberg to bring E.T. the Extraterrestrial from Columbia Pictures, has now risen to CEO of its parent company, MCA. He knows his old rival very well. Columbia Pictures' profits last year, just from the 5% cut price secured for E.T. the Extraterrestrial, exceeded the combined profits of all other produced films. So, after Price left, they immediately poached him to Universal as president of film operations. Upon Price's appointment, Ned Tannen immediately set out to cultivate a good relationship. His production company had several films about to be released, and Universal held the distribution contracts. Through Price, Tannen heard Ronald Lee's name again. His new screenplay had been greenlit at Columbia. While he himself didn't know who could make a blockbuster film, Frank Price certainly did. Tannen immediately got CAA's phone number, determined to get acquainted with Ronald first. Even if there was no immediate opportunity for collaboration, Ronald was a young director favored by President Price, and networking with him wouldn't hurt. This is the office of the first director I signed. Like you, he's a screenwriter by training, originally a copywriter at an advertising agency. I saw his screenwriting talent, but he's never directed a film independently, so I didn't dare let him direct the movie he wanted to direct himself. Instead, I had him practice with another exploitation film he wrote, which has more commercial potential. Tannen pushed open the door. John, are you there? Come in. A gentle voice came from inside the office. Ronald followed him in and saw a chubby screenwriter wearing large black-rimmed glasses. Wham's hit song Young Guns was playing in his office. Seeing Tannen enter, he quickly turned down the volume. John, let me introduce you. This is Ronald, also a young genius. You must have seen his films. Hello, I'm Ronald, screenwriter and director. Ronald went up and shook hands with John. This man looked about 10 years older than him, but his demeanor, including playing loud pop music in his office, showed a youthful mindset. Hello, John adjusted his glasses. I'm John Hughes. Screenwriter, now directing for the first time. Chapter 447 Dragon Eagle. John Hughes, a Chicago native, started his career as a copywriter at Leo Burnett and later wrote humorous articles for National Lampoon magazine. This part-time job led him to the film industry. One of his articles in the magazine was adapted into the 1978 blockbuster comedy National Lampoon's Animal House. His two sequels, National Lampoon's Class Reunion and National Lampoon's Holiday, were also successful, especially the recently released Holiday, which enjoyed a strong box office run. This led to Hughes being noticed by Ned Tanning and signing a directing contract. His new script, 16 Candles, is another one he wrote, which he completed in less than a week after Tanning rejected it. It tells the story of Samantha Baker, a girl from a middle-class family in suburban Chicago, who is forgotten by everyone in her family on her 16th birthday. Samantha's parents and grandparents were busy preparing for her sister's wedding, and she was ignored by her crush, Jack Ryan, the school's popular and wealthy boy. With the help of her male friend Ted Farmer, Samantha finally fell in love with Jack Ryan after her sister's wedding, and Ryan lit 16 candles for her at home. After casually flipping through the script, Ronald had a general idea of the story. Perhaps related to Hughes's background, the story was also set in the suburbs of Chicago, in a wealthy, middle-class white community. All the characters were white, except for one Asian high school exchange student from Korea, whose name was quite unusual, Long Duk-dong. This somewhat vulgar name for an Asian made Ronald slightly uncomfortable, but remembering that Hughes wrote for the lowbrow comedy magazine National Satire, he understood. Farmer and Baker? Why didn't they end up together? Ronald noticed the surnames of the two main characters, Samantha and Ted, and felt that Hughes had done it intentionally. However, the two close friends didn't end up together. Samantha went to celebrate her birthday with her crush. I had that idea. John Hughes adjusted his glasses. Ronald, being an expert, immediately saw the joke he had set up. Samantha and Ted came from ordinary families, while Jack Ryan came from a wealthy family. His father owned a Rolls-Royce. But American audiences like beautiful women with heroes, don't they? Ned Tanning interjected. That makes sense. Ronald put down the script and continued his tour. Ronald, actually, this is the script I wanted to make, but Mr. Tanning wanted me to make this commercial film first. Seeing that Ronald agreed with his point of view, that Samantha and Ted ending up together was the proper ending, John Hughes took out another script for Ronald to look at. The Breakfast Club. Ronald glanced at the synopsis of the script. Actually, I really like your fast-paced Richmond High School. John Hughes adjusted his large black-rimmed glasses again. I really like the idea of focusing on different types of high school teenagers, so I made the main characters 5 typical high school characters: an athlete, a princess, a criminal, a smart guy, and a weirdo. Having them all stay on probation for the same day breaks down the barriers between high school students and lets them get to know each other. Oh, my God. John, you need to make this movie first. If it's a box office hit, then The Breakfast Club is a piece of cake. The budget isn't high. Ned Tanning's temper flared up again, and he pulled Ronald aside. I invited you here mainly to hear your opinion. Which actress do you think would be good for the female lead in 16 Candles? The audition photos of the two actresses were on the table. One was Ali Sheedy, whom Ronald had seen on the big screen, the lead actress in War Games. The other was a red-haired girl who looked younger. Looks like producer Ned Tanning and director John Hughes have also had a disagreement, Ronald thought to himself. In today's big studios, producers always dictate things like scripts and casting, showcasing their abilities and vision. However, they rarely interfere with technical roles like cinematography and sound recording. Because the cinematographer can generously say, "Why don't you do it?" but screenwriting and casting are things that anyone who has seen the film can criticize. Why not choose her? Ali is beautiful, and she's been marketed. Tanning likes Ali City, the female lead in the War Game. Director John Hughes, on the other hand, likes Molly Lindward. He said casually, "No, I wrote this script for Molly Lindward because I saw her casting photo after Dragon Boys." Ronald saw this casting controversy again. Instead of giving his own preference, he asked Hughes what he thought. Because Molly has a quality that allows the audience to empathize with her, Ronald held up the photos of the two actresses, looking at them for a long time. Why not have them both audition? That way we can see their acting skills and charisma directly. We can choose one, then bring them back to see their chemistry with the other actors. That's what we'll do. Tanning, increasingly confident in his judgment, agreed to Ronald's suggestion. But you have to come too. Yes, you have to come too, Ronald. John Hughes was also vying for Ronald's signature. He saw that Ronald had some influence over Tanning and knew that Ronald's fast-paced style, which captured the essence of teen films, would surely agree with his judgment. Inviting him to the audition would bolster his credibility. The next day, Ronald arrived at Universal's office as promised for the audition. Actresses Ali City and Molly Linwood each filmed a short audition. After watching their performances, Ronald was convinced that John Hughes was right. Molly Linwood was indeed the best choice because she herself was a teenager. Ali City was born in 1962 and was 21 years old. To play Samantha, she had to immerse herself in the role using a method. Molly Linwood, born in 1968, was exactly 15 years old, the same age as Samantha. One very difficult aspect of playing a teenager is that most people, as adults, forget the silly things they did in high school, the silly thoughts they had, and the feelings they had for inexplicable things. To relive those emotions and thoughts, one would have to go back to high school and infiltrate it for a while, like Cameron Crowe, the screenwriter of fast-paced Richmond High School. Often, 20-year-olds, when reading their diaries from a few years ago, are surprised by how quickly their thoughts have changed. Sometimes they can't even remember why they wrote those things. But a 30-year-old, reading their 20-year-old diaries, can easily recall their thoughts and feelings at that time. This is the difficulty of playing teenage roles. And generally, teenage actors are in their rebellious phase, making them very difficult to work with. But Molly Linwood is a gifted girl. She possesses a maturity beyond her years. Molly is in high school, and she understands all aspects of high school life, what makes her embarrassed, which boys make her heart flutter. I think it's pretty clear, Ali Cinderella is great, but Molly Linwood is Samantha. Ronald shared his thoughts with Ned Tannen. Tannen nodded frequently. It was unclear whether he genuinely agreed with Ronald's idea or simply wanted a way to save face by agreeing with John Hughes. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Ronald got up and left the audition room, leaving Tannen and Hughes alone to talk. He walked into the hallway outside, his memories flooding back to his battles of wits with Tom Mount. He had achieved some success along the way. "Excuse me, is this the audition location for 16 Candles?" a voice interrupted Ronald's reverie. Ronald looked up and saw an Asian face with hair parted in the middle, which looked rather comical. "Yes, are you here for an audition?" "Yes, I'm auditioning for the role of Dragon Eagle. My name is Gerd Watanabe, you can call me Gerd." The Japanese actor extended his hand and shook hands with Ronald. "Hello, Gerd, they are still auditioning for the female lead. You may have to wait." When Ronald heard Mr. Watanabe speak, his pronunciation sounded exactly like someone born and raised in America, and he guessed that Mr. Watanabe was a second, or even third, immigrant. "Well, I just need to prepare." Watanabe pulled out a sheet of paper, exactly what he had prepared for his audition. "A very good dinner. Appetizers, served in interesting round pies." Watanabe began reciting his lines in a comical accent. "Huh?" Ronald was surprised to hear Watanabe's accent change, from a boy who had received an American education to Korean speaking English with a wooden accent, speaking slowly, as if he had thought of what to say in Korean first and was translating it word by word into English. Ronald was greatly amazed. This acting was extraordinary. "How did you do that?" "This accent is exactly the same as the Korean tourists I've met. I learned it from the Korean exchange students at school." Watanabe had completely switched to the accent of the Korean exchange student. "Long.io. I like your performance, especially your accent later." John Hughes, who was auditioning, was very satisfied with Gerd Watanabe's performance and immediately made an appointment with him to make Watanabe available. "Actually, he is." Ronald found it amusing. Throughout the audition, Watanabe spoke with a halting Korean accent, and John Hughes probably thought he was a Korean actor. "Thank you, I'll make time." "Thank you for your support." "Thank you, Director Hughes," and "Thank you, Ronald." Watanabe thanked everyone in his Korean accent while winking at Ronald, asking him not to reveal that he spoke fluent American English. Ronald understood and winked back, indicating that he wouldn't expose his trip to John Hughes. Chapter 448, Refusing to be a backup plan. Ned Tannen offered Ronald a job opportunity. He suggested Ronald produce 16 Candles. John Hughes was a novice, never having worked on a film set before. For his two previous blockbuster films, he had only visited the set as a screenwriter. Tannen was skeptical of such a newcomer who didn't even know Hollywood filmmaking techniques. Ronald, on the other hand, had extensive experience, having worked in various roles on set and in post-production. Having him as producer, while keeping an eye on Hughes, was like adding insurance to Tannen's investment. Even if Hughes proved unsuitable to direct after filming began, there would be someone else to smoothly take over. This kind of mentorship arrangement, although Hughes was about 10 years older than Ronald, is not uncommon in independent productions and major studio projects, but Ronald declined after consideration. He had two reasons for not taking the job. First, he was a backup plan, and Ronald wasn't particularly interested in producing at the moment. He still wanted to be a creator. Second, it wouldn't be respectful to John Hughes. This arrangement of replacing him if he failed was done behind his back. The inexperienced director couldn't see that Ronald was being arranged to take over his directing role at any time. This reminded Ronald of when he was filming Fast and Furious Richmond, where he was also assigned a similar person who could take over at any moment, a feeling that's very uncomfortable for a director. Every director has a first time. Even if you want to ensure the film is made, there's no need to do things this way. It's better to give him an experienced director of photography and an art director. My first film relied on two very talented people to overcome the difficulties of my debut. Hearing Ronald say this, Ned Tanning stopped trying to persuade him. However, he turned around and found Michelle Manning from Coppola's Doraemon Productions to take over as producer. She had previously served as the set manager for The Outcasts and Rival Fish, and was also acquainted with Ronald. Tanning brought in this female producer, who had both directing experience and experience managing film sets. She was brought in as the producer of 16 Candles, and the backup plan was still in effect. On the other hand, the Dragon Boys project also encountered some problems. Avildsen, no longer trying to persuade Weintraub indirectly after his repeated rejections of Pat Morita for the role of Master Miyagi, gave him a direct ultimatum. He stated that if Weintraub didn't agree to Morita's casting, he would resign as director and abandon the project. Weintraub hadn't expected Avildsen to be so stubborn. He had assumed that Avildsen, having not directed a good film in years, would yield. This is typical of Jewish business practices, initially making seemingly unreasonable demands, and if the other party backs down, they will continue to exploit that same level of demand. If you find a reasonable balance, refuting their unreasonable demands while also clearly understanding your market offer, the Jewish businessmen will perceive you as a shrewd individual and respect you more. Avildsen initially adopted a humble stance, but on this casting issue, he became unusually forceful, catching Weintraub off guard. "Susan, what do you think?" Weintraub summoned his assistant and lover, Susan Atkins, to his office. He wanted to talk to them and get some inspiration. Should he give in? Or simply fire the director and find another one? "Well, I think Director Avildsen must have his reasons, although I personally don't like him much," Susan said slowly, nestled beside her boss. "Oh, he flirted with you again yesterday." Weintraub felt a surge of resentment, the scales tipping sharply in one direction. "Yes, Jerry. I don't know how to respond to him. I've already told him, as you advised, that I'm disgusted by his behavior. It's all right, I believe he won't bother you again." Weintraub gently stroked Susan's long red hair. He had a special feeling for this girl, unlike those casual flings with blonde bombshells. "No, I don't want you to fire him because of me, Jerry. You need to prioritize the project's future." Susan sensed Weintraub's determination and quickly tried to dissuade him. "No, that's not it. I feel Avildsen already has other options. Even if I agree to his request, he might not be entirely committed to making a comeback with this film." Weintraub explained some key points of project management to Susan. Besides finding a former Oscar-winning director to assist with publicity and marketing, Avildsen hadn't replicated his miracle since winning the award, failing to produce a critically acclaimed or commercially successful film. His fees weren't high, and he wasn't particularly refutable of valid opinions. Weintraub was also drawn to Avildsen's desire to make a comeback and hoped he would fully commit to directing. "Then what are you going to do? Who should we hire to direct? Besides, the scheduled start date is approaching, and if it's all right, I've already prepared someone, another Oscar-winning director." Weintraub smiled. A successful and shrewd Jew wouldn't put himself in such a predicament. "Who is it? Are you thinking of hiring Coppola? I heard his recent film, The Outcast, didn't do well at the box office or with the reviews." Susan became interested. "Not him. Coppola still has plenty of people willing to gamble on him. I'm talking about another one, Michael Cimino, who gave United Artists a lot of trouble." "Him? I heard he's pulling tricks in Paramount's new film too, spending tens of thousands of dollars on location scouting in the South." Susan Atkins had heard about what Cimino did on the Full of Energy set. Shirley Lansing, also a female manager, had spread this story around Hollywood's female executive circles. Oh yeah, Weintraub didn't know about this. He hadn't expected Cimino to still be so clueless, even after being considered the culprit behind United Artists' bankruptcy. He'd have to reconsider hiring him as a director. Why don't you try having Ronald Lee direct? Susan Akins liked Ronald, who is always very polite to her. He's good, but we need a name. We can't afford big stars, so we can only find big directors. Weintraub was very patient with Susan's questions. He also wanted to groom her to be a senior executive in his film business in the future. Have you seen the latest issue of Rock Roll magazine? Kubrick's interview with him specifically mentioned Ronald Lee. Susan Atkins got up, found the magazine, flipped to the page, and handed it to Weintraub. Oh, Weintraub took the interview. Kubrick commented on several Hollywood directors, and finally mentioned a young director, Ronald Lee. There's a movie called Coherence Night that's really interesting. The director, Ronald Lee, is a cunning guy. I think he's talented. He has the ability to make good movies on a small to medium budget. Aha. Weintraub hadn't expected Kubrick to specifically mention Ronald's name in the interview. Would that provide material for a publicity stunt? Ronald received a call from his agent. Weintraub, the producer of Dragon Boys, was interested in having him direct. So the next day, Ronald and Ysidro went to Weintraub's mansion in Beverly Hills for a meeting. Thank you, Jane, Ronald said to Mrs. Weintraub, the famous singer Jane Morgan, who opened the door for them. Hello, Jerry is waiting for you upstairs, Jane Morgan said as she left. Ronald, I have to admit, I'm in trouble. I have some irreconcilable differences with Avildsen over casting. I want you to take on more responsibility, as part of the production team, involved in pre-production. If Avildsen still refuses to give up on Pat Morita, you can take over as director, and we'll move on. What does that mean? I'm going to join the production team as a producer again? And then replace Avildsen when he can't fulfill his duties. Ronald was dissatisfied with Weintraub's offer. These Jews were too shrewd, they wouldn't budge on anything. I cannot accept this condition, Ronald refused immediately. I have no ill will toward Mr. Avildsen, nor do I want to do anything underhanded behind his back. If you want me to take over the directing job, I have two conditions. What conditions? Tell me. Weintraub frowned, his first attempt meeting with firm resistance. First, I must sign the contract as the director. Second, I must speak with Mr. Avildsen first to confirm that I wasn't doing anything behind his back while he was still working on this project. Speak with him first? That's no problem. Weintraub agreed with Ronald's second condition, which was actually within his reach. But can you tell me why? It's simple. When I was filming my first movie, Fast-Paced Richmond High School, there was someone like that around who would replace me at any time if I didn't meet the producer's requirements. I didn't like that experience, so I don't want to be the backup. Backup, that's an interesting analogy. I promise you, I'll have Susan contact Avildsen, and you can talk to him yourself. But regarding the first requirement, I need to see the outcome of your discussion. If Avildsen agrees to compromise on casting, I will continue to let him direct. Weintraub stared at Ronald for a moment to gauge his reaction, then said, So? Are you still sticking to your choice? Of course. Have Miss Akins arrange a time with him, and I'll visit him. Chapter 449. Now that's your problem. When Ronald met John G. Avildsen again, he had changed into a white polka dot shirt, light gray trousers, and patterned soft-soled shoes, an outfit he was about to wear to the golf course, making him appear more refined. I heard you wanted to see me. Avildsen leaned back on the sofa in the cafe, looking relaxed. A coffee, Avildsen said, turning to the beautiful waitress. Hey, today's my lucky day, meeting such a beautiful girl, Laura, isn't it? Avildsen, as always, noticed the name on the waitress's name tag and began to flirt with her. Weintraub wants me to take over Dragon Boys, and I'd like to know if you've already made a decision, John. I don't want to be one of those substitutes on set, always ready to step in. Ronald also took a sip of coffee and nodded to the handsome older man, Avildsen. Avildsen smiled at the beautiful woman, then turned back to Ronald and said, I'm indeed prepared to give up on this project. Weintraub really dislikes Pat Morita, and I couldn't persuade him, so I had to leave. I actually really like the story you wrote. It's a heartwarming story, full of humanistic concern for the underprivileged, the weak overcoming the strong, a lonely old man educating his adopted son, and finding solace in it. It's a pity. Besides that, are there other reasons? Are you giving up directing? Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. He could direct his own script, A mid-sized production with a budget of up to $8 million, it was impossible not to be tempted. However, curiosity still led him to ask one more question. I made a fatal mistake by flirting with Weintraub's secretary, Susan. I didn't expect Weintraub to be serious this time. It's not just a casual fling. He might be planning to start a family with Susan. Huh? Isn't his wife the singer Jane Morgan? I didn't know that. Avildsen shrugged. You're a good screenwriter, Ronald. And a handsome guy too. You need to learn from my mistake. This isn't the first time I've lost a good project because of flirting. Huh? Ronald was surprised. In the entertainment industry, relationships are often complicated. The people you meet who get into a project might all have different backgrounds. In 1977, I was supposed to direct Travolta's Saturday Night Fever, but one day I invited one of the crew's assistants out on a date. You know, I was single then. Turns out she was the producer, the owner of RKO Records, and the girlfriend of Robert Sturwood's boyfriend. Bang! All the casting, set design, and rehearsals I had done were gone. The only legacy I left for that film was the multicolored light-up floor in the disco where Travolta danced. Just a date. Ronald knew Sturwood and had even written the sequels to Grease and Saturday Night Fever. Just a date. Avildsen nodded. Fucksk, Ronald cursed under his breath. What a mess. The boss's boyfriend's girlfriend, and he lost his job after just one date. And Avildsen implied that he didn't even know it when he went on the date. There are plenty of clueless idiots in the film industry, yet they somehow achieve great success. But this time, the casting of Master Miyagi, Ronald was skeptical of Avildsen's assessment of why he was fired. Weintraub and Susan's relationship was indeed inappropriate, but to fire a director for a few jokes, especially since Weintraub had offered a solution, Avildsen could simply replace Master Miyagi with someone else. Of course, I have other options. But Pat Morita is truly the best choice for the role. After you take over as director, I suggest you meet Morita first, and you'll see I'm not lying. Avildsen was quite nonchalant, even recommending actors he'd seen to Ronald. Oh, can you tell me why? Ronald's curiosity was piqued again. Morita was recommended to me by a friend. I talked to him once, and he told me about his childhood experiences. After hearing that, I felt the role of Master Miyagi was perfect for him. Avildsen shifted to a more comfortable position and continued explaining to Ronald. Morita has a good sense of humor, explosive acting skills, and can act in daytime sitcoms. But the character you're portraying, Master Miyagi, requires an actor who understands both American and Japanese culture and history. And Pat Morita himself was imprisoned in a concentration camp as a child. He was in high school when World War II broke out, growing up in a camp. He has first-hand experience of this history, which allows him to portray the pain of that lonely, elderly Japanese-American veteran. Furthermore, he doesn't harbor resentment towards that history because he was just a child then, so he won't portray that memory as hatred, but rather guilt. Therefore, he can portray Master Miyagi's love for Danny very well. It feels genuine without acting. Then he can project this emotion onto Danny, who comes from a single-parent family and lacks a father figure, thus portraying their father-son relationship. Your script is actually about family emotions and father-son relationships, not about fighting and martial arts, and certainly not a childish game of chasing girls. Really? I feel like I just wrote an assigned essay. Ronald thought for a moment. Avildsen's words actually made a lot of sense. Ronald didn't use the exploitative approach in writing the script. Danny and Ali's love story only took up a small portion. Ronald also tried to popularize and philosophicalize Danny's story of learning karate, without focusing heavily on the fight scenes themselves. As for the father-son relationship, Ronald fell silent. Perhaps because he lacked a father figure in his memories of this life, perhaps, maybe, subconsciously he projected his regrets onto Danny? So, which new project will you be working on? Avildsen smiled. I might return to the Rocky series. Collaborate with Stallone again. Oh, who will Rocky fight this time? Ronald asked. Each Rocky film features a different opponent, a topic that Americans love to discuss. This time it's the Suvera champion. Avildsen smiled. After winning the Oscar for Best Director for the first Rocky film, Avildsen, due to some ridiculous vanity, refused to direct sequels. Despite Stallone's repeated pleas and a heartfelt letter pleading with him to return to directing, Avildsen refused to direct the niche art films he preferred. Afterward, Avildsen never achieved another Oscar nomination, and later regretted refusing Stallone's offer. He should have made a Rocky sequel, and then perhaps even secured investment from Stallone for his own art films. Fortunately, Stallone's two films, Rocky III and Dragon and the Phoenix, received extremely low critical acclaim. Chicago film critics Albert and Sisko gave both films a score as low as 1. Stallone felt his directing abilities were being questioned, and he began to doubt himself. Through CAA's agent, he re-invited Avildsen for a meeting. The two put aside their past disagreements and began working together on Rocky IV, also discussing a sequel to First Blood. However, Stallone seemed to have little to say about the young screenwriter and director, Ronald. His Dragon and Phoenix dance and the initial draft of the script for First Blood 2 were heavily criticized by Stallone. In short, Stallone wanted to capitalize on the tense U.S.-Soviet relations, the president's offensive against the Soviet Union, and the nation's renewed confidence in the Cold War victory, to write a sequel about Rocky's battle against the Soviet heavyweight champion. The thought of Rocky wearing American flag shorts and fighting a Soviet fighter was exciting. Mr. Avildsen, you also said Pat Morita was the best choice to play Master Miyagi. So how did you originally plan to convince Weintraub? Ronald's question interrupted Avildsen's recollection. I haven't figured it out yet. These producers are very stubborn about their own ideas. You have to find a way to make them believe it's their own idea before you can change their minds. Avildsen actually admired Ronald. His stories of underdog triumphs were very much to his liking. I have absolutely no clue, Ronald said, looking troubled. Now that the obstacle to becoming a director is gone, he's encountered such a big problem right from the start. Ha ha ha, now that problem is your problem, Avildsen laughed, taking a sip of his coffee. Ha ha, that's true, Ronald thought to himself. Now that he'd taken over the directing role, Avildsen was no longer obligated to offer him advice. Here's a hint, you should know Coppola, right? He encountered a similar problem when he was filming The Godfather. You should ask him. The Godfather? Coppola. Ronald silently made a mental note of it. Chapter 450 Coppola's hint. Another record industry giant joins Hollywood. In a corner of the news section of Daily Variety, there is a news item announcing the official addition of a new director to the new film produced by Jerry Weintraub Productions. Jerry Weintraub is preparing to bring his talent to Hollywood. He revealed to a reporter that up-and-coming director Ronald Lee will join the Dragon Boys crew as director. It is understood that he is also the screenwriter of the film. Praised by Stanley Kubrick as one of the most promising new directors, Ronald Lee is a dropout from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. He previously directed Universal's Fast and Furious Richmond High School and The Smaller Night of the Comet. This is his first opportunity to direct a $7.5 million production. Mr. Weintraub stated that he admires Ronald Lee's talent and keen insight into teenage audiences. Mr. Weintraub told our newspaper that the film's story is based on true events, and he believes Dragon Boys will be an action romance comedy that teenage audiences will enjoy. Ronald folded the newspaper and put it in his collection box. The day before yesterday, he and his agent went to sign the director's contract with Weintraub. The director's salary totaled $200,000, plus a 1% profit share. Excluding the profit share, it roughly matched his screenwriting fee. However, this kind of profit sharing is generally a prestige clause for directors and actors. Most of the time, no one actually receives it. This is different from Night of the Comet, in which Ronald invested part of the money himself. What Ronald valued was the film's maximum budget of $8.5 million, with $1 million as a reserve fund. If the budget ran short during filming, it could only be used after Weintraub's approval. Furthermore, Weintraub had a distribution agreement with Columbia Pictures, so marketing and distribution for Dragon Boys wouldn't be a problem. As a long-established studio, Columbia Pictures was certainly much more reliable in this regard than Atlantic Pictures. Ronald remembered asking Weintraub his opinion on Pat Morita playing Master Miyagi on the day of the signing. Weintraub stated unequivocally that as long as he was a producer, he would never use Pat Morita and refused further discussion. Ronald had to put this matter aside for the time being and discuss the casting of the other main roles with Weintraub. The male lead was confirmed. They wouldn't be casting any celebrity offspring. Weintraub had Susan send audition invitations to major Hollywood agencies. However, because all the young actors were currently auditioning for Red Dawn, the auditions for Dragon Boys would have to be postponed. The female lead was a decorative role. She just needed to be a pretty girl next door type, the kind that Danny would fall for at first sight. Ronald, secretly, recommended Helen Slater to Weintraub. After seeing her audition photos through her agent, Weintraub said she could proceed directly to the second round of auditions, and they could audition together once Danny was cast to see their chemistry. Master Miyagi was of Japanese descent, which was a special case. They had tried to find as many Japanese and Chinese actors in Hollywood as possible to audition. They also asked Ovitz of CAA to pass on a message to the Japanese film industry to obtain photos of actors who could speak English. Ronald recalled Avildsen's suggestion. When Francis Ford Coppola was casting Marlon Brando as Corleone in The Godfather, he faced strong opposition from the studio executives, but ultimately succeeded. He decided to seek advice from Coppola. Coppola was very busy. His second film adaptation of Hutton's novel, Rumblefish, which he was filming in Oklahoma City, was finished editing and about to be released. This time, he wasn't going through Warner Brothers, but rather using his own company, The Mirror, for distribution, making him extremely busy. Fortunately, Nishida was also Coppola's agent. Through his phone call, Ronald was able to visit him. Coppola agreed to give him half an hour to talk. "Hey, Ronnie. What's up? I heard you wanted to see me." Coppola looked much better than he had on set. The Outcasts had grossed a modest $25 million. After its theatrical run, Warner Brothers shipped some of the better copies overseas for international screenings, expecting to earn in nearly $10 million more. This restored Coppola's reputation after the box office failure of Old Flame, New Love. Studios started approaching him again to direct. Renowned independent producer Robert Evans was also discussing projects with Coppola. "I won't take up your precious time any longer. I have something to ask you. When you were making The Godfather, how did you convince the Paramount executives to cast Marlon Brando? I'm facing a similar problem and would like to borrow your wisdom, Francis." Marlon Brando. Coppola adjusted his glasses. "That's a long story. Would you like some salami? My friend brought it from Europe. A glass of red wine?" "From my estate." Coppola poured Ronald a glass of red wine, then lit a cigar and slowly reminisced about the past. Brando's reputation was terrible back then. He had a string of accidents with several films. He's a very intelligent man, and sometimes when he encounters a bad director, he gets angry and refuses to act. So when Paramount heard I wanted to cast him, they immediately refused. "Oh. That's quite similar to my situation." Ronald took a sip of red wine. "This wine tastes very good, even better than the one at the Oscars dinner. I'll buy a case, of course. The weather this year is excellent. If I were you, I would buy more, then I'll tell Nishida that it tastes really good." By the way, the president of Paramount told me that I was forbidden from mentioning Marlon Brando's name and from discussing his role in The Godfather. How could they forbid discussion? Ronald felt that Coppola must have some tricks up his sleeve. Under such circumstances, he was able to get Brando to star in the film. It seemed he had come to the right place. I lay down on the ground right then and there, pretending to faint, to protest. "If you can't even mention an actor's name like Marlon Brando, what kind of creative freedom is that?" "They promised me creative freedom." "Ha ha ha." Ronald laughed heartily. "My trick worked. The president immediately gave in and said I could mention Brando's name. But hiring him was impossible." Coppola then took a sip of red wine, chewed on a piece of salami, and took a puff of his cigar. "I fought with them for a long time, and finally the president said he could let Brando act, but he had to agree to 3 conditions. First, he had to act for free. Second, he had to audition. Third, Marlon Brando had to pay a $1 million deposit, which would be deducted from the deposit if his misconduct on set caused delays. How did you manage to get them to give up such harsh conditions?" Ronald was curious. No actor could possibly agree to such conditions. "I immediately agreed." Coppola laughed. "You have to remember, these producers are all laymen. They say these things just to show off their power, that they can decide things. As long as Marlon Brando agrees to star, and I think he's the most suitable candidate, as long as the person who really has the decision-making power nods, the final terms will be changed." "Oh." Ronald nodded in agreement. This was a key point. He needed to learn it well. Brando would never audition, so I called him and said there was a role for him, but it was for an Italian-American, so I thought I'd go to his house and have him do some improvisation to get a feel for it. Marlon was a smart man. He knew it was an audition, of course. My men, like ninjas from Japan, crept into his house and set up the camera. He understood as soon as he arrived. He's a great actor, so he hates it when directors discuss acting with him. I never instruct him on how to act. I just brought him some salami, chino chips, and Doritos, and put them on the table. That way, he'd feel more relaxed and be willing to audition for me. So he did audition in the end. Ronald picked up a piece of salami and ate it with his red wine. This stuff goes quite well with wine. Yes, Brando had just woken up from his afternoon nap, his long blonde hair flowing into the living room. He was only 47 at the time. He had read The Godfather and knew I was auditioning. So he immediately combed his long hair back and tied it into a bun. Then he took a box of shoe polish and blackened the hair that was sticking out. He was very perceptive and told me that Vito Corleone had been shot, and that such a person speaks very softly. Then he mumbled softly, he added that Vito was old and his cheeks would sag. He then took 2 tissues, crumpled them up, and put them in his mouth. I don't know what he was saying, but I thought it was a fantastic performance. Coppola mimicked Brando's indistinct speech perfectly. And then they were convinced by the audition. Ronald asked. No. Ronald, sometimes you have to be flexible. There are bad guys in this industry. I got the audition footage I needed, converted it to videotape, and then I did a little trick. Instead of showing it to the president of Paramount, I flew to New York and showed it directly to Charlie Bruhorn, the president of Paramount's parent company, Gulf West. I told him it would only take 5 minutes of his time, and he agreed to watch the video. At first, Mr. Bruhorn was very reluctant, saying to me, no. Then the scene showed Brando with his hair dyed black, a napkin in his mouth, and finally, in a weak voice, mumbling, Charlie Bruhorn immediately grabbed my hand. Francis, that's fantastic. That's how that classic character was born. Ronald found Coppola's story very helpful. Sometimes you shouldn't argue with the producers, they often don't understand what the director is thinking. You have to convince them with actual footage. Also, you have to find the right people, at the right time, and show them the right footage. CAA hadn't found a suitable Japanese-American actor either, but Ronald appreciated the professional eye of fellow director Avildsen. He thought for a long time before calling Nisida at CAA and arranging a private meeting with actor Pat Morita. Pat Morita was a typical Japanese man, short and very polite. He grew up in America and was a second-generation immigrant. He fully embraced American values, so his name was entirely Western, Morita at the end and Pat at the beginning. Hello, Ronald. So, I still have a chance. Pat Morita hadn't received any roles since the sitcom Happy Hour ended. It was the most difficult time for an actor. And being of Japanese descent, he hadn't found suitable roles outside of specific shows. Ronald discussed his thoughts on the role of Miyagi-sensei with him. Avildsen was right, Morita was indeed very suitable. He had spent several years in a concentration camp with his parents during World War II. He himself was rescued by a kind church, which treated his polio for free, and he was left without any after effects. This mix of resentment and gratitude towards America is practically a carbon copy of Master Miyagi. Except for being a little younger than Miyagi Nariyoshi, but that's not a problem with makeup. I agree with Mr. Avildsen, but your appearance won't do, you need to make some changes. First, you need to grow a beard. Master Miyagi appears to be a reclusive repairman, he doesn't care much about his appearance. You need to grow a messy beard, like a single person. Second, your English is too good. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.